Chapter 0. It doesn't have a name, and it's a bit depressed in this life. I want to ask why it has no name, because it is a tree, a big tree that stands out among the endless bushes. No one would give a big tree a name. Although it's okay to use the name of the previous life, but I don't know why I can't remember it, some important memories are missing. So, I have to ask why it is depressed, because yes, it is a reincarnated person, from a person to a tree. However, it is not the fact that I become a tree that cannot move freely. The way of crossing is a bit weird. In the past life in his memory, I feel that I have had a relatively smooth sailing. I have obtained all the required academic qualifications. I studied art, and the corresponding work is no problem. The problem is, I was a science student in my previous life, so it is a bit awkward to use the science brain to analyze art. But I understand that life can't go well with everything, so I just have to endure it, and it's not annoying, because it also liked the second dimension of the 21st century in the past life. There is also time to play video games, but there is no what kind of scheming to play the popular big games? After the computer at hand takes up part of the memory for work, the remaining memory is not enough. Isn't it too prodigal to buy a computer for playing games? Therefore, the basic game mode is the old vertical scroll barrage game or fighting game. But after learning art, even painting and sculpture, I can make my favorite things by myself. You can also do some profitable and interesting things part-time, such as novel illustrations and handmade things. It is also fun to do when you are in a good mood. However, if anything becomes the main job, you will probably get bored, but it is not impossible to do it. It is just a bad habit of throwing things away when thinking about work-related and irrelevant things. There is no prodigal. Naturally, I will find those things that are worthless and not broken, and then I will clean them up and recycle them. In the long run, no major problems have occurred, except that one time I accidentally swung it on a goldfish bowl close at hand. It was a carefully crafted goldfish bowl, and it just fell down. Was he killed by a goldfish bowl? How can it be? It was guaranteed to avoid absolutely, and it didn't hit at all. Even if it hits the foot at most. The goldfish bowl fell on the ground, water splashed all over the floor, part of the landscaping decoration was damaged, and the colorful fish of different colors turned their stomachs. The memories of jumping and struggling on the ground are still fresh. Why did you suddenly cross into a tree like this? Is it retribution for smashing a goldfish bowl? But it doesn't make any sense to think about it. Now it is a very strange tree. It is not completely incapable of action. If you want to, you can move its branches like the ancient protector in Warcraft. Throwing attacks and grabbing other trees to eat can be done. Ancient Protector is a defensive building for the Night Elves in the single-player game Warcraft. As a result, it once suspected that it had crossed into Warcraft. But it's not so sure, because there are still many differences. Most of the time, it shrinks its body under the surface of the earth. This ability is not available to the Ancient Protectors. It also has the ability to detect things. It can sense things in a certain range around it. In fact, it is called a three-dimensional 360 degrees anomaly. It is more appropriate to mix hearing and abnormal vision, because there is no measurement tool, so it is difficult to define how much. For it, in addition to bathing in the daily sunshine and absorbing nutrients from the earth, the greatest pleasure of being a tree is to observe the ecological activities of various animals and plants in this area. There is no other way. There are no other entertainment methods such as board games and mobile games. I didn't feel bored enough to want to die, perhaps because of the different spiritual structure of the plants. It's a pity that there are almost none, and the only ones that are still within the range of perception are plants that are close to him. Even, some plants without hostility and hostility have grown up on themselves by climbing rocks. They coexist with other plants in an attitude of ignoring as long as they don't grow on themselves to absorb and compete for nutrients. It still understands the importance. Even so, I feel that the nutrients in the ground and the sunlight in the sky are somewhat insufficient, so it still takes the nutrients and lives of many surrounding plants, and puts most of the body into a so-called dormant state. What else can be done? Forget it, it's okay to do other things, just spend a few days and nights like this. Then when the night of that day comes, it doesn't matter, it's smaller than the surrounding bush, and a group of monsters named appeared in its sight. Only then did it learn of a change in its worldview's intelligence. The bush surrounding is not short, it is a forest the size of a truly lush tropical rainforest. It is anomalous, it is a magic tree with a height of hundreds of meters when it is fully awakened. Perhaps it is still speculated by some as the horrible existence of the destroyed Dragon King. This is the world of Overlord. The players who arrived are a skeleton wearing a black robes and equipped with various gorgeous props. And a dark elf girl wearing a menswear. They must be girls. After all, these two characters are very familiar in the memory of the magic tree. Role is the guild leader of Anzur Gong and the dark elf Yayola Bellafiora, a 100-level NPC. Ah, what? It felt that its body was forcibly awakened by Yayolai. It's not good, it consumes a lot of money. Hurry up and turn the branches into tentacles, roll up the surrounding trees and eat them to replenish some energy urgently. The nasty premonition hits it. Let's switch to the alert mode. Aura. There was a tree fairy and a huge hamster who were discussing with them, but the voices of those two were unclear. They are really laid back. Aura also did a level detection, which was level 85. But it is not a leisurely time for Demon Tree, no. How come you are reincarnated into such a role that is destined to be the protagonist's bone proudly bento? I can't just admit my fate. I want surrender. Please Nzul Gung's mercy and let me go. Level 85 will definitely help you conquer the world. How can you tell them that you want to surrender? In short, first make an effort to signal to them. Hey? That guy noticed this way. Yora, it seems like this. What should I do? Shall I use my monsters to solve it in one go? No, this is also a good experiment. Do you want to start? It looks like you are ready. It's not right, it seems that there is no way to communicate, try to express to the tree fairy whether it's okay, pass on the idea, pass on the idea. Dryad, that, to adults, it is expressing to you that it wants to surrender. Aura, Master it seems that even this tree is aware of your greatness. Hey? Is that so? Maybe it's a rare species. Can it be transplanted to the 6th floor? Aura, no, I think there is a magic sun and water on the floor, but the ceiling is not so high. Really, that's a shame. I heard that this can destroy the world. It's uncomfortable to put it around and inside the base area. Besides, since the Adventurers Guild has been commissioned, deliberate failure is detrimental to Nzu Christine's prestige. Hello, just dismissed it. At exactly this time, a thin, semi-elliptical pitch black with no endpoint emerged from the ground. This scene is full of mystery, but it also makes people feel unspeakable and intensely disturbed. Is a portal? The idea of the magic tree has been confirmed. Stepped out from the darkness, the female dark elf opposite to Aura. If Aura is the sun, then he is the moon, wearing a black evening dress, a slightly older silver-haired girl in various senses, but that bigger her chest should be fake, a tall and beautiful woman in a snow-white dress and black hair with black wings hanging from her waist, a giant insect walking on 2 feet 5 feet tall. If there is a praying mantis and an ant in the world that are fused together to transform it, it should be feel like this, wearing a red suit, round frame glasses and a metal plate-covered tail behind him, a man with a sinister look on his face. Mare, Shisha Bradfran, Albedo, Cassettes, Demi Yugos, all the existences that can basically destroy the world come together. The magic tree felt desperate about this. After a moment of hard thinking and meditation, it decided a way that might alleviate the pain. PvP needs to try to understand intelligence, and his skills seem to be pretty good. Special skills: high-level knockback resistance V, attack cannot cause a knockback effect. High-level arrow resistance V, arrow attribute attacks below level 80 are invalid. High-level arrow resistance V, arrow attribute attack effects, reduced by 80%. Food recovery increase V, the efficiency of using food to restore HP is increased by 100%. High-level abnormal state invalidation 4, abnormal state attacks below level 70 are invalid. High-level magic resistance 3, magic below the 7th level, the effect is reduced by 60%. Intermediate magic invalidation 3, magic attacks below level 50 are invalid. Intermediate physical invalidation 3, physical attacks below level 50 are invalid. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. When thinking about it this way, Masha felt this information, and there was no such thing as voice of heaven or system sound, it just felt like it knew it. But I feel that these skills seem to be useless in the face of those level 100 existences, that is, high-level arrow resistance V can reduce the damage of the bow and arrow, but the level 100 bow and arrow attack power will be low. Therefore, there is only one way to relieve pain. There is no other option besides first attack, but now they are located outside the range of the branch swing, so there is only one attack method. Puff 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 puff. In one breath, the magic tree smashed his fruit that could be thrown out at once, all at the group of people. Only Shisha, Albedo, and Cassettes responded, and they arbitrarily blocked the full blow of the magic tree, and Cassettes even blocked 3 shots, and Albedo shot over. The fruit came back. It hurts. It hurts to be hit by my own fruit. This is the idea of the magic tree. However, there are super unexpected results. Ins was talking to his subordinates as the leader, and he was far away from the subordinates who were half-circled. Instead, he hit a single fruit. Ins is flying in circles. He was beaten to fly. To be continued. Chapter 1, Waking Up from the Memory of Being Tortured. Hey! The magic tree's consciousness gradually became clear, and he found that the surrounding area seemed to be the big forest before. His body was still in a state where he had not been forcibly awakened before the war. There was no body that was hundreds of meters high above the ground, and most of them were dormant underground. The sun is very bright and delicious, and the underground water and nutrients are more abundant than I thought. It seems that there is no need to compete with the surrounding plants for excessive nutrients for the time being. Could it be a dream? No, how could it hurt so much in a dream? I remember at that time, In's body bounced like a colored ball hit by a white ball on the pool table, and flew a few meters, no, it was a dozen meters. Then he hit the ground and rolled to the ground. Although In's level is 100, there are some levels that are entertaining, and the physical value is not high. If you want to convert the value to fighter level, it is only 33. Therefore, without precautions, Ins even if he was hit and flew by a level 85 magic tree, it wasn't a strange thing. In this world, he fought soaring proudly, this record can be blown for a lifetime. The memory of the next thing is very vague, because it was a big show of various nirvana skills in the highest level magic. The indiscriminate bombing made the magic tree very painful. Fortunately, my level is not low, and I must be killed quickly. Endless troubles, if weak human beings, they will be taken away to torture that life is better than death. I was fortunate that I was killed altogether, but it took a few minutes for them to kill me after they had all done their best. Sure enough, the HP of the demon tree is very high. If you are usually proud of it, it's just it only increased the pain time of the magic tree, but fortunately, it only took a few minutes. Okay, let's take a look now. Is indeed still a large forest, but the distribution of plants is somewhat different, but the position and shape of the faintly visible mountains in the distance have not changed much, that is, the height of the snow line is a bit different. Could it be that I have traveled through time this time? Is it the past or the future? The magic tree tried to experiment as far as possible and lost a lot of fruits, and all sorts of commotion in the big forest suddenly occurred. I feel that the distribution of beasts and animals is somewhat different from what I remembered before. It seems that one shot hit the dark elf habitat? Forget it, I was beaten so many times by 2 dark elf before, venting my breath. Can it be forgiven? Can be forgiven to blame, because the magic tree only uses innocent people to vent its anger. But even if you are not forgiven, what can the other party do? They are weak, they have no other choice but to hide. Continue to observe the surroundings. Despite saying that, how many days and nights have passed? Nothing changed much, it seemed that a huge dark elf group had escaped. Oh, finally something interesting. There is a scene where cute little fairies with big palms fight against tentacles. No, I seem to be slap-sized, but in fact it is about the size of a human being. The little fairy's hair is fresh green, and there is a tall flower with a stamen on top of it, like a lovely dull hair, wearing clothes made of leaves like leaves. The appearance of the tentacle monster is nothing special, it is the tentacle monster with plant attributes like vines. But, why is the fairy a little familiar? Hey, you are the fairy who came with Zhuorgong and his party. That is to say, you are also one of my enemies who killed me. Ha, watching you get by the tentacle monster is also a good experience. When I get tired of watching it, I will give you a treat. Well, it can't be wasted. It's better to eat it. Forget it, she shouldn't do anything in this era. Let's say that it is also a plant monster. It's a good way to turn her into her own before Zhuorgong appears, and she also wants it. Many things to understand. Then, keep on watching, the fairies versus tentacle monsters are a bonus. When the fairy reaches the end of the day, before taking action, it can gain more favorability. At this time, the goblin released his magic. Is it magic? Or special ability? Or is it an ability? I don't know because of lack of information. Although I have seen the magic released by Marinens before, this little fairy should be no more than level 15. There are too many levels to judge. However, even though the monster has released his abilities accurately, the tentacle monster seems to be completely immune to the abilities of the goblin. Although the little goblin can still hold on for a long time, it will be a matter of time before he loses. Do you want to help this little fairy now? It's more attractive than the tentacle monster or the little fairy. After all, looking at your face is very important. If you use a throwing attack, you should be able to hit that distance. It has been tested before, and you can throw a little more distance out of the sensing range at the farthest. What did throw? Of course, it's the fruit that you bear on your own body, and you can do it many times if you are willing to blossom and bear fruit. Grabbing the surrounding small shrubs and throwing it always feels bad. Throwing a tree in front of the tree fairy may also reduce the impression score. Picking things from yourself and throwing them out may have inherited the bad habits of the previous life. But, thanks to this, all animals, which can also be called monsters, seem to be scared by the behavior of throwing things away because of their own experimental ability. This is why there are only plants in its range of perception now. Let's help. You might be able to have one more chat partner for personal love, and you might get information about the world, but if your opponent is a tentacle monster, I always want to see the last impulse. Because it is very important, I have to say it more vividly to strengthen my determination. Well, it's decided, wait until the little fairy looks stubborn blood before taking action. It's a bigger favor to take action to save others when they are at the critical juncture of life and death. Because this is also very important, I have to repeat it in more detail to strengthen my determination. But, your battle is really procrastinated. How many times have the sun and the moon appeared alternately? I'm too lazy to count. No, in fact, from the beginning, the magic tree didn't plan to count how many days and nights he lived. Such a big tree must have a long life. It would be troublesome to count days and nights. From this point of view, This kind of petty fighting can be so procrastinated. Maybe the Dryad and Tentacle monster are also long-lived races. Until another humanoid creature named appeared in its sight, and the Tentacle monster was easily solved, so that the delicate balance and the mood of the magic tree had been calmed after being killed once before, and it was broken at the same time. After the incident, comprehensive intelligence and recall, it was 13 heroes, right? Was this awakening 200 years ago in memory? Of course, this is something to be continued. Chapter 2, Penny Kaoru trapped by the magic tree. Tree Fairy Perspective. Penny Kaoru Ola Perulia feels very embarrassed. No, it is light to say that the embarrassment is also light. To say why, because now her life is being exposed in crisis. Looking at her from a natural point of view, life or death, seizure or looted, the weak and the strong are only part of the natural world, and we have to realize that this is impossible. So, in a life crisis, just embarrassment is enough. Since that happened, she almost gave up the hope of life. Penny Kaoru is a tree fairy born from a tree. When she was only a tree, the sky suddenly split and some monsters descended on the ground. In her cognition, those monsters have the power to destroy the world that even dragons fear. The huge magic tree that appears in the top forest at the southern end of the Anlian Mountains is one of them. Occasionally grabs the surrounding trees and eats them, and throws a few blows outside that are enough to shake the huge fruit on the ground. As a result, the surrounding monsters and demi-humans have ran away a lot. The humans who entered the area of the Great Forest also disappeared. Monsters and demi-humans are quite powerful. They may have steel-like hard skins and minions, or they may possess special abilities similar to magic, or they may have physical functions that cannot be seen directly the main living circle of such a powerful creature, or hide. There are many places with few enemies, or they will run away immediately when they see other creatures. They are not adapted to the sun, or there are many places that obstruct their vision. Simply put, it is outside the plains. On the other hand, the humans who built villages, cities, and even countries on the plains are very weak races, but they are not without the strong ones. There are many valuable herbs and minerals in the forests and mountains, and pharmacists and miners will hire them. Armed adventurers or mercenaries enter these dangerous places to perform operations. Of course, this is about humans. If it's elves and dwarves, it's another matter. Having said so much, what does it have to do with the present? The answer is these powerful existences that might have appeared here in the first place are not here anymore. It doesn't look like that huge magic tree is going to attack Penny Kaoru directly, can you rest assured? No way, because other plant monsters nearby are now attacking Penny Kaoru because they have no other targets. The tentacle plant named Shouta will hang whip-like vines from the branches, entangle it and hang it when a creature passes by, and then take in nutrients, but when it can't catch the bad luck passing by after the egg, he started to shoot other plants. That's the reason. Penny Kaoru can still use a few magics, and no one has taught her. Since the 8 Desires, who appeared and once conquered the world 300 years ago, used some means to promote this kind of magic called rank magic. Many races will naturally understand magic or skills as they grow and exercise, upgrade. However, as a fairy who seems to be good at illusion and spirit magic in a certain system, Penny Kaoru only comprehend a wave of illusion and spirit magic. Although theoretically there should be a chance to obtain other magic, but her level it hasn't reached that level yet. These magics have no effect on the plant monsters, and they can't recover them yet, so Penny Kaoru can't beat the tentacles, which can absorb the life of the subject by just touching it. If there are other animal monsters or humans, I can ask for help. If they are rejected, they can also use spiritual magic to drive them to fight with Teng Shao. Unfortunately, there has been no existence that Penny Kaoru expects to appear. Therefore, the idea of giving up gradually occupies her mind. Until then, 4 young people, and a very strong man, a man who looks older, a man with feathers, and a dwarf. Such a group of 8 appeared. It seemed that they had killed a lot of monsters from the periphery. Penny Kaoru hid, and Suzuto saw the appearance of these guys who were more delicious than plants. Naturally, he was overjoyed, moved the target, and was killed. The guy who threatened his life in front of him disappeared, but the long-term crisis seemed to exist. But they are helping me. Penny Kaoru was so sure, but how should I ask? Penny Kaoru's gaze turned to those people's equipment, gorgeous appearance, strong magic fluctuations, but the flashy things cannot be believed. It is the baby that can easily kill Penny Kaoru. The use of magic control here makes them feel terrible no matter how they look, so I can only ask for it. But, it should be okay. Penny Kaoru was puzzled. They didn't let any monsters go on the way, maybe these creatures in front of them would kill themselves, wouldn't they? However, if they were to leave in this way, the miracle might not happen again. Penny Kaoru hesitated for a long time, then made up her mind, took the initiative to meet her, and said, "That magic tree perspective. Cut, I knew it would have been saved earlier, but then again, they weren't going to cut me down, right? It looks like this is the posture." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. At this time, the magic tree felt a very uncomfortable feeling. I don't know what it was. At the same time, the man with feathers had a magic circle in his hand. It should have cast magic, but there was no feeling of abnormality. Not good, they started to chop. To be precise, a person released a fireball, and the fireball ignited a handful of leaves. The soul is light, anyway, I am also considered the Destroy Dragon King. It is probably okay to say that, after all, the magic tree is also speculated by many readers as the Destroying Dragon King. The memory of being tortured before rekindled, the magic tree swept a branch towards several people, and the shield guards in the front row immediately erected their shields. Dang! The branches made a metal crashing sound. Is it the sound of a shield? But the shield guard did not move at all, and the branches turned back instead. Devil tree, oh, I was injured instead, and the shield was reversed? I am weak without being forced to awaken. In the next instant, a person with the appearance of a black knight ignited with several colors of light. It seemed that the mage in the back row had applied several auxiliary magics to it, shouting and lifting a big sword that looked like a night sky, and swung it down heavily. A dark wave spewed out from the sword body. The injured branches couldn't withstand this nirvana attack, they broke apart, and the useless branches fell heavily on the ground. Ah, it hurts. Although it was just like a bruise, the magic tree was really hurt. The overall height of the magic tree is hundreds of meters, but usually the part that is exposed to the surface of the time is less than 100 meters, and it is not much different from the towering trees on the earth. And this part of the branches are the relatively fragile parts of the magic tree. If the branch that resists is regarded as an arm, then this one can only be regarded as a hair. Can therefore be chopped off. To be continued. Chapter 3, Killing Low-Level Players. Even if the surface of the magic tree is cut down, it will not cause much damage to the magic tree. However, the magic tree thinks that it has no reason to be cut down here. What makes the magic tree angry is that some of these people one sentence afterwards. Very good, keep this rhythm, although the HP and level are outside the detection range, but it seems that the attack power is not strong, and the possible experience points are very high. As long as you get rid of this. Although I said something later, it was overwhelmed by the noise of other interruptions. Although the magic tree felt that he had hearing, it was a little weird, but his hearing was not as good as the wind, but these guys regard themselves as experience points. Is this game? Was the uncomfortable feeling being probed by the feathered person? Are these people players? Are you a monster? I am a wild monster that is inconvenient to move its nest, and there will be players hunting in the future, and finally he is still alive for some reason. Should I be so lucky? Isn't it just smashing a fish tank? Forget it, I guess I will eat a few more trees to replenish energy in the future, and now I will use some strength to at least survive the moment. Well with a roar from underground while violent, is just a pedestrian injury to the rapid rise up branches around. There have also been a large number of branches sprouting. Wow, have a large number of monsters spawned collectively? Haven't heard of it. A trap was triggered. No, this is the main body, right? The body is awakened? Shouldn't the script be forced to awaken when Ins arrives, when I say nothing? A group of people screamed while hopping around avoiding the branches that kept breaking through the ground. Mashu, does it feel like I heard something super interesting just now? The one who said Ins looks a bit familiar? Be merciful, he needs information about the world. Even so, but the tree can't speak, nor can it be heard by these people, let alone communicate. How can he get information? The ascending branches soon came to an end. The part that was cut off just now was just a tender note on the top of the canopy, and the thick trunk of the magic tree was exposed next. This balance is too bad, right? It's so big. Well, there are hundreds of meters, right? Why do you look calm and analyze? Can't beat it, retreat. Then a large magic circle flashed under everyone's feet. Is it teleporting? Humph. The magic tree fiercely pulled out a fairly thick branch and waved it at everyone. Although the most fleshy shield guard and the Black Knight responded immediately, the results were completely different. Boom. The two of them flew out directly. Watching their flying postures in the air, you can judge that the two of them have fallen apart and are in a state of lifeless death. Then, in the screams of teammates, the magic circle with several people turned into a light and disappeared. Flap, pop. At this time, the bodies of the two fell to the ground. Cut, it's really a meaningless fight. It's a rare opportunity. At least let me do an experiment. The magic tree was in a bad mood and rolled up two corpses with branches, and vigorously threw off the hard equipment that seemed bad for digestion. Throw it into your own mouth and chew. I actually feel that it tastes good, and I don't feel the guilt of cannibalism in my heart. Although I can understand it without breaking down after turning into a tree that is difficult to move, my spirit has also changed. But, this taste didn't last long, and the magic tree felt that there was a sudden wave of magic in his mouth, and his mouth was empty. The corpses are all teleported away. Well, after all, it is not surprising that there is a magical world. Maybe it is a long-distance resurrection. Next, I should find that guy to settle the account. The magic tree casually rolled up a few trees and stuffed it into his mouth to devour, and then tried to make a sound in the way he could think of. Hey, the fairies over there, or elves or dryads, are your words. Can you see it? Get out of me if you hear it. Ah, yes. Because they are both plant races, the dryad understood it, so the dryad rolled over, really rolled over. It seems to be able to communicate, but your posture is messy. The magic tree wanted to complain. My lord, didn't you tell me to get out? Although I said it is incredible that you can understand a completely unrelated language when you are clearly speaking. It seems that it has the appearance of automatic translation. Is it a problem that translation is too literal? The magic tree will be treated like this for the time being, and then he can speak more normally. What's your name? The magic tree asked. Penny Kaeru. Penny Kaeru Ola Perulia, the race name is Duryard. Did you attract those who tried to cut me down? Ah, yes. Why? Although I ate some trees, have I ever taken any action against your race? If anything, it can be solved by a bowing apology. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I can still consider apologizing. In short, take a look at it with a low profile. After all, intelligence is still needed. Ah, if the adults take root here, the world will be destroyed. Penny Kaeru tremblingly said the words that made the magic tree tremble. I admit that I have a big appetite, but I haven't even eaten up this forest. What do you mean by saying that I will destroy the world? Although everyone has not sighed yet, it is helpless to have trees die occasionally, but your planting method is too exaggerated. If this goes on, won't your clan spread all over the world? The whole world is a tree like this, the world it will really be destroyed. The magic tree remembered the fact that he smashed the fruit far away. It was that, did it really grow out if it was smashed casually like that? Now that I understand that it is possible to destroy even my own living environment, I can still do it to the extent that I lower my head and apologize. However, it is a bit awkward to talk to the tree monster that is very small in his eyes, so the magic tree has I want to ask a question first, then I also ask a question, Your Excellency Perulia, are you a fairy born in a tree? Yes. How was it born? Hey? Except for those plants that would behave like animals, as long as the trees have self-consciousness, can they be born naturally? Penny Kaoru tilted her head. At what? The devil tree and the dryad suddenly widened their eyes, and Penny soon realized that the huge tree in front of her could already communicate freely with her as the dryad. It was still a rooted plant, but no tree was born. Demon, this is a little unusual in Penny Kaoru's knowledge. To be continued. Chapter 4, Desire to be Human. But it seems that you are the only tree demon here. The magic tree is a bit suspicious. If this is the case, should there be more tree demon? It's not so easy for a tree to produce self-awareness independently. I also live. I don't know how long I have lived. Although our fairies can influence other trees to give birth to their own clan, you are here, sir. Even if you are born, you will only face checkmate. Desperate, to be honest, I have given up my hope of survival since you showed up, my lord. When she said this, Penny soon smiled more ugly than crying. Although the magic tree wants to complain about itself, besides its size and appetite size, is it really so scary in other aspects? It seems that these places are too big to be really scary, but I am still being complained, and I ask for it in accordance with my own ideas. Then, can I change my job as dryad? It's bad, because the previous battles were a bit gamified, so if I didn't pay attention, I said it was a job change. Penny Kaoru understands it, and the automatic translation is fine. Yes, although I don't know if it will work, but if you let me go, my lord, I can help. Penny Kaoru answered immediately. Why, it sounds like I was threatening her. But she brought in those guys who tried to cut me down. Now even if I threaten her, it's not too much. Of course she would think so. Forget it, the result is good. Just fine. The magic tree thought. It is only natural to hope that there is a human form, after all, he was a human in his previous life. Petunia Kaoru did not seem to read the idea that the magic tree was not going to be released, but continued to say, it is annoying to be eaten here or be invaded by the nutrients of the earth in the future. Alas! Sure enough, there is only one answer. Isn't it? This level is fine. But, there is a relentless request. If you can successfully help you become a clan, I hope to ensure that we will not lose the environment full of delicious water and sunshine. Also, before letting go, it's impossible for a kind of monster to crawl on us at will. Penny Kaoru naturally also has her own selfishness. After all, if she is of the same family, she would not fail to take care of her compatriots. And there is nothing to object to a magic tree that cannot find any flaws. It seems that the environment full of delicious water and sunlight will not be lost. This seems to be as long as the forest is not invaded by foreign creatures and their food intake can be controlled. If the sown fruit does not grow up to compete for the surrounding nutrients, it should be no problem. If you really compete for the nutrients, you will also be troubled. If you become a convenient goblin, you can clean up afterwards. Okay. Then the contract is complete, let's get started. The previous life was a human at least, and having a body like a human still made Masha very impatient. Well, Penny Kaoru touched her hand to the trunk of the magic tree. It's starting, relax, I want to. Wow! Just as she said, Penny Kaoru showed a painful expression and touched her hand like an electric shock. Pulled away. Seeing Petunia Kaoru's painful expression, the magic tree wanted to move it subconsciously, but naturally a tree couldn't move easily. I wondered what was going on. During this period of time, apart from daily eating, fruit-throwing attacks, and branch attacks, I didn't do anything else. In other words, Penny Kaoru seemed to be counterattacked when she encountered what she was about to do. Does it have passive counterattack skills? NS? Special skills, high-level knockback resistance V, attack cannot cause a knockback effect, high-level arrow resistance V, arrow attributes below level 75 are invalid, high-level arrow resistance 4, arrow attribute attack effects, reduced by 60%, food recovery increase, using food to restore HP by 80%, high-level abnormal state invalidation 3, abnormal state below level 60 invalid attack, middle level magic resistance 3, 6th level and below magic the effect is reduced by 60%. Intermediate magic nullification 2, magic attacks below level 40 are invalid, intermediate physical nullification 2, physical attacks below level 40 are invalid. So that group of people was above 40? And the tree demon is less than level 40, is it intended to use a method similar to magic, which is regarded as an attack bounced off? What is your level? Race level, 45, LV15, Power of Nature LV15, Power of Nature LV15, Lord of Nature LV15. Professional level, 30, Guardian LV15, Nature Pioneer LV15. Total level, 75. Is it low? Isn't it level 85, or is it just passing through to another monster of the same type? Wait, it's 200 years later when you reach level 85, maybe you can upgrade during this period. It should be a little bit less difficult to only upgrade to level 10 in 200 years. If you were still suspicious before, then now the magic tree is completely sure that he must have been reincarnated into Overlord. Only this work can classify the grades into this way. In Overlord, one of the DMMORPGs launched in 2126, UU read www.uuganshu.com Yggdrasil, better than other games is its degree of freedom. People and elves, ordinary races represented by dwarves. For example, goblins and orcs are ugly in appearance, but subhumans with higher abilities than ordinary humans. It has monster abilities, but there are also alien species with various shortcomings. There are 420 kinds in total. There are 880 basic and advanced occupations together. Due to conditions, even though there are so many, they can only have about half of the professions. And if you meet the necessary conditions for this profession, it doesn't matter if you have many. Occupation is only up to level 15. If you reach the most advanced level of 100, you must practice at least 7 kinds of occupations. In fact, if you are willing, it is not impossible to have 100 professions or races, and each one can only reach one level to reach level 100. That is to say, if it is not intentional, it is almost impossible to have the same character's data. But this magic tree should be a wild monster. But the thinking ends here. No matter how much I think about it, it seems that I can't get information from God's perspective. After thinking about it for so long, day and night actually alternated directly. I said don't resist. Petunia Kaoru, who has made her own way back painful, almost used the tone of reproach. If the target is weaker than her, it is really a tone of reproach. Well, I'm sorry, let's do it again. The magic tree had to turn off the skill first. Penny Kaoru touched the trunk of the magic tree again. Will the memory flow in? The magic tree was shocked for a moment at the change in his consciousness. Fortunately, Penny Kaoru's memory is nothing particularly worthy of comment. Basically, eat and sleep, sleep and eat, which is probably the case for plants. To be continued. Chapter 5, Golden Leprechaun's Birthday. The useful basic information obtained from Penny Kaoru is not without, such as how the world has generally changed in the era of the 6 gods and the King of 8 desires. There is also information about the basic geographical environment and the changes in the division of various ethnic forces during the existence of Penny Kaoru in the top forest and the surrounding area. Your own memory will not be spied on, right? I didn't feel the uncomfortable feeling when the detection was launched, so I shouldn't. It doesn't matter if I think so. During this period of time, the sky in reality is constantly switching between day and night. Why does the reception of external information seem to be disturbed? It has become blurred. In short, make sure that all other passive special skills that do not interfere with Penny Kaoru are turned on, so as not to be accidentally injured when they are attacked. Will those people give up like this? If you are really at the same point in time as the information you have received, you can indeed live for 200 years. But since there is a butterfly effect that occurs immediately after a crossing event, it is not easy to rely on those known futures. Can you avoid being killed? It's better to recall what is worth considering. Wake up, get up. It feels like the body is being shaken vigorously, which is impossible for the magic tree. How big is it to shake a magic tree for hundreds of meters? When the tree fairy was first born, it was the time for the monsters to attack. Get up, well, if the body is so big and aggressive, it should be fine. The moment when 4 eyes meet. Wow, X2. Penny Kaoru, scared the fairy, what happened suddenly? Demon Tree Fairy, it seemed that the little fairy suddenly became as big as himself. It would be scary to look at it, right? But it's really not a scary time. Although things seem to be going well, the process and results are different from what you imagined. There is no mirror here, but I still know that I am naked, so I don't feel ashamed when Penixun looks at it. Is this also the result of the spiritual change of the tree demon? The most urgent thing is to confirm the on-site situation. Before checking the internal state of oneself, the most concerned is naturally the external state. Who is the fairy who came out to sit on top of my body during this period of time when I didn't know it? He came as a guest. The tree fairy pointed to the other tree fairy who is sitting on the tree canopy of his own body. The most obvious difference between the appearance of that dryad and Petunia Kaoru is that it has grass and no flowers on its head. No, that's a dryad made from the plant that grew on you, your race name. I forgot to ask. Penny Kaoru explained. A second one came out so soon. Well, it's really fast, but after almost 1000 days and nights, the 2 of you are born. Although I was a bit shocked by the fact that it seemed that almost 3 years had passed, I just ignored it because of my body feeling. The demon tree demon intends to check the internal state. This is a world where the weak and the strong. Although the level of the demon tree is very high, it is absolutely no match for any full-level player. Fate. Xie hasn't been born yet in this era. There have been changes in the class level and race level, not because of the newly obtained race and class upgrade, but separated or directly covered. Race level, 45, Power of Nature LV10, Power of High Level Nature LV10, Lord of Nature LV10, Tree Fairy LV10, Forest Goddess LV5. Professional level, 30, Forest Priest LV10, Senior Forest Priest LV3, Nature Pioneer LV10, Commander LV1, Craftsman LV4, Expert LV2. Of course, if you think about it carefully, how could it be so easy to upgrade? Wait, pause for a moment, Forest Goddess LV5? In other words, is it a girl? Obviously there is no additional weight on the chest. The tree demon touched the top and the bottom without a lot of control, and it turned out that there was nothing, no matter whether it was male or female. It was almost like this after seeing Penny Kaoru, except that the hair and the very tender voice were simple. The circles of leaves around the body resemble a skirt style, which makes people believe that they are girls. In summary, although it was unexpected when it comes to Dryad, Tree Fairy, there seems to be no gender distinction. How did this race reproduce? But this should be considered hermaphrodite. Anyway, I reorganize my memory, my previous life is. Sure enough, I still can't remember my gender. Obviously, many of my usual experiences and memories are still very vivid. No, it's strange. There are places that should be vivid, but the defects are very serious. It seems that there is only the memory of studying and living at home and part-time working hours. There is a full set of knowledge. Reading novels and reading the memory of filming and playing games is also counted. Thanks to this, we can have some information about the world. Can you even have no impression of the face, personality, etc. of teachers, classmates, and colleagues, or even any memories of going out and social interaction? Impossible. The previous life is definitely not a neat. Ordinary people may panic when encountering this situation, but will they collapse in serious cases? I don't know if it has anything to do with the racial traits, but it didn't take long for the tree demon to forget about the matter. There is no undead's ability to force not to panic. That's it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This is mainly because the tree monster is a race with no concept of time, because the time is long, and as long as there is sufficient sunlight and nutrients, it is enough, so as long as the problem is not threatening to survival, it can probably be solved and forgotten by time. This way. Touch the part below the neck after you have fumbled. Although there is no mirror, the hand feels pretty good on the face. There is a small flower on the head, and then the hair. It feels like waist-long curly hair. The Dryad moved forward and let his hair cover the front of his body. Blonde? Shouldn't the tree demon have green hair? I haven't seen other types of Dryads, so I don't know much. From what I know, the appearance and internals of Dryads are related to the consciousness of plant enlightenment. Penny Soon explained, touching his chin. The tree demon didn't answer, but his heart throbbed. Isn't it because I've been spitting out Overlord during this period of time? There are too many blonde hairs in Overlord? Do I look like what I want to be? But it shouldn't be the type that I don't like when I feel it is judged by the feel of my sculpture in the past, but let's just ask. Can I change the appearance? Penny Kaoru, there is no precedent in my knowledge. The tree demon discovered that he was a hermaphroditic creature, and his appearance seemed to be affected by his own consciousness but could not be replaced after the evolution was completed, so he simply put it down in his heart. Only for a moment, the tree demon was a little puzzled. Generally speaking, it should be more brooding, but this may be due to a spiritual change. Considering that the Gu Aotian in the original Overlord also has his own bones and bodies. There is nothing unaccustomed to, and there is no response to seeing human beings being slaughtered. That should be the case. To be continued. Chapter 6, Fairy Skills and Magic. And now, compared to the external, the most important thing to pay attention to is the internal. Another thing to be concerned about is the three newly acquired professions of Commander LV1, Craftsman LV4, and Expert LV2. Commander LV1 is probably a derivative of Forest Goddess LV5. Maybe it's not surprising that God can lead. But the tree demon doesn't have much confidence in his own leadership ability, the latter two, Craftsman LV4, Expert LV2. According to Penny Kaoru said before, the tree demon's external and internal are related to the consciousness of plant enlightenment. This is related, the knowledge required by these professions is very important, and these knowledge tree demon still retains a corresponding part of the memory, so it should be possible to reproduce it. Next, I have to check the skills. Special skills, high-level arrow resistance V, arrow attribute attacks below level 75 are invalid, middle-level arrow resistance 4, Arrow attribute attack effect is reduced by 40%, food recovery increase 4, the efficiency of using food to restore HP increased by 80%, high-level anomalous state invalidation 3, abnormal state attacks below level 60 are invalid, middle-level magic resistance 3, magic effects below the 6th level are reduced by 60%, middle-level magic invalidation 2. Level 40 and below invalid magic attack, intermediate physical invalidation 2, physical attack below level 40 is invalid, creation monster 2, can create 20 monsters of any plant race, level 30, and 10 monsters of level 60. They will not disappear automatically, but cannot continue to create after reaching the maximum number of 30. The special skill has been increased by 1 and decreased by 1, but the magic is better. According to the rules of Yggdrasil, monsters can automatically comprehend skills and magic even if they don't increase the skill card slots like players did during the upgrade process. There was no such cheating rule in this world. Defeating the dragons and launching the world-class props 5 Elements Rebellion has revised the world law, the rank magic rises, and the dragon's origin magic becomes difficult to activate, so that other races other than the dragons have a chance to rise. It should be said that most races in the world, as long as they are more prosperous than the dragons ruled the world, should be grateful to the 8 desires. At least now, the Devil Tree Demon is very grateful to the 8 desires. Although the amount of magic used by the official monsters in Yggdrasil varies according to the level and type of the monster, it is generally about 8, but the number of magic that can be used by high-level monsters is not in the general list, even if it is the main one. A warrior monster can also hold 15 to 20 magics. This is the information that the tree demon has read novels in her previous life, and now she has understood the amount of magic to confirm its correctness. The magic that she can use ranges from the 2nd to the 10th ranks of more than 20 magics, which is based on the priest. Memory operation modify memory. The effect of the game is to force an object to be given any negative state, and the actual effect is to retrieve and modify the memory of the object. Sensor enemy. Scan the hostile target in the field of view and indicate the level. Invisibility. Invisibility effect. Silence. Silence. Eliminate sounds centered on oneself in a certain range. Perfect unknowable, completely shielding oneself from detection in any way. Group full race control mass terminate species, manipulate all race targets within the operation area. Group all race capture mass hold species, all racial targets within the fixed body surgery area. Mass charm species, all racial targets within the range of the confusing operation area. Create middle item. Use magic to create mid-level items or equipment. The creation has magical properties, but does not have additional magic effects, and has lower durability than the same level items and equipment made with regular materials. Create fortress. Create a fortress with a height of about 30 m. The layout depends on the terrain and the caster. Only the caster has the right to open it. The permissions cannot be transferred. If the durability is not exhausted after 12 hours, it disappears automatically, and it is limited by the wood fortress when it is cast. Field of force. Field of force. All attribute resistance shields for all within the scope of the operation. Higher level full power enhancement. Greater full potential. Full power value increased by 500. The maximum value of gold for general players is 1500. Blush off Titania. Summon the Fairy Queen. The ability of the Fairy Queen is to guide avoiding dangerous areas. Bind off Liana. Summon a large number of plants in the operation area or use the plants in the operation area to entangle all targets in the area, and use the existing plants to save MP consumption. Summon an 8th tier monster. Summon monsters 8th. Just as its name summons an 8th tier monster, when the tree demon is cast, it is limited to plant monsters. Life Frenzy. All targets within the operation area will consume 80% of the HP limit as the cost, all attribute parameters will be increased by 200%, and the non-dead will automatically die after 5 minutes. Rebirth. Resurrect a dead object. The actual conditions require that the body is more than 70% complete and the object has not given up the desire for life. After the resurrection in the game era, the level of the object drops, but the cost in reality is to consume a lot of vitality. Heal, restore a target's HP 400 points and eliminate normal abnormal conditions. Mass heavy, restore HP 300 points for all targets within the operation area. Message, contact magic. Sliant magic, cast additional effects of low-level magic. Non-singing magic does not require any preparation actions, and the highest level of magic that can be non-singing is the second level. Magic effect range expansion widen magic, the additional effect of casting range magic. UU reading www.uugonshu.com MP consumption increases by 50%, increasing the casting range of magic. Maximize magic, the additional effect of casting magic. MP consumption increases by 50%, greatly increasing the effect of magic on the target. Double magic, both hands cast magic at the same time, that is, two magics can be cast at once, but only the same type of magic can be cast at the same time. Compared to players, it's really bad. If you are a player of the same level, you should have more than 200 skills and spells now, but as a traversal cost, monsters that are destined to be used as experience points and drop treasures by players can't be extravagant. Gu Aotian enchanted as magic and possessed more than 700 magics. Not only was the magic powerful, but also the magic that could become a warrior. This game is too unbalanced. Since it is unbalanced, why doesn't he have an attack magic or attack skill? At present, most of them are range skills, and MP is wasted in heads up. Obviously the last four, if combined with powerful attack magic, it will destroy the world. Besides, isn't it super dangerous for the tree monster's body to be close behind with such a configuration? It is completely positioned as an auxiliary role. Well, but there should be enough combat power, right? You can live a good life without seeking to dominate the world or being targeted by a big boss. Then, next after the tree demon groped himself, he stood up and reconfirmed that his height seems to be only the level of an 11-year-old child. I have to do some ability experiments. I have never used it before, but before that, it would be better to find some clothes to wear. To be continued. Chapter 7, Crunpeth, I didn't go to the wrong set, right? In order to find a set of clothes to cover the body, the tree demon turned a lot of equipment that had been stripped off before eating people. Players must have space props, the infinite backpack, but it also dropped, which is really nice. But this is not true to its name. The load that a backpack can hold is only 500 kilograms. After counting, there are actually 5 infinite backpacks in addition to the equipment on the body. After trying out the equipment of the two of them, the tree demon searched one by one in the backpacks, and then, a little angry. Isn't it? These two dead men's equipment burst out, including the items in the space backpack, does not have a piece of clothing that I can equip. According to the rules of Yggdrasil, there is no designated class to equip the equipment corresponding to the class. Now the main class of the tree demon is the priest, and the two dead are the knight and the shield guard, so the equipment is almost completely unsuitable. The place. Generally speaking, according to the laws of physics, the equipment will not fall as long as it is put on, but now forcibly pressing the equipment on the body is like pressing the magnets at the same level. Only then I feel that the rules of the game are somewhat in the way. It is amazing that the equipment of the two swords is completely okay. Let's study this later. What is needed now is clothes. In the end, only boots, gloves, and all kinds of rings, jewelry, infinite backpacks, and small satchels can be worn, but these don't cover the body. Forget it, I have to test my skills anyway. The tree demon looked a bit self-defeating and covered his face. Excuse me, do you need me to help you make clothes out of leaves? This time Penny Kaoru took the initiative to ask. Wait a minute, I'm going to try to use the plants that my skills summon. Create Monster 2 to activate, Create Monster 2 to activate, and Create Monster 2 to activate. Wow, it's so big, can such a terrible plant really be used as a material for clothes? Penny Kaoru, who is less than 20, was directly emitted by a 3-body level 60 plant-type mimicry that was summoned continuously. The breath was frightened. The mimetic monster in Yggdrasil is not a strange monster. It can change into various forms according to the environment, and even the form of props and organs can lure others into being fooled. Then it can be done in the form of equipment. Also, where Ms. Nigzuan, Big, told me to be really super twisted, can you change it? But, sir, you haven't told me neither the race name nor the individual name. Penny Kaoru felt aggrieved, but she did not dare to ask in front of the absolute high. Ah, this is my fault. But when Penny Kaoru said, the embarrassing thing is naturally the newly born tree demon. But, what is it called? My memory of my previous life is so incomplete, how come I don't even have an impression of my name and gender? However, did you live your own life in the previous life? This smoothness is probably because I am too lazy to choose. I only need an adult to set it up, and I only need to spend my brain on how to complete the task. This way, there is still a little extra time to do what I like. So, why do you want to create something so troublesome and unaccustomed to yourself? Isn't it enough to be honest and practical with what others have set? Anyway, the right of name and portrait between different worlds will not be interoperable, otherwise, how can the same body in different time and space be embarrassed? I can't think of how to direct the mimicry to turn into clothes, then launch the 10th level magic modify memory. Wow, dangerous, and consume MP so fast. This is a test. For the first time, the change from the 10th level magic to the mimicry was almost out of control, but in reality, it took less than half a minute. The tree demon has the red and blue with the star-striped dress and pantyhose, and puts a purple hat with stars on his head to cover the small flowers on his head, so that he can be seen. It's a fairy monster. Probably you won't be able to recognize it as a tree demon without using high-level detection magic, because the general detection magic will be invalidated due to poor level and special skill resistance. Penny Kaoru, when you communicate with those people, do you classify existences like me into what? It is said that multiple evil monsters do appear on the mainland, and they are said to be the devil god by the people of the mainland. Then, although I haven't done anything yet, let's just consider it like this, that is, I am the strongest goblin monster that has brought disasters. The tree demon Hula turned around and did it like a show. With a cute expression, in the previous life, this will only be regarded as a secondary disease or mental illness. Only in another world can I dare to let myself go. Then please remember, the goblin from Hell Crow. I originally intended to say Clown Peace, the fairy of Gensokyo, but I thought that the world of automatic translation of this language would not be translated into clown as it is. Read www.yuyugonshu.com. Just make a fool of yourself. However, this hesitation is enough, Claw. Clon peace lampas, very good, not bad. Too long, you can be kind if you want to show respect. It would be nice to call it Pix. If Penny Kaoru thought it was Crow Embassy planned to insist that it was a tongue bite in the first half. I hope that the reason why others call peace is naturally that the word clown means clown, so as long as the second half is no problem. Unexpectedly, Petunia Kaoru paid attention to this aspect, and started to pray in front of her face. Sure enough. Is Lord Clown Pith Rampads a vicious existence? God, I gave in and surrendered. Is it right? Hey, what's your reaction? Crown Pith was speechless at his reaction to the performance, and she lowered her head and pulled her American flag costume. It's so cute. Such a terrible dress is said to be cute. As expected, you are. Penny Kaoru's words that Crow and Pess don't want to hear anymore. It's time to explain herself. Forget it, I remember the aesthetics of this world seems to be crooked at first. After all, even the Sage King is so cute. Hamsters are all said to be brutal monsters. What Kronpies doesn't know is that red, blue, purple, and white are recognized as poisonous colors in the forest race. Many poisonous monsters and plants also have a mixture of these colors. When they encounter it, there are elimination and avoidance. There are two options, and in the green and earth-colored jungle, as a fairy-type monster that is physically weak, using such a high contrast color to show itself is a mockery of other people's attention, isn't it? To be continued. Chapter 8, Human Supremacy, Slian State. You must know that Penny Kaoru usually uses leaves to make clothes, which is conducive to concealment, although Penny Kaoru will invisibility a type of illusion magic, but the magic power of others is not unlimited. In other words, isn't Clonpiece dressing up to deliberately proclaim that he is a devil and let other forest dwellers avoid her or challenge her? Therefore, Penny Kaoru is talking from the bottom of his heart. It's just that Crownpith realized this after the so-called devil god was wiped out by players who traveled through this era for several years. Next, let's start other experiments. Let's call down the little fairy above my head first. After all, there is a distance of several hundred meters. Even if the tree demon under the tree said so much with his mouth, it is impossible to hear it from the tree crown, so there is no movement above. So many things have happened. After such a long time, it is time to bring the huge canopy back into the ground. Although it can be fully expanded to bathe in more sunlight, the increased consumption of nutrients is more than it can be obtained. The main purpose of raising the canopy and trunk is to fight and eat a lot directly. Thinking about it, the person who ate it in his mouth felt delicious at that time. I really wanted to try it again. Considering the other troubles caused by this, I could use other meat instead. It seems leisurely, but there seems to be a lot of things that need to be done. Looking back now, those guys who were defeated seem to be part of the 13 heroes who participated in the Demon War. Will they be targeted later? Level 75, it's just okay to deal with enemies of the same level last time, but if the slain state and even the review state take action, then the current Crunpith probably only has to escape. At the southern end of the top forest, separated by a plain, there is a country that has a relatively long history as a human country. Slian Church, a country that believes in 6 great gods and a strong religious atmosphere, advocates the unity of all mankind and the elimination of other demi-humans and alien races. In the deepest part of the Slian state, few people are allowed to enter this sacred and inviolable room. First of all, he is the highest-ranking person in the Sri Lankan state, the highest priest. Then there are the 6 chief priests who are the 6 deities, the highest officials of the 6 denominations, the chief of fire, the chief of water, the chief of wind, the chief of earth, the chief of light, and the chief of dark. The chief of justice, legislator, chief executive of the country, as well as the chiefs of research institutes who handle magic development and other matters, and the chief marshal of military institutions. This rally, composed of a total of 12 members, is the highest executive body of the state. They walked into the room in unison, and started cleaning the room with the cleaning equipment in their hands. Some people use clasps to remove dust, some are responsible for dry wipes, some are responsible for wet wipes, and some use magic props to remove dust. They move cleanly and clean the room skillfully. Although these people stand at the apex of the Slian Church with a population of more than 10 million people, no one is lazy, sweating profusely, allowing dust to stain their clean and beautiful robes, and they have been cleaning until they leave no dirt. It is only such a person that can be selected for the position of this apex. After the room was cleaned, the room that was already clean is now brighter and cleaner. Everyone did not wipe off the sweat on their foreheads, lined up in a row, and bowed deeply to the 6 statues standing in front of the room, as if watching the crowd. Thank God for allowing us to survive today. Following the highest priest, all members sang uniformly, "Thank God." The 6 gods suspected to have descended in another world 600 years ago. The 6 Yggdrasil players rescued the humans of the different world from the predators and established the state of religion. Later, 5 of them were suspected to have died at the end of their lives, and 1 of them remained. Surshanna, god of death, died in battle against the king of 8 desires. The 6 great gods have left a lot of heritage for human beings in another world, and even passed down the descendants of their blood gods. Therefore, the Sri Lankan state has the strongest national power in the human kingdom, and it also allows them to continue to maintain the human beings. This weak race has a peaceful place in the world to live in. Therefore, as human beings, they must have the 6 great gods. Feeling of gratitude. After cleaning, they use cleaning magic to clean themselves. It is the most convenient to clean the room directly with cleaning magic, but this kind of lazy behavior is considered disrespect to God. Among them, there is no unbeliever who can do this kind of thing. After all the staff are clean, they sit down at the round table. That's right, it's a round table meeting. Everyone sitting at this table is equal here. Help each other regardless of top and bottom, all of them are their own. Yes, for the prosperity of mankind. Then the meeting will begin now. A priest who was the master of ceremonies spoke. The first topic, UU reading www.uuganshu.com, is about the aftermath of the Devil's War that has come to an end. In this world, every 100 years, there will be a wave of game traversers coming to this world with the ability to set the game characters. People in this world naturally don't know what the is video games. However, some of these nouns, such as player and monster, and a small number of existences such as the highest level of the Slian state that is the closest to the 6 gods, can still be known. Because most of these objects are very powerful, they will bring great shock to the world, so these events are also called 100-year aftershocks. The war caused by an incident like this cannot but let the slang state pay the most attention. Not only players but also monsters came through this time. The players are weak enough, and they have exercised for a long time with the help of some indigenous strong people before they can use them. But thanks to this, these people are more obedient. Sure enough, if I knew the current situation a long time ago, I should be more actively involved in the war instead of assisting on the side, right? Someone said. What are these words? Didn't someone put forward an opinion at the time? There is too much risk of a direct conflict with the 100 years aftershocks. Should we retain our strength for observation first? However, I didn't expect that most of them were defeated by them. Everyone nodded. The game monsters known as devil gods, although they look very strong, are sloppy and strong. Most of them are at the level of untrained elder-level dragons. The Slian state only needs to hold a few big ceremonies to start the first. If the 7th level or even the 8th level magic summons high-level angels, these monsters can also be defeated. The problem is that because the Slian church retains its strength, the performance of those players has become a lot better in the eyes of the people. To be continued. Chapter 9, The Glorious Meeting that Determines the Destiny of Mankind. The activeness of the players allows the slang state to retain its strength, which is good, but the problem is that most of those players are not human races. If it is publicized, wouldn't it destroy the prestige of human beings? This is intolerable to the supremacist Slian state. Okay, it's better than regretting this. Is it possible to start to remedy the plan of propagating 13 of our fellow heroes and splitting members of other races? This task is left to the Shuiming Sacred Code. Well, they are the only ones who have the surplus and ability to perform this task. 6-Color Sacred Code, a special intelligence unit directly under the priesthood of the country. Shuiming Sacred Code is one of them. In addition, there are sacred books of sunshine, sacred books of wind and flowers, sacred books of extinguishing fire, and sacred books of pitch black. However, the forementioned later have all gone to perform other tasks, and there is no time to spare, and there can be no intelligence forces left in the country. So I chose the Shuiming Sacred Code. As a result, only the 13 heroes will be promoted in later generations, and their strength is not top-notch enough to guard everything, and the ending is determined by this. Then everyone, let's move on to the next topic. The highest priest said. The next issue is related to the tasks that other troops of the 6 colors scriptures are performing. First of all, the changes in the Destroy Dragon King entrenched in the top forest. I will show you this report. Destroy Dragon King refers to the current crown pith. Dragon King is not necessarily the abbreviation of Dragon King, but can also be a title of any powerful existence outside of specifications. The real Dragon King in this world will be able to start the source of magic, but Krunpith will certainly not, so it is fake. So it's very weird. There are also various divisions of real Dragon Kings, fake Dragon Kings, and real and fake Dragon Kings. Taking into account the speed and range of the magic tree throwing fruits, and the monsters living in the forest, we must be safe and try not to destroy the ecology. Ecological balance is really important, otherwise the Slian kingdom can easily clean up everything in the human kingdom. Considering the threat to human beings, the two scriptures cooperated with the use of magic that would not be easily noticed by the fluctuation of magical power to monitor outside the range. But Crown Pith, who hadn't had any countermeasures, naturally couldn't detect it. The original teaching country had better surveillance props and magic, and it was no problem to use it in the country. Unfortunately, this generation does not seem to be worthy of adaptability. If you use the 8th level detection magic, you should be able to easily monitor it in your country. However, this is a magic that inevitably uses the secret treasure to perform a large ceremony and has the effect of the caster's blood spray. It cannot be easily used. At least it must be determined that there may be an existence of the same level as the 6 gods in the opponent before it can be used. So it's better to use classical surveillance methods carefully. It turned out that the monster that was too strong was left alone. The tree is not easy to move anyway. After the demon god war was fought for almost 3 years, the magic tree actually gave birth to the fairy tree. After everyone read the report, some people showed incredible expressions. Because the race is a plant, it is acceptable to give birth to a tree fairy, but what is it behind? Where to build the city? Or use magic to create the city in an instant? Does she want to build her own power? But then I dismantled it by myself, and made statues and handicrafts with waste materials. What's the trouble? Are you planning to establish a new Thulhu? Don't rush to question, turn to the back and follow up. What? Isn't it a city made from the earth and wood in the forest, but made with magical energy? Although there is magic to create objects, can you create a city? Can it be done even with a demon? Although Krunpith has experimented with other magic and skills, the external effects are nothing special. You may not feel it if you just observe the visual inspection without personally experiencing it, so although other suspected auxiliary magics are also mentioned in the report, compared to the magic of creating cities out of thin air, other things don't care much. I'm afraid this is the magic of the gods, 10th level magic? If it is indeed that. Now the religious nation cannot use this high-level magic, up to the 8th level, and it is necessary to use the 8th level to perform a large ceremony, and it is also a spray of blood once. Gods coming. By the way, the Dryad is a close race of the Forest Elves, and the Forest Elves are our ally. And what is this? When you sleep, you will use magic to make a bedding. Use props to create this powerful magic and do this. It's too wasteful, it's too wasteful. However, it has similar habits with the player. It should be of the same origin as the player. Then, do we still plan to use the review country to crusade against the destroyed Dragon King? Or else, the destroyed Dragon King is different from the true Dragon King, and the true artifact can work. How about using Alluring City on her? This is a good trick, but considering the range of the destroyer Dragon King, the uneasy factor is too great. It's not possible to use the body. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com, but it's okay to use the fairy. Now that there is a Dryad, the Dryad will not stay in place forever. Let the Windflower and Darkness cooperate to find an opportunity. Too dangerous, too dangerous. Among the plant monsters we know, the range of the plant itself and the Dryad are not much different. That's because of the volume. In the final analysis, it is still lack of intelligence. The real artifact, that is, the world-class props, cannot afford to pay for it at all. In the end, the highest priest made a decision: in short, continue to monitor. Now that we have evolved a close race of our allies and have the possibility of being homologous to the player, maybe we will not take the initiative to oppose us for the time being. Then, the priest of the earth. Long, what is the condition of the monster statue that is suspected to have arrived with the player? In the middle of the plain between Slian Church and the top forest, a stone statue of Warcraft appeared at the same time as the devil god. If the people on Earth and the Chinese would probably see it a bit like a stone lion placed on both sides of the gate of the house. Including the base, the stone lion spit out water, and over the years it has formed a large beach, a small lake with a radius of tens of meters. Well, the current information about the trigger method and combat power of the stone statue mechanism is, when entering the waters, both feet are off the ground, slower than an ordinary person walking slowly, and splashing water will activate the stone statues. It will activate all activities in the waters. The objects were cleaned up. Based on current observations, the difficulty is estimated to be over 250. You said this is a fact. If you have believed in the observation records of the sunshine and fire extinguishing scriptures that are good at fighting large-scale battles. The difficulty index is a reference standard for measuring strength. By the way, the average human hero, excluding players, can defeat 100. To be continued. Chapter 10, Clown Pith's Level Breakthrough. This, isn't a dangerous end? Shouldn't it be fortunate that it's just a stationary organization, not an army or a monster that can move freely? Someone confirmed to the colleague who burst target 250. However, because the object is only an organ, not a living thing, the world-class prop allure, which has the effect of unconditionally charm any enemy at close range, cannot work. Oh, if only the real artifact can directly control any object without restriction. An old man sighed, but he was immediately angry. It's really disrespectful. The gods gave up our lives for sheltering us and mankind, and you actually expressed dissatisfaction with the secret treasures left by the gods. Are you going to make an inch? It's rude. The old man who spoke deeply bowed his head and apologized. Speak carefully. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Now we are discussing stone statues. Fortunately, the restricted terrain and soil quality have stopped the expansion of the water area. What we can do now is to delimit it as a forbidden zone. Alas, if it's a god. It would be nice if the bloodline can be more exciting in this era. The others also sighed a little. The gods are the descendants of the players. In the Silian kingdom, the 6 gods are naturally the bloodlines of the 6 gods. The 6 gods are all 100-level players. If the offspring can fully stimulate their abilities, the level increase is very simple. Coupled with the equipment left by the 6 great gods, the strength is even stronger, but not all generations have people who can quickly upgrade their level. It's just that the blood of this generation of gods is not so strong, and these big men have nothing to do except encourage multiple births and more childbirth, eugenics, and better childbirth. Then, this is the end of the issue of this 100-year aftershock, and the next issue is the major issue of establishing a new country in the mainland. The church country hopes to establish several new countries in the area where humans live. A country that sits firmly in the richest place is the center. A safe and fertile land should be able to nurture many people, among which many outstanding talents will emerge and nurture confrontation. Braves of different races. After all, we can't hope that the 100-year aftershocks will bring players who will help us. For our own prosperity, human beings must be self-reliant and work hard. Top Forest. Krunpasi used magic to create a fortress by adding various brain drawings and even imagined renderings. Although it does bring some changes to the style, the overall strength does not seem to change much because of this. Then use other magic to try to further strengthen or destroy. The latter is a bit distressed, because Krunpith has no attack magic. Fortunately, if you find that dual magic creates 2 at the same time, the overlapping area will disintegrate and collapse. Moreover, the binding magic use is the most enhanced and the amount of MP injected increases, which can also cause squeeze damage, but perhaps it is still not as straightforward. Attack magic. There are currently only 2 ultra-long-range attack methods. One is the fruit throwing of the magic tree itself, and the other is the fairy creating props and throwing them vigorously. Originally, if Krunpasi thought that she could create weapons, could she imitate Infinite Sword System or Treasure of the King or something, but I was very fond of thinking that it takes an average of 1.5 seconds to produce 1 or 2, and it can't be launched automatically. It's okay to alternately create with 2 hands and throw it out, but the rate of fire and range are not as good as those 2. If the effects and scope of Bindofliana are all expanded, a large number of weapons are manufactured in advance, and then these plants are manipulated to help throw them out. It can indeed have an effect like Infinite Sword System or Treasure of the King. Just such preparations, the time and MP consumed and the damage caused by the attack are completely irrelevant. As expected, being smart is meaningless. In addition, whenever a fortress is destroyed, if the surrounding waste has not disappeared, Krunpith will use it to practice artistic processing. Is trying to make sure that only killing monsters can increase the level. It's very convenient to do this now. For a level 75 body, you can just use your nails to pick up some materials that are not strong enough to achieve the effect of all kinds of tools in the previous life. Tools can be practiced. This result is also confirmed. In 10 years, Craftsman LV4 was upgraded to Craftsman LV6 during the period. According to his own ideas, he constantly and subjectively made various styles and designs of the fortress and also produced results. So far, he has obtained Lord of the Castle LV3. The total level has been increased to LV80, and the 8th level magic hold-off flora is obtained according to the magical level increase and the automatic comprehension skill rule. Is it about 5 levels to get a skill or magic? After, it stopped. It seems that I have to try to make more advanced items or other things, but I don't have any other materials on hand. What's more, Krunpith doesn't know what else he can do. Making magic accessories or building cities. Sorry, Krunpisi has no relevant knowledge at all. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com asked Penny Kaoru, who was the only one who had a little knowledge, and was at a loss. Building cities is even more nonsense. So since you can grab a weapon, can you get the level of a fighter by practicing swinging it? Krunpith wore the nutrition rings crowed from the 13 Heroes, effect, no need to sleep and eat, no fatigue, clutching the dark magic sword, and wielding it at a continuous rate of every 3 seconds for a year, no effect. Thanks to the difference in the mental structure of the tree demon from humans, if you are a human, even if you equip it with items that don't require sleep, food, and don't get tired, you should be tired of continuous swings like this. Hey, am I not talented? I still have to obtain combat-related professional levels. Sure enough, do I have to earn experience points by fighting and killing monsters? Seeing another round of sunrise, I understand that just trying to upgrade in the dark is just a waste. The times Krunpith thrust his sword into the ground a little unwillingly. Just killing is not enough. You have to fight seriously. The reason for this conclusion is that I tried to summon a monster to stand and kill myself for nothing. After repeating it many times, I didn't feel anything. It's better to say that this is like reality. The same goes for me. Another new tree monster also thrust the sword into the ground, but it didn't insert it because of insufficient power, and the sword fell to the ground with a beating. This dryad has been doing some things with Krunpith from the very beginning. Although there is no other progress except for the increase in magic proficiency and the total HP and MP of some spirit and illusion systems. No, this is a native tree monster, this is actually very good progress. Although there is no need to stretch, Krunpith did it again and said, I can't wait to stay here. The outside world will have to be explored sooner or later. It's almost time to gone. To be continued. Chapter 11, Handmade Observation Diary. Originally, Crown Pith was a little bit worried about the 13 heroes coming to retaliate, so keep the tree monster and the main body together at the best state where they can work together at any time. But it has been 10 years, and there is still no movement. Are you planning to leave it alone? Even if the Platinum Dragon King, who was mixed up with the 13 heroes, controlled an empty armor to kill him, he might have to escape for his life. Krunpasi also exhausted the use of the special skill creating monsters too, and summoned some plant mimics and other very small plant monsters with a level matching the skill itself to be placed around as traps. Arranged in the surrounding jungle, waiting for players and co-workers who think they are prey to come, but are they all in vain? Obviously, I have checked that the fruits on the periphery have been dealt with by well-equipped mysterious troops. It is not the 13 heroes group, but is it simply dealing with threats outside the forest? In short, since the improvement that can be expected by staying here no longer exists, Krunpasi still wants to leave the forest to take a look. Krunpasi looked around. There were no naturally growing trees in the surrounding area for tens of meters. It was either affected by the experimental magic or squeezed out by other summoned plants. There are also many props and fortresses. The marks left by the destruction make the ground uneven. However, in order to respect the trees that fell because of their own reasons, those Krunpais made a lot of things using these trees as materials for handicraft practice. Well preserved, there are several hills piled up in different categories, and many of them are even colored. Coloring is not difficult, because there is plenty of time and considerable experiments have been done. This is also an element of the craftsman's level promotion, so it is quite serious. Magic Bindofliana can use existing plants to generate various vines, and it is great the colored plants that are basically needed in the places explored in the forest have been found. The next step is to experiment with how to make them into vines, and how to make the sap to be coated like natural rubber. I don't remember how many times I have failed. How many failed vines are discarded as fertilizer for myself and other summoning plants? I don't want to count them. If they are tested by ordinary people, this experiment will probably last for decades, but these plants relying on Krunpasi's magic, they all produce a year's worth in a few seconds, so it didn't actually take too much time to get at least the natural pigments that can be used. It's okay to summon a small section of vines and cut a mouth as a fountain pen. Although I thought about making fabrics from plants and then studying dyeing and weaving, there is no need for clothes now. So it was not implemented. In the process of doing the above-mentioned things, Crown Pith even experienced the joy of getting a child several times. No, to be precise, it is the feeling that the characters you made, not created, come to life. Generally speaking, if the characters in statues or paintings move, they will scare people away. Of course, it is not ruled out that they will be excited and curious to see people. However, since reincarnated into the fantasy creatures in the fantasy world, it is justified to watch the works I made come back to life with enthusiasm. It is not that the painting ability of Krunpasi has been improved to the extent that the characters in the work can come alive, but for other reasons. Everyone who lived seems to come out at the time when Krunpasi is outside the range of his body. While doing all kinds of things, Krunpasi made an ecological observation diary based on his body's perception, because his grasp of time is a bit vague, and the date is unclear, but there is no way. I've been in this world for 5 years. I tried to breed dryads like Penny Kaoru to guide the plants I summoned. To be honest, I was a bit resisted because I saw Penny Kaoru at that time. My memory is gone, what should I do in front of my child? So, am I also Penny Kaoru's child? No, no. After a year, she came out and succeeded, but I was not nearby at the time. It was a shame not to be able to witness it, but how could it look like a black, long, and straight Oriental girl, because my memory of my previous life is Chinese. But she turned into clothes and put them on by herself. It was very important to write them twice, but isn't that the star Saphia of March of the East? How to do it arrived. Although I really want to rush to hug, but let's observe again. Sometimes Star would go to Penny Sun's body and talk to her. Judging from what they are doing traps and preparing to deal with foreign enemies at any time. They are very motivated, yes, but it's all when I leave the body. I only came out when I was nearby. Why? I didn't carry it up in a surprise attack. Continue to observe. It has been more than 2 years since the birth of the first level 60 fairy star. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is 1 year away from the most recent birth of the level 60 fairy Cerno, and the level 30 fairy has reached the 3rd level. 3 of them have been born so far. I thought that I should just go and say hello by observing the first star, but I was so shocked that I didn't know what the greeting would be, so I haven't done it all the time. The fairies in Gensokyo come out. Will my hello make them change their minds and stop proliferating? Because of the Dryad's time concept, Crown Pith's observation diary has continued, and the idea of saying hello by the way to hug these living bodies is also delayed. But let's talk about it. Are you going to leave? The tree monster transformed by the plant that the body had been climbing on Crown Pith looked reluctant. Hey? It's okay if I want to follow. However, the tree monster cannot be too far away from the main body. It will gradually become weak as the distance between the main body increases. Petunia Kaoru said so. Ah? Is that so? So you have always been so close to my main body? Krunpith pointed to his main body magic tree dumbfoundedly. It must be tested. Crownpith was stunned for a moment, and made up his mind to generally get down, and made a starting position with her facing her body, and then there was a boom air vibration. The wild dryad's perspective disappeared with an afterimage. Fortunately, I put on the seized keepable boots. Otherwise, even if the socks made by the level 60 mimicry are very strong, the uneven ground would be uncomfortable to knock on the feet. However, the fairies, not the elves, actually run on the ground, and Crownpith always feels that his behavior is very low. To be continued. Chapter 12, In those years, the young forest king. Kronpais, who was running at a very high speed in the forest, muttered as he calculated his body sensation, "What? I don't feel anything, I am special, or my body is very large, so the corresponding maximum distance is also how big? Let's run a little longer, isn't it a little low that the fairy actually depends on running? Is it okay to run aimlessly like this? Actually, it's not. Since all kinds of magic have been experimented, then blush of titania has naturally been used. I have summoned the fairy queen and asked her to spend a long time exploring the entire forest, at least a rough map. There are still. Ran for a while, in fact, after running for 1 day and 1 night, Crownpith stepped forward suddenly, and the moment she stopped. Boom! The ground in front suddenly cracked, accompanied by a flutter of ground shaking and the mess of various animals on the treetops. Ah, okay, it's not good to use the city I created as a standard. Krunpisi muttered, reached into the infinite backpack and took out the map he had drawn, spread it out in front of him, and looked around. Exulted and exclaimed. Well, it's the south side. I can distinguish it so clearly in the big forest, which is so easy to get lost in the eyes of ordinary people. This is also the reason why Krunpais was a little surprised. After all, this is the first time that he ran such a long distance in a row. The fairy queen helped me mark this area as the most dangerous place. Will the warcraft in the era of the 13 heroes be a bit more powerful? Since just now, the forest restlessness caused by Krunpith has not stopped. You can find it by launching Blush of Titania again, but it doesn't seem necessary. The forest agitation has intensified, and it doesn't seem to be frightened by Crown Pess. Now that Crown Pess exists as a tree demon and does not release any passive ability of coercion or aura. And the ground shaking began to intensify. Krunpith's ears couldn't help but twitched. They were like elf ears and had long pointed ears and good hearing. How long hasn't I heard of such agitation in the forest when I was near the main body, because of the existence of the huge magic tree? The monsters stayed away. Is the owner of this area about to appear? I'm also considered the master of the forest in the range of the main body's throwing range. It is a bit uneasy to visit the owner of the other spheres of influence for the first time. Refers to the anxiety caused by the memories of the past life that I still remember, and there is no memory of visiting others and diplomacy. It is similar to the anxiety of experiencing something for the first time, and it has nothing to do with strength. Coming. Crown Piss stared at the direction of the violent and dense footsteps approaching. Is this speed not much slower than himself? But speed is inherently a weaker attribute, so it doesn't feel too strange. Crown Pith's eyesight is very good, even in such a dim and chaotic forest. He can see clearly. The Dryad's vision doesn't seem to rely much on visible light. Sensor enemy. However, the target was invisible, and it was blocked by the clay buns a few meters away from Crown Pith, but the magic still worked. The information of the monster level 25 passed through the clay buns and entered the brain. Crown Pith slightly raised her head, thinking that the landlord would jump on the dumpling and stand tall and make a handsome appearance. Who knows? Suddenly. Boom! The soil bun suddenly burst into pieces. Crown Pith, who felt the air flow a bit torn, subconsciously narrowed his eyes and raised a hand to block it in front of him. This action is completely disqualified as a fighter. In the smoke and dust raised by the explosion of the soil buns, an object with a surface like snake scales hit the arm of Crown Pith, covering his face at an extremely fast speed, and it happened to be the bare part between the gloves and the sleeves. At this moment, Crown Pith will curse to death the author of Gu Aotian's novels about crossing the world of swords and magic to reach the pinnacle of life. It's even more horrible to see such a horrible thing hitting your face. In the end, how does the protagonist become enthusiastic about fighting because of several combat experiences? I have been here for 10 years and I feel bad. Hello. There was a sense of shock, but there was no pain. It seemed that the passive skill had an effect. But, is this a tale? Although there are some visual differences between the three-dimensional and the two-dimensional, such a tale is not just. The Forest King. The Forest King, ha ha ha, a good name, intruder. Yes, my next person is the Forest King. The Warcraft smiled and straightened up and walked forward, his long tail curled up, and his silver-white body hair appeared strange. The pattern of the text. Its size is much larger than Crown Pith, looking down on Crown Pith from high above. I'm so big now, or am I too small to look like this now? Crown Pith looked up at the huge hamster, raised his hand and lighted his chin, thinking, finally, a little bit nodded. Seeing that you haven't become its pet now, you won't be embarrassed. Ha 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 ha, are you so scared to move? The Forest King Krunpasi, who seemed to be thinking silently, seemed to have misunderstood something and made a triumphant voice. Wait, you also recognized that you are the Forest King just now. Wouldn't you just call yourself so when you thought it was good when I said this casually? Ignoring the words of the Forest King, Crown thought of one thing. Pace pointed to the hamster nose of the Forest King and shouted. The Sage King of the Forest, who kept sniffing along with his fingers for some reason, said, Hey? Isn't it because you know my race name? No, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com is just guessing whether the strong man who suddenly appeared in the forest is worthy of the title of Forest King, it seems. Crown Pith was trying to justify himself, suddenly thinking of an interesting idea. He lifted his chin and smiled slyly. It seems that I am more suitable for this title, right? Does the wise king of the forest mean you? Who is the next person? You ask me, who am I asking? What? At this, forget it. Finally the giant hamster shook his head. I have always lived alone, so no one will call me specifically. At this moment, Crown Pith felt that this huge hamster was a bit pitiful. Well, I'm sorry, but I have the name of Crown Pith, so you should call the Forest King. Really, I would like to thank you for this matter, so the boring conversation almost ends here. Come to life and death. Listen well, the invaders who invade the domain of the people, become the food in the belly of the people. Although Clawinpith's dress color looks very poisonous, but the Forest King has some knowledge. I thought it must be equipment, just pick it off and eat it. It's interesting, I'm playing with such a cute big hamster, don't do the mimicry. Crown Pace just said. Boom. With the sound of boom, the huge body of the Sage King of the Forest kicked fiercely with the momentum that shook the earth, and rushed towards Crownpith in one breath. Just because it was heading toward him, Crownpith subconsciously drew aside. Who knows that it is a huge body, but it suddenly changed its direction when passing by Krunpasi. The side of the Forest King's body directly pushed Krunpasi on the tree. To be continued. Chapter 13, Funny. The strongest fairy vs the biggest hamster. The body of the Sage King of the Forest put Krunpasi on the tree, but did not stop because of this, and continued to break the tree with Krunpasi's back. Although Crownpith was not injured at all because of his passive skills, if he counted as a duel of the same level, he would have been out here. On the one hand, the Dryad is really not a combat race, and what Crownpith has learned during this time is not a combat class level. On the other hand, Crownpith has no close combat experience, as seen in the works. Things do not mean they will be useful at all. Of course, it's also an important reason that Krunpais doesn't want to hit this cute-looking giant hamster. In fact, Krunpais can do it from the beginning to win, and cast any binding magic to subdue it. Crownpais quickly grabbed the fur on the Forest King's back and climbed onto his back to hug him tightly, so that it would be difficult for him to fight back. Even if the tail strikes, Crownpais only needs to swing his body slightly. You can let it come to your back. The Sage King of the Forest ran quickly in the forest and shakes his body, trying to throw Crownpith off. Hey, Clown Pace, who was still holding the Forest King's back, grinned, if you tame you like this, how about coming to be my pet? I actually want to be kept as a pet. The Forest King puffed his cheeks, seemed to be angry, and then the lines on his body lit up, and the magic circle expanded. Then how about this trick? All race confusion charm species. However, the Forest King's level is too low, and the magic attack is invalid. The Sage King of the Forest also didn't confirm whether it was effective. Since the strength of the grasp hasn't been reduced, it is invalid. With pointed ears, it should be the fairy type. Maybe it is good at dealing with the spirit type and the illusion type. So it jumped into the air suddenly, the pattern light and the magic circle switched at the same time. Blindness. Soon, the body of the wise king of the forest played a 3600 degrees big flip in the air at high speed. Wu Krunpasi showed a trace of distress. If she is really blinded, she must think that it is just a more complicated way of moving, and then continue to hold on to the fur, and then she will land in the forest. The moment was pressed and rubbed on the ground again and again. But if you let go, isn't it like giving up? In this case, Group All Race Capture Mass Hold Species. Crownpith activated the magic, although it is a group magic, but it is naturally effective on the target under him, as long as the Forest King stops. However, Krunpith overlooked a very important law of physics that is still valid in this world because of the law of inertia, the slippery hand. Krunpith was thrown away fiercely. Wow, is there any magic that can make me stop? Even if I won't get hurt, but if this goes on, it's only a matter of time before I eat dirt, and Crownpais keeps searching in his brain, and finally activates the answer is, Vine Entanglement Bindofliana. Between the two trees that Crownpais was about to fly over, vines were suddenly covered with vines and formed a net, and Crownpais was hung on it. Unfortunately, her posture was not very good. It was inticus. The posture of hanging the windowsill. Well, I'm actually like this with level 25. It's probably the shame of level 80. Krunpasi manipulated the vine to put herself down and walked back in the direction of the flying. The Forest King is still holding a ball into a ball and is set there, but he has fallen on the ground faithfully to the law of gravity. How about it, are you not convinced? Crown Pace smiled and patted the huge hamster ball. No response. I'm not convinced. In this case, bind off Liana. Crown Pith directed the poisonous thorn vine to tie the hamster ball, slammed it into the air, and slammed it tighter and tighter. My surrender. I lost. After a long time, the hamster ball finally made a sound. Crown Pith snapped his fingers, the vine disappeared, and other magical effects were also touched. The hamster ball crashed to the ground. Hey? Is this dying? Hey, this color wound shouldn't be. It's not good, it's poisoned. Although the poison vines are only manipulated with magic, after all, the level difference is there. If the difference is such a big difference, it will soon die. Really dying? Although Krunpith can resurrect magic, now the Forest King's level will not be unbearable and will be wiped out, but there is a downgrade penalty for resurrection. The strength is different from the beginning, and if you want to be a mount if you are weak, will it all become a burden? Well, forget it, great heal. The wise king of the forest felt the warm light flowing through his body, and the lapsed physical strength came back, but he still kept lying on his back, waiting for it to fall. Krunpisi looked at it for a while, and saw that it didn't respond, so she kicked her soft abdomen impatiently. What does this posture mean? I'm not going to use you as a grilled hamster. Get up and go. Ah, it's so comfortable with such fur. The most comfortable sleep in the past 10 years is just a pillow made of cotton and cloth made of skill and magic. If I think about it this way, should I come out early to have this? It's a good mattress. On the way, Krunpisi has been lying on the back of the Forest King and rubbing its fur. In order to be more comfortable, Krunpisi asked the Forest King to slow down. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Anyway, all the people I know so far as companions are dryads. The last thing the dryads lack is time. Sometimes it is agreed that there is no time limit and cash it out after 1 or 200 years, no problem. Probably, listening to Penny Kaoru said that, after spending so much time with Penny Kaoru, she can figure out what the ratio of each practice unit is. My lord, my subordinates dare to ask. When can my subordinates have dinner? The sage king of the forest, who was walking calmly and carefully, asked. Ah, I almost forgot, are you a carnivorous beast? Well, naturally I like meat the most. I originally planned to hunt and eat by the way when I came out this time. Well, is this my negligence? Keeping pets should pay attention to this kind of things in any case. Where is there any food you can eat nearby? I have a clue about living here, right? Actually, it has already gone out of the subordinate's living area. If it weren't for the Lord to pull the subordinate to adjust the direction from time to time, then the subordinate would really get lost. The Forest King said pitifully. It's really a shame that I called you the Forest King. I'm really sorry for the name. Anyway, do you have a clue about what you are eating now? If you don't mind vegetarian food, I am not here. With that, Krunpisi took one from the infinite backpack. The wild fruits usually stored are thrown in front of the wise king of the forest. The sage king of the forest took advantage of the situation and took the fruit into his mouth and said loudly, "Thank the Lord," although the subordinates hoped to eat meat. Everyone said I have no meat. The subordinate actually smelled it, it's nearby. Facing the veto of Krunpith, the sage king of the forest believed himself. Actually you have a good sense of smell. Of course, living in the forest, isn't the sense of smell a basic ability? To be continued. Chapter 14, Encountered a Trap. Sorry, I have never made an animal, so I don't understand it at all. I can imagine it at best. But I'm sure, let me see how you usually fight against beasts. The Forest King looked towards Krunpith when Silk seemed to be preconceived to reject all factory views and expressed dissatisfaction. Krunpith straightened her body, clenched the hair on her back with her hands, and squeezed her legs vigorously. However, the Forest King's back is really wide. If a child's size is straddling, it must be the same as pressing the leg on the flat ground during gymnastics. When straightening up, you can only use sports to sit or sit. Sitting cross-legged is comfortable, but if the mount is fast running and jumping and sitting like this, it will be difficult to maintain balance, and it will not be possible to sit on it properly. I understand a little bit about Fei riding the Karaso-kyugai in a publicly executed posture. Therefore, unless Krunpasi can only continue to lie on her stomach, and to straighten up, she can only spread her legs, bend her knees and pinch the fur on her back, a bit like between straddling and kneeling. I hope this will not hurt the Forest King. But this is a fur that can withstand blunt weapons or even sharp blade attacks. It should be fine to pinch it. But still confirm. Sage King Forest, am I getting in your way like this? It's okay, now that the Lord is ready, please watch the heroic appearance of his subordinates before being used to being raised. The Forest King was naturally not a big hamster willing to be a pet, dragging a cloud of smoke and sprinting in the forest quickly. A few minutes later. Ah, it's dead. Looking at the smoky and bleeding monsters in front of him, the Sage King of the forest expressed regret. It is not a fighting freak, but he was frustrated in the previous battle and wanted to find a guy to vent his anger, but he wouldn't affect eating. Then, subordinate. Wait. Krunpasi gently jumped from the back of the Sage King of the forest, and came to the dead beast. Although there is no autopsy, how can such a flat incision be a sharp blade or similar magic damage? Still smoking, there are obvious burn marks, is it fire magic? I have lived in this area for so long. Although the source of knowledge is so limited that it is impossible to explain all kinds of animals, plants, and monsters one by one, but at least for safety, I still write down a lot of knowledge. It is impossible to use fire here. A magical monster, plus suspected blade damage, is there someone nearby? Although there is also the possibility of hunting this monster, approximately level 7, and then aware of the possibility of the Forest King, level 25, approaching and giving up, this location is still outside the range of the magic tree, which is a bit suspicious. Crown Paisai looked around, sensor enemy, no abnormalities were found. Master, can your subordinates eat it? The Sage King of the forest asked greedily. Well, I think I'm overwhelmed. Probably. Crown Pith was going to make a final confirmation of whether there was a problem with the food, and grabbed the skin of Warcraft and moved it. Boom! Crown Pith exploded. The strange thing is that the scope of the explosion is actually not large, not to mention that the Forest King was not affected, and the prey did not even add much burn marks. Master. Cough cough, no, it's okay, but the smell is a bit choking. Crown Pith covered her nose and fanned away the after-effect smoke left by the explosion with her hand. Oh, you deserve to be the Lord, if you are a subordinate, you will definitely get hurt somewhat. Okay, don't flatter me. Isn't it a monster that exploded, but a magic mine that points to the contact? I have seen this concept a lot in the game. Crown Pith secretly said. But the level is not high, because Crown Pith was not injured, but the clothes were still smoking slightly. It seems that the mimic without passive skill resistance suffered some damage. Fortunately, I didn't use the magic of creating props to make clothes, otherwise it would be more severely damaged and more difficult to repair. Mass heavy. The green brilliance spread all over the body, and all the clothes were treated directly. Use living plants and monsters as armor, which can be repaired by healing, which is convenient. Of course, the underwear inside is still well made with create middle item. Is another large swath of tiny fireballs flying from the far side of the jungle, some of them even graze the trees and ignite some plants. Crown Pith showed a trace of anger on his face, although he was prepared to welcome a possible attacker or revenge at any time. The tree demon really hated fire. Bind off Liana. Krunpasi frowned and directed the surrounding branches to turn into vines and swung to disperse all the small fireballs. There are actually more convenient magics to deal with these fireballs, but now Krunpais needs to consider his MP remaining amount and use a less expensive method, because the enemy seems to be prepared. Maybe it is 13 heroes or the human race's counterattack, so we need to be cautious. Taking advantage of the time when the vines and the small fireball were clashing, Krunpais leaned on the back of the Forest King and whispered, "Is my stomach hungry enough to affect my actions?" "No, not yet. If your subordinates are slow to act because of this level of hunger, they can't live alone in the forest." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. "Okay, get ready to fight." Krunpais turned over and jumped on the back of the Sage King of the forest. A few hours of mount experience is enough. The pure speed of the Forest King is not slower than that of Krunpais, and the passing efficiency in the jungle terrain is also high. This has been confirmed by Krunpais, who has personally experienced riding the Forest King. If there is a more efficient way to use magic, but Krunpais has not done such a test, and accidentally stumbled. In particular, the tree demon actually has an ability that is not a skill, that is, it can temporarily eliminate the tree demon form. The next time it appears on the body, that is, the ability to teleport back to the body, but it takes 2 or 3 seconds to activate. It is necessary at that time. This huge monster could still be used as a meat shield or as a substitute for a dead ghost, but Krunpais is not so kind now. The moment when all the small fireballs disappeared, Krunpais launched the simplest concealment magic. Invisibility. Krunpais patted the Sage King of the forest, "Go ahead." The huge monsters hide their body and ride in the forest. Even if the body is hidden, besides the sound, the effects of various collisions and the dust swept from behind will also expose the target, so there is no waste MP to use other concealed magic, and only release the vision that blocks the opponent's most relied upon target. Hush! This time a big fireball flew up and exploded in an instant near the Forest King, and the flames expanded to the surrounding area. It was a range of magic. The correct judgment of the enemy, after all, only relying on the influence of the sound and the surrounding terrain is not enough to completely lock the exact position of the target, and this also reveals that the enemy's level is not high. To be continued. Chapter 15, hit by a guy less than 1.5 level. The flames rushed over, and Krunpais thought that this was only the third-order magic fireball, and directly stretched out his hand in the direction of the flame. Because of the existence of passive skills, the flame seemed to be eliminated by an invisible barrier, and even the forest sage under him was not burned. Sensor enemy. Still no abnormality was found. It seems that the opponent has deceptive intelligence or hidden high-end props. It should not be strong enough to resist the skills of Krunpais. If this is the case, you should use the one that can hurt Krunpais just now. Powerful magic. The fireball on the left strikes. After Krunpais negated the fireball at random, he made the Forest King to change direction and chase it. However, the direction of the magic attack seemed to be constantly changing, and it seemed that there were long-range skills other than magic or martial arts attacking in the middle. At that time, I changed directions several times in the forest and had already advanced for nearly 1 kilometer, probably. Did I induce it? Krunpais can't help but feel suspicious. If there are a lot of people in different directions and different positions to release magic covertly, maybe this effect can be achieved, which means that there are actually many enemies behind it. However, I have also considered this situation, and hope that the trick will work. Krunpais couldn't help grinning. Repeated a few more times, Krunpais eliminated a number of magic arrows modify memory shot from right in front, and proceeded very carefully in the direction of the magic attack, activating the magic. Sensor enemy. Level 44, Level 41, Level 18, 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 Level 35, Level 36, Level. Scanning blocked. Even though the distance is still far away, the jungle can't even visually obscure it, and this tree monster's body doesn't have the perception of the body, but the large piece of information conveyed to the brain is terrifying enough. Most of them are not worth mentioning, but 3 of them can just break through their passive skills, and 1 of them is blocked in scanning, which is stronger than themselves and cannot be an enemy. However, I have entered my magic range, and I haven't used high-level magic until now. Now that more than half of the MP is left, activate the magic. Expansion of the strongest effect of the magic double layer, Life Manic Double Maximize Widen Magic Life Frenzy. After the activation, the Sage King of the Forest suddenly turned around and activated the magic. Create Fortress. The huge fortress suddenly rose up, shocking the wise King of the Forest. If it hadn't been for Crown Pith to slap his hard, it had stopped in a hurry just now, and just like that, the wise King of the Forest rushed into the fortress, and the gate bang shut it up with a bang. Hey, Lord, are you safe now? I'm tired. Because the inside of the city was very quiet compared to the chaotic and noisy fighting outside for some reason, the Forest King suddenly loosened and fell on the ground. Almost, maybe there is an enemy who is chasing and preparing to flanking from behind. Some of the troops that led us just now, maybe all of them will be locked in part together? The city is all within my grasp. There are 2 people, a man and a woman, haha. But watching the Sage King of the Forest is tired, it's useless to ride it again. The mounts in the city are not smooth, so Krunpasi jumped down and walked in the direction of the enemy. Krunpasi released a wave of magic in the direction of the scanned place, and immediately retreated, creating a city and hiding in it. The large wave of enemies that she scanned before, as well as all the surrounding plants, were included in the double maximize widen magic life frenzy effect range. This was originally only used to perform a partial decisive assault when it is impossible to completely retreat, and it is only 1 step away from victory that can be output, but there is no way to use the magic, but the game reaches the reality of a different world, and the friendly forces can harm each other, or you can release buffs and healing to the enemy, so this magic that can only be released to teammates is also effective to release to the enemy and trees that should be used as textures and obstacles in the game. Let the miscellaneous fish tree fight to death. I don't know whether it's HP exhaustion or 5-minute time limit. However, this magic has the same shortcoming as the healing magic in reality. Refusing to accept the magic can greatly weaken the effect or even invalidate it. It was they who paid attention to the nature of this magic. But if you don't have a game interface to see it, you will generally think that death raging has been applied. However, even if they refuse to succeed, they will be overwhelmed by the violent sea of trees. Krunpasi hid in a city to avoid being submerged by the sea of rushing trees. Crown Pith, as the strongest fairy in this large forest, doesn't have the idea of pretending to be coercive. If it is the enemy, it can be killed by various means as soon as possible. Crown Pace came under a circular corner tower of the city and opened the door. A majestic shout and bright dazzling light came upon him. Fuck it! Crown Pith couldn't help cursing in her heart. He secretly cursed that he was so careless when he entered a room with an enemy. The probability of an enemy attacking at this moment is almost 100%, isn't it? Since facing the attack from the cheek, Crownpith's first reaction was to fall backwards, but falling is also very unfavorable, but the Dryad's body is soft enough that she can't help but let her body lean back into an arched bridge. Shape. Dang! The collision sound, the moment the light flashed across Crownpith's belly, reading www.yunsha.com was bounced off. The body of the light is an astonishingly large sword. Even if it is bounced, it is still surrounded by a strong light, but it takes the holder back 2 steps. The mimicry of the pseudo-clothing will automatically counterattack. Crownpith found that the clothes on his stomach also had some scars, and gnashed his teeth back. Why was it just a step to confirm the longest distance between himself and the main body? The Southern Great Warcraft, is it necessary to continue to fight again and again inexplicably? The person who was repelled was a grey-haired uncle who was very capable and dressed in extremely high-end gaming equipment. Drink! He stepped on his foot and chased him instantly. If converted to the level of a warrior, now Krunpith is only level 20 to 25 at most, so Krunpith found that if she chanted a slower range magic, she would definitely be interrupted by hits. The chant does not have to be spoken, but the construction of magic, whether it is silent or shouting, will not change the time due to such factors. At least, Krunpith has practiced her chanting time at home over the years. At this moment, there is only one coping magic she can use. Intermediate item creation. Create middle item. A shield appeared at Krunpith. She was injured. She raised the shield and greeted him. Boom! The shield created instantly disintegrated, and the sword light turned into a crimson sickle and hit Krunpith's body. Now that the body is floating in the air, the crimson sickle pushes Krunpith's eye back at an extremely fast speed, until it hits and explodes on the wall at the end of the passage. To be continued. Chapter 16, Anti-Kill only needs one hit. Are they high level? But why before? Krunpith was right. The person in front of her was a person who induced her. What she didn't understand was why she hurt herself easily this time. One point of her consciousness is that, the enemy scans sensor enemy only find the enemy and determine the level. The props and equipment of this person will not be included in all other information. The enemy in front of him is a member of the Dark Sacred Code of the Slyan Church. Because it is not a player, no matter how hard and talented it is, it will be less than level 40 at most. However, the Dark Sacred Code can be equipped with the relics of the 6 great gods all over, and there are many artifact level equipment. If the whole body is equipped with artifact level, the actual level can be increased to 25 levels. The enemies in front of me add up to 3 artifacts. The others are legendary or even more resistant equipment. They don't rely on equipment to improve so much strength, but they also have the passive ability to break through Krunpith's immune damage. The intensity of it hurt her. Even for the level 80 Krunpith, the damage is basically the level of mandatory HP 1, but for her for the first time in a petite human form against a veteran warrior, the pain is enough to make her panic. It's like crying for the first time a child who has been bruised, or like the Dryad and the tentacle monsters battle is just at a disadvantage and basically gave up the hope of life. It was a success, Loxus. A young girl with short black hair dressed as a very witch with a tall wizard hat came out of the circular corner tower. Wait, Elena, don't come out first. The warrior called Loxus made a stop gesture backwards. No, maybe when this door is closed again, isn't it because I was trapped in it just now that I can't open my unlocking magic? But, what, it didn't work. Elena said. Lockhees, compared with the intensity of intelligence, it is incredibly easy. Elena, but in any case, the Dryad is classified as a pure magic caster. It's not impossible that this distance is knocked down by you. Before the 100-year aftershocks can be confirmed to have passed completely safely, the Slang state has not relaxed its surveillance and control of the magic tree and the surrounding area. Even if some members were evacuated due to other factors, some people remained around. This time, Krunpith suddenly spread his legs and ran toward the south, which scared the people of the Slang state. On the other hand, later generations are said to be part of the hero group of the 13 heroes and are planning to detect the remaining threats. In fact, during this period, the 13 heroes had almost disintegrated, and even the captain had a nervous breakdown because of killing his companions and refused to be resurrected. But there are still members who gather to act. It happened that the middle of the magic tree and the stone lion was outside the Twopo Great Forest, so this group happened to be there at that time, and this group happened to be a nail-like existence in the eyes of the religious nation. Silian state of education. 12 hours after the start of Claw and Pith, he issued a task, asking the local manpower to try to induce the destruction of the Dragon King to fight against the 13 Heroes non-human race group. There is message magic, and the command is completed very efficiently. At that time, the 12 people who could mobilize the Fenghua Sage and the 3 of the Pitch Black Sacred. Because Krunpasi's response was too simple, he induced the accident to go smoothly. Obviously these people are doing their best not to lead the disaster to the motherland as much as possible. As a result, just before the contact, to everyone's expectation, the destroying Dragon King in their eyes had not even contacted the 13 heroes before he put a few spells there and then turned around and summoned the city to hide. And the scripture members who saw the horror of the magical after effects could only retreat. Only 2 hapless dark scripture members happened to be located in the summoned city. Since all the organs of the city have only the authority of the owner, so the 2 of them were trapped. The 2 had no means of transmission, nor thought they could prevaricate, because with the ability of the Destroy Dragon King and the information they obtained, with their ability to hide information, it is probably fine, but even if the other party seems to have an IQ, it's just like that. Maybe you will understand it after you come into contact with more things more than 100 years later. When the religious nation was not sure to kill the Destroyer Dragon King, they pretended to resist being killed to cover up the real purpose is to stir up the water. It is a pity that they brought out the artifact. As a result, the terrible opponent was blown away within 2 rounds as soon as he came out. What should I do? Sudden. Puff. With a sound, Loxus found that his gaze quickly moved upwards and saw the red fountain. Is that his neck? When Loxus' head fell, his body fell down too, and his equipment was good, but his head was still exposed, unable to withstand a sword. Claw and Pith was lifted off, but did not actually suffer any damage, immediately cast Perfect Unknowable, took out the dark magic sword from the infinite backpack and ran behind Loxus. Facing him the back of the neck is a sword. Because of the actual level difference between Krunpith and Lockhes, UU reading www.yunja.com plus Lockhes was hit to the point, and Crown Pies was killed with a single sword. Drink. Irena couldn't help taking a breath, and hugged her head. How does it feel to hit me? I'm satisfied. At the end of the day, because of the attack, Crown Pies, who showed his figure, pretended to be able to do a good job, just as if she was playing tricks. Is just a childish act of trying to save face. It seems to have no practical meaning. Anyway, the person in front of me is going to die. Claw and Pies is a little wondering why Elena just held her head, neither attacked nor flees. If you want to wait for rescue, you should also say something to delay the time. Forget it, get the information, always in the mist. It's not good to knock back the enemy. Krun Pies ran to Elena with a stride and grabbed her head. The impact caused Elena to lean back for a while, and the wizard hat fell to the ground. Group all race control mass terminate species. Just tried 3 simple commands and questions, Elena's vital signs quickly disappeared, and she died. Did you apply the magic to prevent betrayal in advance? No, it's almost 4 minutes, what's going on over there? Crown Pith put her hand on the side of her head. Message, Forest King, come and help me carry the human corpse. I'll take a look on it. I have practiced a lot of this magic. Although the activation time is very short, there will be no cross-threading or finding the wrong target, even if this is a common problem when local residents are learning message magic. Hey? Is this voice the Lord? Understand. To be continued. Chapter 17, the goblin was terrified and ran away embarrassed. Confirming the reply from the Sage King of the Forest, Krunpasi jumped up to the top of the city in a few jumps. The turbulent sea of trees has not been cleared to this side, but it is obvious that the vitality is already weak. Not only the deadline is approaching, but the number has also been reduced. It's more than half. Then it should not be too late, censor enemy. Level 44, Level 41, Level 22, Level 22, Level 22, Level 22, Level 22, Level 22, Level 35, Level 36, Level. Scanning blocked. There is only 20% of HP left. It is impossible to be all right. Is the resistance successful? And that person who is stronger than me is still alive. Well, of course. What is going on at level 22? Could it be the previous level 18? Was it a monster or a summoned thing that was driven, because it was used as a meat shield, it was wiped out first? This time, the level 22 was newly summoned. At this time, a big sword passed through the sea of trees, and went straight to the door of Crowan Pies. Hush! It wasn't the sound of breaking the wind, but the sound of the blow, but Crown Pith was so frightened that the wind broke in his mouth. A wooden female wall next to her was lifted off, and she was able to escape a little bit and was hurt again, and then a few more weapons flew over. The moment she hurriedly jumped off the city wall, this city wall was already damaged and riddled with holes, and it would collapse after a few more attempts. Hey! Scanning in the blocked direction is flying. Danger and danger! The Sage King of the Forest comes here. Mass heavy. Then double magic summon monsters 8th. Magic enlargement of the scope of the double strongest effect life manic double maximize widen magic life frenzy finally, field off force. Krunpasi summoned the Sage King of the Forest, who was carrying the corpse, to his side, and activated the healing magic. On the one hand, many units were injured, and on the other hand, they could increase energy even if they were not injured. Then two huge treants were summoned, and the woods on both sides of the city were maddened, and a shield buff was added to let them all join the battle. Go, sneak out through the back door, then blush off Titania from the Fairy Queen, then launch perfect unknowable, greater full potential, and run, go the safest the way back to the body. Since the battle, most of the MP has been consumed. If there are only a lot of level 40 or so, you can still stay here, but if there is a guy with a higher level than yourself, it won't work. If Clawin Pith has a one-on-one fight with the same level, he will suffer, let alone the opponent is stronger. Who loves herself very much, decides to run away even if she hasn't seen the enemy. Even if the road in front of you is still confused, even if you have to see clearly, you still have to live. Because those weapons are enough to destroy the fortress wall, now Krunpith is really a little scared. Even the corpse can actually be stored in the infinite backpack without having to let the forest sage carry this simple and easy to understand thing. Arrive. Or, in fact, I have vaguely discovered more important things and ignored the small things in front of me. The few weapons shot over, how do they look like the Platinum Dragon King manipulating the armor to fire the original Shisha into a full-form weapon? Since becoming a tree demon, Crowan Pies has found that his memories will hardly be forgotten over time. This also includes some of the so-called memories of past lives, so if you have watched the animation, you probably still remember those weapons. Style: is this memory ability a racial characteristic of Dryads, or is it the same for some long-lived races? But Penny Kaoru can also remember things hundreds of years ago, and it doesn't feel too strange that Crowan Pith Krunpis found that his memory has improved a lot compared to his previous life. Perhaps it is because of his racial characteristics. It seems to be very good. Even after 10 years, he still clearly remembers some of the memories of his previous life. Naturally, it also includes screens and books. The information of this world obtained on the internet, however. The harm caused by racial traits, I don't know if it's a bad thing, but there are some. Although the general time can be judged based on day and night, the concept of time has also become weak. As a result, Crown Pith is doing all kinds of magic. It took about 10 years to experiment and try the career upgrade experiment, and I didn't notice the bottleneck until I encountered the bottleneck. But let's talk about the benefits now. She still remembers those weapons that could knock the naked-clad 100-level quasi-warrior NPC into the air. How could the 80-level priest of Crown Pith bear it? The Platinum Dragon King is really here, will the worry come sooner or later? What to do? What to do? What to do? You can only merge with the body first. The physical data of the body is very high, and the HP value is even exaggerated. It should be other levels, but 40 to 50 may be mixed with a guy who can summon or enlist, but he doesn't seem to need much attention. Cillian Church. The information of message came back. Evaluation of the combat effectiveness of destroying the Dragon King tree monster body. Then, the two of you really are. At the beginning, Crown Pith was puzzled by the behavior of the magic caster girl who did not resist or flee in the end. In fact, it was to send intelligence to the base camp and concentrate on it. UU reading www.ukansha.com. It was hit by the second seat of the Black Holy Code with all his strength. Only injuring the clothes, but the counterattacks were invisible, and killed 3 seats with just one blow. Even if you equip more artifacts, it is meaningless. Reduce their weapons in advance. Are the 2 artifacts recovered from the loss? The monitoring record of the Windflower Sacred Code also reported that the intensity of the tree monsters ranked as strong as the Dark Sacred Code has increased, but it seems that the 7 bodies are the limit. This is also a power that cannot be underestimated, if it continues to increase. Do you want to use the true artifact Allure? Let's wait for the next regular meeting to discuss this. If Krunpies knew that her first purpose was just to make some hands-on games, and to be beaten up, she wanted to pretend to be compelling, so that the church was ready to discuss the use of all over the country against her, she would. Doesn't it explode? Outside the top forest, a white-haired old man, supported by a blue-haired girl, seemed to tremble and bid farewell to the others. It is completely incorrect to say that he is too old and trembling. This old man seems to be old, but in fact he is 70 or 80 years old. If he looks at his face, he is still trembling, and trembling for other reasons. Although the other people have some intention to continue to act together, because they have just fought a large number of frantic plants and 2 very powerful treants, if it weren't for the armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon King, those 2 treants would be able to take the other people present. All annihilated. It seems to be the destroying Dragon King, but the place is just a few magical spells in the distance, and it slips away after a few minutes. It seems that there is something in the way. This trip should be temporarily cancelled and the company should continue for a while. To be continued. Chapter 18, Fluta Paradine. The old man's heart is determined, but in the end he still parted ways, and the old man and the girl disappeared. Yes, it disappeared directly. This is the 5th level magic transport. The destination of the transmission is a place further east. Baja's Empire. This is a country that has only been established in recent years, but because of the role played by the religious state with great human racial influence, the empire soon has the area east of the top forest at the southern end of the Andesía Mountains. To the north, it borders the ocean, to the south it borders the religious state, and to the east it even borders countries of other races. The religious nation expects that the empire can contribute to resisting enemies outside the human race. But still care about the current affairs. The old man teleported himself and the girl to Oentel's own house in the Baja's Empire. Indeed, even if there are any follow-up hidden dangers over there, as long as they are still their base camp after teleporting so far, there will be no problem at all. Then, the old man just got down, and almost laughed wildly with his nose up and tears. Old, teacher? Could it be? The girl seemed to have expected it, but she was still frightened by the old man's appearance. That huge rush of power is the proof of the 8th rank? No, the 9th, no, it must be the 10th rank. God! If you want to give up the exploration temporarily, how can you give up the 10th rank? The girl was obviously frightened again, and almost fell on her knees. In the previous battle, although the old man could not see clearly, he just glanced at him. When he reached the small head exposed on the top of the city through the sea of rioting trees, he saw a huge rush of magical aura. He is a magic caster hired by the Empire not long ago, Fluda Paradine. It has a natural ability that can see the magic level and magic power that the target can use. Innate ability is a special ability possessed by 1 out of every 200 human beings in this world, and each is different. Because of this, the talents between people can be naturally opened up. Fluda with supernatural powers can almost be said to be a destined victor in life. In fact, he cares more about the abyss and essence of magic than he gets the money, status, and glory of mankind. He has a bad relationship with the new emperor. However, because Fluda is already a powerful high-level magic caster, the realm of heroes. The 5th level of magic that only had the opportunity to spy was already very practical, and it was a step away from the 6th level. In short, he was respected among the palace magicians. If he continues to develop, he will definitely become the chief court magician of the empire, and he will be respected by everyone. In addition, the recently developed 6th level immortal magic also has an eyebrow. As long as he succeeds, he will be admired by the world for generations to come. But, he is not happy. The 13 heroes who were active not long ago are the heroes of the past. Even now, Fluda is strong enough to fight them. He tried to visit a city, Aleuenti, but failed. It was the capital of the country established by the 8 Desires, and the last remaining city. At the same time, it is also a city guarded by 30 city guardians equipped with supernatural magic weapons and armors. It is said that there are magic items left by the King of 8 Desires. As long as you have those items, you will surely make your magic skills advance by leaps and bounds. Fluda imagined it. Those super magic items never fell into the hands of anyone, only the 13 heroes were allowed to take away a few of them. Knowing this, a black flame called jealousy flickered in Fluda's heart. Only if they are allowed, they are not allowed. In what point is he inferior to them? What he is jealous of is not strength, intellect, or ability, but those people who get the opportunity to see the magical abyss, but he is not cherishing it at all, are they? But, not long ago, it seemed to be one of the members of the 13 heroes team. A young girl of the mermaid race seemed to have heard the wind and came to the imperial city to apprentice to Fluda. Fluda finally stopped his misbehavior, got up and looked at the girl. It seemed that his choice was correct. He recalled the scene when he met the girl formally. There are several meeting rooms and reception rooms in the magic province. Among them, Fluda is now going to the reception room decorated with the most high-end furniture. This room is only used when the emperor or someone of comparable status is visiting. Followed a visit from the 13 heroes team, and naturally received such a high level of treatment. At that time, Fluda, who had received the news, stood at the door of the room and confirmed his appearance. High-class robes can be worn to participate in large-scale evening parties sponsored by the emperor. And the perfume sprinkled on the neckline and sleeves exudes a pleasant fragrance. Fluda himself has almost no interest in politics or social life. It should be said that he hopes to devote his whole heart to the study of magic, so other trivial matters are annoying for him. But he also knows that his position cannot be indifferent to these issues. It is not good to affect the other party's mood. Before entering the door, Fluda checked his appearance several times www.readaloud.com. Since the visitor is someone from the 13 heroes team, it should be someone with a certain level of strength. Come to visit a teacher, that is magic caster, maybe you can talk about magic. He doesn't want his disorganized appearance to hurt the atmosphere of speaking. Very good, no problem. After confirming that there is no disorder in the clothing, he knocked on the door, then opened the door. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Sitting on a sofa in the luxurious room is a girl with blue hair. This hair color is extremely rare among human races. Most of it is dyed. She is wearing green clothes in an unseen pattern. Players who have a lot of dealings will see that it is a kimono, but Fluda doesn't know it. It doesn't matter. When Fluda quietly closed the door, he suddenly felt a strange feeling. It's weird. He still stood in front of the door, staring at the girl. "Can't you see?" With Fluta's eyes, there should have been another overlapping image. But now he can't see it, making him blurred out because of excessive shock and surprise. Fluta has a natural ability that can directly visualize the magical auras emitted by magic casters in accordance with the available magic ranks. This is supposed to be a magic caster in the intelligence, but he can't see it. Even if it's a belief system, a spirit system, or any other type, it consumes magic power when used. Fluta's natural ability can even determine whether the opponent is strong or weak. See the existence of magic aura. Detection defense? It's impolite to claim to be so guarded when I came to visit the teacher. Okay, after all, I also used the ability of the detection system, and I don't know the etiquette. But why should she hide her power? Fluta, who walked into the room, couldn't help but look bad. To be continued. Chapter 19, One More Traversing Reincarnation. "Ah, I'm sorry," the girl, who seemed to know that she was rude in advance, apologized first. "Excuse me, this room shouldn't be monitored by the Empire or some secret agency. Did you worry about this? It is true that too high prestige would be peeped." Fluta, who knew this well in the Empire, looked a little better and said, "No. I believe you." The girl took off a ring from her hand, and her image changed slightly. The ears are attached to the sides of the head like two webs of amphibians. They are indeed characteristic of sea races, but the lower body is still the same legs as humans. She tapped the jewelry on the belt with her finger again, and her lower body turned into a fishtail with blue scales. "I am Princess Wakati of the Mermaid tribe, please enlighten me. Is it just to reach the 5th rank? It's nice to be at such a young age. Is she a mermaid? It is indeed a race that is better at magic than humans." Fluta thought, he has no prejudice against foreign races, so let's just say he is envious of races that are better at magic. In fact, the demi-human race is not in common people's legends, but the flesh is stronger than humans, and the appearance is more fierce. There are also some demi-humans whose appearance is closer to humans. There are also demi-humans with poorer physical talents than humans and better magical talents. People. The demi-humans with better magic talents or special abilities similar to magic. Representatives include Snake Body, Mermaid, Blue Maggot, Demons, Elves, and Snake Kings. In fact, the 13 Heroes team actually refers to the human race with 13 people, and other races are even bigger. Although only those 13 people are being promoted now, the general public is far away from the heroes fighting everywhere. Most of them I can't see it. Those non-human heroes will probably fade out of human sight in another generation. Dan Fluta still understands the actual composition of the 13 heroes. Since the state of the church advertises that the 13 heroes are all humans, then this mermaid lady came here as it is, and it is really inappropriate not to take any protective measures. After Fluta thought so, after understanding, the girl seemed to activate the magic item on the belt to turn her lower body into legs again, and the shoes and socks that had disappeared out of thin air reappeared. It's impolite. Realizing that he had been staring at the girl seems impolite, Fluta bowed his head and apologized, and then, "So, why did you come, Princess Mermaid? Although I have inquired about it, I should ask in terms of etiquette. One time." Who knows? After hearing such a question, Princess Wakati sighed deeply and said, "It seems that I will be deeply misunderstood every time. My name is Princess Wakati, great reading, know what a royal princess. How arrogant the person who should have wanted to put the princess in the name should be." Fluta found that when the other party slowly reads well, his mouth does not match what he hears, and everyone in this world eats it. A kind of food called translation kanjak, the language will be automatically translated, and then conveyed to the other party. However, if there are differences in knowledge and concepts, there may be mistranslations. That is, in front of foreigners, this girl has never been able to convey her name correctly. But the girl who is temporarily recognized as Princess Wakati has no plans to continue this topic. About this, the mermaid girl took out 2 books from her own infinite backpack and put them on the table. One was simple and thin, and the cover was as weird and thick as the Book of the Devil. The captain takes us to 8. When King Yu visited, I got some of the books about magic, but I read it slightly. Wow, click, click. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the strange sound from Fluta. Fluta grabbed one of the books with trembling hands and opened it carefully. The mermaid girl was a little bit slanderous, as for being so excited. It's just a magic manual and a set of settings. This kind of thing doesn't occupy the city guardian's loan item quota at all. It almost gave me nothing. But if it is this person, it is also. Although I don't know if this kind of book is useful for magic research. Fluta turned a few pages, and then fell dejected. I don't understand. Of course, this is basically Japanese, and of course there are Chinese characters and English. Then, let's prepare the translation table first. The mermaid girl is naturally not a pure native. After spending all these time in this world, she naturally did her homework with the help of translation props. From that day on, the mermaid girl became the first disciple of Fluta. However, the work of just making the translation comparison table has been exhausted for several days and has not been completed. After that, Princess Wakati and some of her past companions used message to discuss an invitation to explore the threats surrounding the top forest. She agreed, and Fluta will also go with him. Since he thinks that 13 Heroes has a better chance to visit the abyss of magic, then he also wants to try to walk the road of 13 Heroes. Soon after, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com broke out a battle between Krunpith and the members of the 13 Heroes. Okay. Turn my eyes back to now. Teacher, Yu. The mermaid girl looked at Fluta, who had just gone crazy. She was interrupted just as she said her words. Be prepared this time. If they don't do it, let's go. Teacher, if you want to visit again in such a hurry, do you want to? The mermaid girl had a bad premonition. That still needs to be said, of course it is an apprenticeship. The mermaid girl's anticipation was tested, and she pretended to be a little dumbfounded and said, "The other party almost killed our monster. I thought it before." Teacher, you talked about the magic brain as if something went wrong. No, it's actually something wrong. Got it. Haha, I actually like you more than I am respectful. Although I know that the like that Fluta said is not like that, but it still makes the girl a bit cold. The reason why the mermaid girl resisted was naturally not what she said. She is not an aboriginal in this world, and naturally knows the problem of the magic tree. In fact, she participated in the first battle against the magic tree and shouted, "Should the script come to ends to force the awakening?" When I didn't say anything, the one. That is, she is not even a player who has crossed over from Yggdrasil, but a higher dimensional player who understands that Overlord has crossed over to become a mermaid. That is to say, she understands that the other party has 10th level magic not because she understands the abyss of magic, but she has simply obtained the ability to pack it, and use magic like clicking a game button. To be continued. Chapter 20, Give a Name. I didn't mention the reason why the mermaid girl came to Fluta to apprentice. I discussed and investigated the magic tree. It was just that the first time I saw the magic tree, I felt a little abnormal. I thought that someone would follow through to the magic tree. The mermaid girl was a bit miserable in her previous life. She originally lived a life of having her mouth open since she was born. Because the guardian had a weird temper, the sudden and earth-shaking accident caused her companion to die in an unfavorable life. Although she escaped from the dead, it was not long afterwards. Also because the guardian once again died for nothing. As a result, she was reincarnated into this world. The guardian likes Overlord is really great, only for this point, I must be thankful. At the same time, she was also concerned about whether the magic tree that seemed to have been reincarnated in the past was her companion who died first in the past. If it is, then there should be no way to pretend lichens, after all, he was a fellow like himself before his death. But now, the mermaid girl is thinking about how to go there with Fluda in peace without being disappointed or wary because of the content of the conversation. And other questions. But, for the two of us, it is also very difficult to explore the forest. I am not a gorilla. It is difficult for me to lead the way if I have only been there once. Top forest, the location of the magic tree. I didn't expect that two people can't be resurrected. Is that what it is to be determined? Crown Pith said with a bit of discomfort on his face while looking at the two corpses that were thrown on the ground. Originally wanted to get more information and planned to resurrect the two, but it was completely ineffective. If you didn't know that you refused to resurrect, you could not resurrect. Crown Pith almost suspected that his resurrection magic was fake. There will be no resurrection methods for players to return to the city, right? Eat them. Crown Pith thought of the meaty taste he had eaten, a little bit greedy, and really didn't resist eating human flesh. Master, what will happen to his subordinates next? The Sage King of the Forest said with tears in his eyes. None of the guys he met today could be dealt with. It was already level 25 and almost dominated in the southern part of the Great Forest. Have to worry about the future. Krunpais turned his head and glanced at the huge hamster, remembering that the energy consumed by waking his body once was not as much as the calories contained in the meat of these two people. The Dryad's mouth was not big enough, and he didn't want to swallow people to vent his anger. In short, these two meats will reward you. Remember to peel off the equipment before eating. Humph. After speaking, he turned his head and walked towards the other plant communities that Krunpith had summoned. Before that, I picked up the witch's short wand and turned it around in his hand, and inserted it into the infinite backpack. Now the missing wand of Crown Pith's cause is solved. Thank you, Lord. The sentence behind it was no longer a concern. Recently, I have seen less time to see Penny Kaoru. After all, her knowledge is basically squeezed out by Crowan Pies. Originally, they were somewhat grudged with each other. They helped each other out of their needs, but the relationship is definitely not good. Plus the tree demon's concept of time, so there is no such thing as a habit of visiting each other often, no, the tree-like habit. So, this time when Crown Pith had something to do, she went to find the plant she had summoned. Hey, the enemy has become troublesome, I need more troops now. When will you guys play secretly here? Think I don't know. The level 61s, you have already turned into dryads, come on. Every time I visit my surroundings, within the range of the fruit of the magic tree, you guys sneak out and play. Did Master Clown Pess find out? The dryad who had been around the magic tree almost covered his mouth. Nonsense, how can I not see it if I still retain the 360 degrees field of view? Although you can't hear the rusty goblin, it's because the goblin who playfully feels so cute, but it's more interesting. I wanted to observe it again. It will take a few years for you to evolve. Crown Pith glanced at the goblin and sighed again. Yes, I will observe for a few more years, because the tree monster has enough time. It was only because of the recent encounter with the Platinum Dragon King that I realized that it was more terrifying to face the battle with this body than I thought. Before that, I was actually beaten by a guy who was less than level 40. The sword smashed into the air, so Crown Pith planned to gather his fighting power. Clan Pies, who had just looked at the first plant, just opened her mouth, and then froze. What should I call it? Should I call the plant's race name? What's your name? Crown Pith scratched her head and turned to the little tree demon who had been looked down upon before. Hey? No name. It's not that Petunia Kaoru is a plant that has been demonized by a tree in the early generations. What do you think? As you like. Krunpasi felt a little uncomfortable, maybe it was brought by the recent discomfort, but the direct reason now is that asking your name, how did you kick the ball back? It's really troublesome. Krunpith is not good at creating names, or else he wouldn't just call himself Krunpith. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Well, your main body leaves and your hair are cool green. Let's call it mint, meaning mint, dot. Crown Piz had an idea and laughed smartly and playfully. How do you feel so casual? Then call it elf mint, meaning fairy mint. If you are not satisfied, continue to add it. Even the race category name is the first name. Very well, it's so decided. If you don't agree, just think for yourself. Humph. Crown Pith turned her head to the other side. I see. I'll call Alphen Mint. The little fairy who was given the name Alphen Mint gave up. From her point of view, Clawin Pith got angry and took her onto herself. It would be miserable to pull it out of its head. By the way, do you feel that your power has increased? Crown Pith remembered the story of a certain uncle being reincarnated into a slime, and then, with a flash of inspiration, she looked at Alphen. Ah! How could there be such a thing? Oh, really, this is not the world where the name of the monster can be used to make it evolve. Krunpasi withdrew the thoughts he shouldn't have from Alphen, and turned his attention back to the first one he had just faced. Plant. Although this plant originally had a level of 60, its main task was to be an alarm. Although the range was not as large as the vision of the body, it had the ability to break some concealed magic. I don't know if the lid-like leaves of the radar are designed to match. Don't pretend, I personally tried to imitate Petunia Kaoru to help evolve, right? Boom. The plant smoked, and then appeared like Sadeko crawling out of the TV. To be continued. Chapter 21, Clawin Pith vs 3 Fairies of Light. Ba Crown Pith slapped the head and body of the Sadeko with a blank face. The little fairy who was slapped down by Clown Piss, his hair was also thrown back by that shot, and it looked like a normal black long straight. Even the formal clothes are all well worn. It should be said that this has been known for a long time. In fact, even Alphen has been wearing a simple dress as early as 4 years ago. Although I don't have the right personality, I didn't expect it to look like this in other aspects. I can see it clearly with eyes that are about the size of my body. Crown Pith looked down at the little fairy with long straight black hair in a blue dress with white sleeves lying on the floor. It's Star Safiya from March of the East. The only difference is that they don't have the wings of Gensokyo's fairy, but as a tree fairy, it's normal if they don't have wings. Can change like this. I really hope to be a more powerful character, but it's just similar in appearance. In fact, the race is a fairy monster, so turning into a fairy is a good one, right? Hey, I'm getting up. Crown Piz raised one foot and pretended to step on it. Then the goblin sat up with a bullet and opened his seemingly confused eyes, and said, "Oh, this is, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Unexpectedly, even the 3 major philosophical questions of life were asked, and Krunpith responded in a direct way, "Are you stupid?" "Yes, I'm a fool. I don't remember anything from a moment ago. My memory is so confusing," she said. "It's Star Safiya, right? Ah, is this my name? That's it, that's it." Crown Pith knows that this tone is playing tricks. Weird, does his summoning unit lie to himself? However, the plants created by Krunpith's special skill creating monsters too are not the kind that will disappear after a certain period of time, but the kind that will disappear until death. There is no so-called contract in reality. Bondage, so in the rules of the real world, even if you blindly listen to orders at the beginning, you will continue to receive information from the outside world to change your thoughts, and you may not know what you will do afterwards. Is it too negligent? I lack education. An uneasy feeling spread in Krunpith's heart. If even the summoned object betrayed, what would be left of me? Is it possible to rely on the overwhelming power like the one against the wise king of the forest? But his previous combat level plus the current levels of both sides are much closer. Haha! Star suddenly got up and ran towards the forest away from the magic tree. his has, realized expected it, he immediately chased after him without thinking about it. Rebellion, you guys. As soon as Krunpasi left, 2 more plants disappeared. Krunpasi noticed, but there was no other choice. 2 goblins ran one after the other in the forest, and Krunpatha's level was much higher than Star, so the speed must have been better. However, Star suddenly turned around and had a big back jump, a flash of light flashed on his body, and then he flew up. I can't fly yet. This is the direction to the mountains. Is she going to escape to the mountains? However, Star directly turned around in the air, pushing his hands flat against the staring crown pith, and the magic circle that appeared was actually red. Fire rain. You vine entanglement bind off Liana. A large number of vines rose up from the ground, even if restrained by the flames. Because of the level difference, the vines continued to break up the small rain-like fireballs, and more plant vines continued to rise towards the tower. When Star tried to fly higher to avoid the range of vines, a small fireball burned a certain grass on a tree. Hoop! With a gust of wind, a large log hung by a straw rope turned into a ram and smashed it towards Crown Pith. It's boring. Crown Pith casually kicked the big log away. Crown Pith has never practiced fighting, so this kick is just kicking the toes forward, but the ordinary big log naturally cannot withstand a random blow from a high-level person. However, as the small fireball burned the tripwires of more traps, various classical trap mechanisms came one by one. How boring it is! Crown Pith had to give up the control of the vines, punching and kicking around, and defeating all kinds of things in the future. These things have no sound, and some of them are still invisible. There are magic invisibility and silence. If it weren't for the perceptual range of the ontology, then Crown Pith would be distressed. There are 2 perceiving performers, although it is impossible to visually detect it now, but according to the previous ecological observation of the corresponding disappearance of the 2 plants, they should be respectively. Hair color is golden, with double fluffy short braids, wearing a red dress and white coat. Hair color is closer to linen golden, with spiral curly hair on the temples, wearing a white hat, wearing a white dress. Corresponding appearances are Sunny Milk and Luna Cherad. Compared with the impression of previous life memories, the costumes have a lot less complicated decorations, and they tend to be more practical, which is of course considering the mobility. Because I have a passive skill high order arrow resistance V, I really hope to neutralize some of the traps of the projectiles, but Krunpith clearly feels that all these things can make me feel pain. www.readaloud.com. Why? It's obviously made of ordinary wood. Now, with the main body of the magic tree as the center, a large number of traps are arranged within a 100-meter radius of the surrounding woods. Krunpith observes the movements of the fairies, all of which are dictated by his own fairies entwining the native dryads. Even if the big forest is inaccessible, very few people who venture deep for various purposes are naturally expert. There are not enough guards and traps around camping in the forest. However, it took 4 full years for the sprites to be born from dictation to production to completion. Crown Pith knows the type and location of the trap, and will not stupidly step on it. Originally I thought it was to deal with invaders and let them do it casually, but now... well, even so, it's ordinary wood. Create middle item. Crown Pith turned into a stick and all the wood he attacked in the future was blown away, but it was really troublesome. Trash, trash, why don't I have any attack magic? By the way, mass terminate species, hey. The tower has already flown to a distance outside the magic range, and if you want to hit it again, you have to stack magic effect range expansion widen magic. But a white one has been successfully captured. Does it look like Luna? Ah, the voice has recovered. A wave of rain of flames has passed, and the second wave hits immediately. Not only that, but dozens of light bullets appeared out of thin air in the forest on the right side of Crown Pith. To be continued. Chapter 22, Release and Destroy the Magic Sword of the Kingdom. In the face of a huge number of small fireballs and light bullets, Krunpasi raised his hand and used defensive magic, Field of Force. A translucent light shield appeared, a large number of small fireballs were successfully intercepted, and a ripple on the light shield could not be shaken. Field of Force is an extremely advanced defensive magic. If you want to penetrate it, at least the 8th level released at the same level can be used. The rain of fire used to defend the 4th level seems to be too wasteful. But this is the one magic shield magic of Claw and Pith. But the light bomb penetrated the shield, even pierced through the clothing of the mimetic demon that was used as a substitute for taking damage, and beaten Krunpith one after another. I only ever felt like a burst of needle pain in general, the body cannot help shaking a bit. Is the magic arrow launched by Sunny? Generally speaking, this is an inevitable magic that will penetrate any obstacles and track until it hits the target, but relatively, the lethality is not high. In addition to the level difference, the damage to Krunpith is like a needle stick pain. At this time, another huge log struck, and Krunpisi raised the stick high and swung it down like venting pain. Then, his eyes widened, and he saw a broken log attached to his smashed log. The cracked magic circle. Boom! The log turned into a bomb and exploded. Fortunately, the blow was blocked by the defensive magic previously applied. At this time, Sunny's direction seems to be launching magic again, but this time she seems to be preparing for a big move. In terms of the time to accumulate her energy, won't you think that this explosion is enough to buy time, right? Is still invisible. It is the information obtained through the perceptual power of the magic tree, and it is precisely because Sunny needs to accumulate energy to catch up in time. Since you can't see it, let's give full play to your strengths. Group All Race Control Mass Terminate Species. Clon Pes used a wide range of magic in the direction of Sunny, temporarily controlling Sunny's behavior. There is no need to interrupt her, and they have to teach them this. Sunny, the target of attack is Star. Star seemed to be aware of it, and disappeared into the air screaming. Holy smite, holy smite! Boom 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 boom! The blue and white sacred flash of light kept falling from where the star was just now. This is the only magic that Aboriginal humans have cast in the original work that slightly hurt the bones and proud of the sky. It is a magic that surpasses the limits of humans. Demons above level 60 are accurate beyond human limits. After the light disappeared, almost nothing remained of the ground plants below. But just because it is an ordinary plant, the residue is left. If the evil target that the magic itself should target, even if the level is much higher than the tree, it will be wiped out. Although it may not be able to kill Krunpith or shoot down the star, it can also inflict considerable damage if hit. Although I haven't seen you use it during the observation period, it turns out that you all have powerful attack magic. I'm so jealous and jealous. If you were angry and surprised because the other party suddenly went to war with him, now Crown Pith's feelings are it became emotional. Suddenly, Star was behind him in the sense of the magic tree, and Crown Pith was startled, but his body reaction slowed down, and the mimetic demon in clothing automatically responded. Bang! After a violent explosion, Star actually fired a large fireball from zero distance to blur the face of the mimicry. The impact made Crownpith staggered a few steps forward, and then stepped in. But there had to be in the trap of helplessness for inertia. Clon Pes lay face down with the word big lying on the ground in the cave. He actually poured water and made a swamp here, and Cron Pes completely became a clay figure. Why do you have so much attack magic? Even your physical ability is better than me. I won't play with you anymore. Krunpith was knocked to the ground and became super uncomfortable. Silk almost rolled back and forth, scratching her hair vigorously, and disappeared, leaving the mimicry clothes left in place. Even the two Sani and Luna who had been caught by magic were let go. Hey, why did you return to the main body? How to do? Go back. Clown pies, who teleport back to the body, made a branch of his body break out of the soil, sitting in the shape of a claw, and then took out the black magic sword from the infinite backpack, which was the one captured from the 13 heroes. I remember it appeared in the original work, but unfortunately the name of this weapon, Krunpith, cannot be remembered. Although it looks like I went to a piece of the night sky and I wanted to call it the Sword of the Night Sky. In short, Crown Pes, who has been experimenting with various skills and magic on his brain, is also on a whim to find a grand attack method to teach himself the fairy, and threw the sword at the body. Krunpith knows that the magical items in this world can automatically fit the size of the user, the clothes can automatically become fit, the weapon can become just suitable for the user to wield, and if you want to do it, you can even let the giant wear it. There are only thumb-sized magic equipment, but the material has not changed, so the durability and the required magic power will be reduced. There is no free lunch in the world. You can build giant equipment with thumb-sized materials. What? However, if you only use magical attacks instead of head-to-head collisions with other weapons, it's okay. So, the black magic sword that was grasped by the magic tree of Krunpith's body, lifted high, and instantly turned into a giant sword over 300 meters. Continue to infuse magic power and activate weapon skills. The long-range skills of this weapon will make the sword body expand 3 times, and the night sky in the sword body will gush out and turn into dark energy, so a 1000-meter black light beam appears that seems to be going straight into the sky. NS. Wow, did we overdo it to upgrade? Pace is really angry. Run. The goblin was about to disperse, leaving the area where it was chopped down, and when it was too late, the beam of light fell directly and vertically. The darkness turned into rushing forward in the forest, the explosion kept knocking down the trees, and finally hit the foot of the Andazia Mountains in the northern part of the top forest. The darkness dissipated, revealing a long strip of flat land leading directly to the mountains. Alphen, who often leaned on the tree because his body grew on the tree, trembled with fright, and slumped on the ground. However, this behavior is not within the attention of Krunpith. Oh, I think it's good to use this trick to repair roads. Krunpith touched his chin and smiled on a whim. Strange, the first one is not thinking of fighting. Although the scope is exaggerated, it is just exaggerated. Faced with an opponent of the same level, even if it hits, the damage that can be caused is the same as the original size of the sword hit, so magnificent. Attacking, the fact that there is no canyon on the ground is the best evidence that the power is still limited. To be continued. Chapter 23, Tips for Upgrading. Considering that there are many weapons of the Platinum Dragon King, the level is also very high, and the durability of the inflated huge weapon is greatly reduced. Therefore, if the Platinum Dragon King with a higher level uses a weapon, the trick here will burst like a balloon, so use this trick to hit Platinum the Dragon King is not reliable either. But it seems to be very suitable for clearing small soldiers. That is the massacre. Does it make sense to do this? The 3 elves were also affected, but this level of attack did not kill them, but they were also lying on the edge of the cleared flat ground in various poses. The clothes on the body were broken to the ground, which was only created by the lower level magic. Clothes are not made of good materials like Krunpith. Krunpith put on his clothes again, tied the 3 fairies into a ball with vines, and dragged them back to the body. He treated them and asked them to sit down in front of them in a neat row. Whether the 3 fairies really betrayed, Krunpith couldn't make up his mind, because that little method would make her feel pain, but there was no way to kill her. Although the skill can't be cancelled, as long as the body is awakened at all costs, wouldn't it be easy to kill them? Let's go ahead, do you know what you did? So, Krunpith used an ambiguous statement, which can also be said to be a means of pretending to be intelligence. 3 goblins, look at me, I look at you, and then Star, the first to turn into a goblin, speaks. In order to become more powerful, do you want to upgrade to a higher level fighter? So, take me as experience points. Dare not dare not dare, I found that some professional levels can be improved as long as they are continuously used effectively, and it would be better if the opponent is a high-level existence. But there is no other strong enemy around here. Even if there is, we probably can only escape. After Star, Sunny, and Luna also followed. Really, is it? After hearing the explanation, Krunpasi also vented well with the last blow just now, but most of the anger in her heart disappeared. Appearance. Then the heads of the three goblins turned their angles almost neatly, and Crown Pith turned her head along the angle the pile of writing statues read as handmade things. Do you specifically select the goblins to correspond to the goblin monsters? How about doing a few of the figures of Tongzi and Juejian from Aloe in Sword Art Online? But it's better to gather Gensokyo first, as there are differences in hobbies. So, what have you learned over the years? Report your professional level. Crown Pith turned her head back, intending to compare the level and abilities she had gained with the ecological observations she had made over time. Hi, I'm first. Star, the first goblin under Crown Pith, raised his hand with a smile. Part of the level of all 60 level fairy is the same race level, 35, Power of Nature LV15, Power of High Level Nature LV10, Tree Fairy LV10, Occupation Level, 25, Forest Priest LV15, Advanced Forest Priest LV5, Nature Pioneer LV5. Shared Passive Special Skills, Intermediate Arrow Resistance 3, Arrow Attribute Attack Effect reduced by 40%. Others are different because of various other fun in these years. Star Additional Class Level, 9, Elemental Magician LV1, Trap Expert LV3, Deceptionist LV1, Partisan LV1, Hunter LV1, Gardener LV1, Chef LV1. Sani Additional Class Level, 10, Priest LV5, Senior Priest LV1, Shapeshifter LV3, Trap Expert LV1, Chef LV1. Luna Additional Occupational Level, 8, Priest LV1, Trap Expert LV1, Craftsman LV1, Guerrilla LV1, Hunter LV1, Tailor LV1, Chef LV1, Disaster Apostle LV1. When a few goblins were talking about each other, Crown Pith had already unknowingly sat cross-legged in front of them, took a small notebook, combat seized goods, and recorded it, while writing and thinking. Star's assignment is quite interesting. She was busy practicing traps in the first place, right, liar? Is the nonsense with me just a part of it? Originally, this kind of profession should only give some intelligence and deception skills to make corrections in the game, but will it become a habit of nonsense in reality? Just like being a bone, feelings will become indifferent, and the concept of time will be weak when you are a tree demon. You have to pay attention to this. Well, Sunny's birth time is later than Star's, but it grows faster. There are quite a lot of overlaps in the class with the original class and race corrections. In reality, the level will catch up quickly in practice, but in the game, there is a big weakness, and if you can't get skill card slots and assigned points every time you level up like players do, this weakness will get bigger and bigger, but the speed is really good. But the key question to do this is how to get a similar career without a game interface. Luna was born relatively late, but her level is also worthy of catching up. It depends on the fact that all of them are only level 1. It is indeed the easiest to upgrade for the first time, but this way you get very little upgrade each time, right? She is also the least performer. It is not advisable to upgrade just for the sake of upgrading. Negative teaching materials. What the is Apostle of Calamity? Since it is going to be upgraded, indeed I gave this order when I called you. Why have you avoided me for the past few years? Krunpasi stopped the vine pen in her hand and asked www.readaloud.com. We give PSI a surprise. Star said. Klonpith took this sentence as nonsense, and instead asked Luna, who was born the latest of the three fairies, let's talk about it. Star said that she has seen you the most memory, knows some things, but doesn't tell us what we don't know. But it probably means that she is worried that the leather level is too high compared to ours, and she divides all things called experience points. Gone. Luna. Will this sell me? Experience value. Crown Pith thought that this really exists in the real world? After all, judging from the work information, even soldiers and magic casters who have never been on the battlefield but have undergone a high degree of collective training can upgrade to about level 10 compared to the absolute level 1 before training. The experience value comes from killing an enemy, right? Ola. You too. Sani, who was caught in the middle, looked upset, raising her arms and screaming. Sony has anything to say? Crown Pith asked. I heard Stare said that imitating human games seems to be fun. No, I can learn more professions. When can we go? Sunny asked. Play. Crown Pith squinted and glanced at Star, whose eldest lady squinted and smiled. How many memories did this guy see of him? He was originally human, so he said this. But, compared to getting more careers to level up, there are too many questions to ask now. If I knew that, from the very beginning, Kronpais should find a chance to catch the current situation and talk about it one by one. But Crown Pith always felt that it was okay to wait, but it dragged on for several years under the racially specific concept of time. Besides, can the dryads whose main body is a plant really leave? To be continued. Chapter 24, Free Wind. Hearing that Sunny was arguing about wanting to play in the human kingdom, Krunpith could only regret her past laissez-faire, but it was too late to regret it. Besides, even if she wanted to leave the forest, the dryad could really leave. NS? Not right, wait. By the way, you guys, how did you erase the body and leave only the goblin body? Crown Pith found a fatal problem. The three fairies looked at each other blankly, as if they didn't know how to answer, as if they didn't know how to answer how to breathe. Sta. Et? Me? I don't know much, I did it naturally. You have seen a lot of my memories. Ah, yes. Then it's even out like this. Crown Pess, who had been worried about the range of action because of his body, couldn't wait to press his hand on the head of the tower, modify memory. Search. Wu Penny Kaoru killed me. Forget it, she was the only one who could help at the time. Even if I missed me for so many years, I should thank her. It's not Penny Kaoru's fault. The indigenous dryads are like this. Unlike in Yggdrasil, players choose the dryad race and gain the ability to change the tree, and they can freely switch their forms through the skills, while the plant monster NPC it cannot be turned into a tree monster directly, but after the racial setting of Yggdrasil becomes a reality, the rule of direct switching applies to all the characters of Yggdrasil. Originally, the demon tree to which Krunpais belonged was also a Yggdrasil character, but the process of transforming the tree demon was aided by the tree demon from another world. In addition, the tree monsters and the units summoned by the regular Yggdrasil skills were added. Intentionally summon plant monsters with good IQ settings. Different, Crown Pith, who directly possesses the magic tree with his soul, does not have the mental memory of the magic tree itself, or the setting of the magic tree itself has no IQ. Thinking and memory that can be inherited, the performance of the original book is very low IQ, and the result is something that can be regarded as bug. Ignoring Star, who became embarrassed, Crown Pith put her hand on her body, thinking about the feeling he had tasted in Star's mind. After a few minutes, the magic tree moved, exaggeratedly. NS. All the branches are instantly sucked in by the black hole centered on Krunpasi, until the end of the root of the last tree is also pulled out of the ground and submerged in Krunpasi's palm. In fact, the process takes less than 5 seconds and takes hundreds of meters. For tall trees, this is not the speed at which the complete process can be easily seen. Now Crown Paisai still wears equipment such as gloves and rings, but because of the automatic fit of the magic equipment, there is no trace of damage at all. It's just that there is a problem with the mimicry clothes. If I change back to the main body, they will be crushed to death. Forget it, the monsters used as clothes are dead and then summoned by skills. Krunpasi moved her body and confirmed. Physical condition, secretly. There is such a big difference in the treatment of the monsters that make clothes and the monsters that make hands. I feel that my body has become much stronger, and my energy and magic power have also been filled a lot. Is the main body and the Dryad's HP and MP integrated? Perhaps the magic tree was originally a special monster in the game. The HP is surprisingly high, about 3000. The HP of Krunpith, who turned into a Dryad, is not low, about 2000. After being integrated, it is directly integrated to 5000, but MP the total amount is slightly lower, only 1600. The MP bar that Gu Aotian broke out of the screen is 1980. Although the value is several times higher than that of the opponent at level 100, you can't think of it as invincible, because the defensive power of Krunpith is still at the level of level 80, and the speed is even lower because the body is a monster that does not move. In other words, fighting with a higher level player will evolve into a clean hit attack by the opponent every time, and HP will be consumed very quickly. Especially in the face of Gong's original lineup of Crusade against the Magic Tree, the current Krunpith is naturally unable to fight or escape, and cannot escape. But before the next batch of players cross over, it will undoubtedly be a lot safer to have such a strong vitality. And the special skills that are unique to the Demon Tree body but not previously available as Dryads have also been integrated into the Dryad's body, but the level has also been lowered when used by the Dryads, high level knockback resistance 3, which is also very good. Now, at least I won't be so embarrassed in close combat. Even if I get attacked by Star again, I can deal with it. But what about physique? It is indeed very unusual for such a large tree to completely inhale the petite body of Krunpith in a few seconds, but is it possible to make such an unpleasant scream? Krunpith, who was interrupted from thinking, heard harshly and felt uncomfortable. Hey, my body! My body! Alphen almost leaped toward Krunpith. Ah, your body, Krunpith remembered, could she her grass into her body? Immediately groping all over, he found nothing. Finally, he took off the purple clown hat and touched the top of his head. Reading www.uuganshu.com. There seems to be a circle of calyx next to the flower on the head. My body! Hearing Alphen yelling like this, Krunpith was subconsciously trying to take this circle of calyx off his head and return it to Alphen. Wait, I'm going to die, then I will die. Could it be that it became a parasite on my head, and it has become too far away from me? Krunpith said a little dumbfounded. Probably, that's it. Alphen's face was almost weeping. In fact, Alphen's body has been in a parasitic state, but the nutrient extraction from the magic tree is minimal to the 300-meter high tree. Krunpith didn't feel it. Well, forget it. I'm going to discard this place anyway. I'm leaving the forest. Anyway, since I feel that my future is unsafe, Krunpith is ready to move, so I plan to run away. Let's not talk about escaping from the Dragon King, at least not waiting to be killed by Gu Aotian. Yet. Cheers came from the three fairies, just ignore it. However, although the live figure is cute, the inner part is by no means copied from the familiar setting in the previous life, it is just the monster summoned by Krunpith. If you want to run away, it would be a little too conspicuous to wear it all. Although you are reluctant to do it, you have to separate it. Let's take a look according to the acquired ability. Krunpith turned to other places where the plants were summoned to grow. According to the fairy tales in his observation diary, he clapped his hands and called out the names of those level 60, Cerno, the big fairy, Lily Black, Adeneti larva. Since I've had a fight with your three seniors, come out too, you have something to explain. To be continued. Chapter 25, Farewell to Penny Kaeru. Krunpith walked alone in the woods, stepping on dead leaves and branches under his feet and making a rustling sound. Came to Petunia Kairu's body. According to the Dryad's habits, saying goodbye is completely meaningless, but Krunpasi still intends to come and say to Petunia Kairu, "Penny Kairu, come on, can you cancel invisibility?" When Crown Pies said, "I thought this tree demon really likes to hide." "Hey, that!" Petunia Kairu, who was sitting on her own body, dispelled the magic. "I planned to leave. I'm sorry to have bothered you for so long. Can you forgive us for the trouble we have caused in this forest for so many years?" Crown Pies didn't bother to say that, even she didn't believe it herself. Although she was not too gluttonous, she also pulled up a lot of trees. In addition, various magic and skill experiments have been upgraded, although the experiments have not reached the destruction of ecological balance. To the extent, it also caused a certain amount of damage to the surrounding forest. The biggest damage in the last time was probably the black magic sword that pushed it into a row of forests to the foot of the northern mountains. Not only the trees, but also many animals and monsters were killed in that blow. After the incident, Crown Pith also released the Fairy Queen to explore, and found that it almost reached the foot of the mountain, seemingly hacked the village of the Northern Goblin Kingdom. However, Penny Kairu's first reaction was not that he was concerned. "Leave? How do you transplant such a large tree? Are you able to take the body into your body like your child?" "Well, that's basically it." "Ah, I really envy you." "Yet." Crown Pith nodded, "This is indeed worthy of the envy of the native tree monster who cannot move in a large area. If I can do this, as long as I follow the sun, I will be able to enjoy the best sunshine." "Hey? This is the point of envy." "Ah, yeah, is there anything else?" "No, it's okay. Just be happy. Although I don't know if it's useful, let me tell you that method first. Although probably because of the different breeds, it doesn't work for you. In fact, that feeling is hard to express." Crown Pace activated her magic on Petunia Kairu. Modify memory, instill. Modify memory is actually a very expensive magic, but when there is no battle, it doesn't matter if you use it continuously. Penny Kairu, that's it, it's really hard to say if it's useful. Crown Pith, in short, let's do it. After we leave, there may be other people coming, such as the companion of the person you asked to kill me last time, or the Dragon King or something. Penny Kairu, the mighty Dragon King, right? The level of those who have been there before is 1 or 2 times higher than Penny Kairu, and within Penny Kairu's understanding, the Dragon King only has the impression of powerful, just like the magic tree, they are both incomprehensible and incomprehensible, but are the two complaining? What if it suffers here too? Penny Kairu was very upset. Krunpith, well, even though I'm probably the Destroy Dragon King, probably it wasn't the one who came to look for you. When asked about it, I should disassociate myself from it. Don't reveal the information about our whereabouts, pretending to be if it has nothing to do with me, it won't be implicated. This is also for the safety of Crown Pith. In addition, the Modify memory just now also implanted false information about myself, even if I was forced to confess. Penny Kairu, is this all right? Crown Pith, no problem, then, because of me, many creatures have moved out of this big forest, right? Which intelligent creatures are there? Petunia Kairu, before you appeared, there were dark elves, goblins, ogres, trolls, maybe there were other things, but even if they were still living in the forest, they hadn't been there for many years. Approaching this area, and the dark elves seemed to have completely disappeared in the forest. The dark elves ran away. Perhaps it was the right choice. See what the Goblin Kingdom became. Crown Pith was smashed by a wave of swords in order to teach the 3 elves of light. Crown Pith, similar to what I have learned, then I will see you in the future. Penny Kairu, well, goodbye. Crown Pace disappeared in front of Penny Kairu, leaving behind a shock wave, because it ran away at a speed that Penny Kaoru could not detect. Crown Pith ran back to the gathering place of the fairies next to the big pit left by the magic tree. "Hey, did the other fairies just leave?" Crown Pace asked. On the scene, only the three of Light Fairies, Cerno, Big Fairy, and the parasitic Alphen were left, along with a Forest King. Many of the handicrafts piled up in the surrounding area have been collected in the infinite backpack, and the parts that cannot be collected can only be discarded. The other fairies were divided into two waves. Lily and Larva took 3 level 30 fairies and left in the east and west directions respectively. And leave behind a level 30 fairy and the remaining plants where the fairy has not yet been born. There is a reason for being so urgent. Krunpasi shook off the magic scrolls that he held tightly in his hands, and activated magic, counter-detect, fake cover. 2 magic scrolls burn, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com turned into particles and spread out, covering the fairies present. These are all the trophies of the magic tree's first battle, and there are still a lot of things in the 13 Heroes Infinite Backpack. The number of various magic scrolls is not many, but he was worried about being tracked, so Crown used it without hesitation. The 2 teams of elves who left first and the elves and plants left behind were somewhat of a bait. "Everyone, coming up soon." Crown Pith stood on the head of the Forest King and waved to the other fairies. The ages of other fairies are all in single digits, and it feels like children are traveling. If Crown Pith is not a reincarnated tree, even if he is not targeted, he must have left here to play around long ago. The Forest King's back is very wide. If you sit like a bus, it's okay to sit on so many fairies, and the fairies are very light. Everything you need to bring is packed in the infinite backpack, and you won't bring them to the Forest King. How much burden comes? Okay, let's go along the avenue I cut last time. Krunpith pointed to the narrow wasteland that was split by himself. Why does the subordinate feel like being used as a workhorse? The Forest King murmured softly. Do you know pack horses? When a human trespassed on my territory a few years ago, I brought a beast called that way. It tastes better than human flesh. Ah, isn't it? Crown Pith thought to himself that human flesh is worse than horse flesh. If that is the case, it would be great. Even though he hasn't eaten humans for many years, even if there are monsters occasionally, give up because it is not cost-effective to wake up the body to eat. Now that the body and the fairy body are integrated, there is no meat for the time being, but after all, eating meat is more comfortable than being a vegetarian. If you eat other meat, you should avoid more conflicts with humans. To be continued. Chapter 26, The Mermaid Who Claims to be Wakaroji. Klonpith asked the Sage King of the Forest to carry Sunny, Luna, Star, and the Big Goblin, Cerno, and Alphen to leave the place where the magic tree descended into the world as soon as possible. In fact, because of the fact that many props were not taken seriously in the past, the procrastination has not been counted, but these things can only be done on the road. There is no need to prepare supplies or anything. The fairy-type dryad can survive as long as there is water and sunlight. Only Krunpith may have to eat more if he fights hard. The Forest King also has a certain amount of food, but the forest is still there is no shortage of the nutrients they need. The magic tree disappeared, and the goblin group was scattered about the 3rd day of the day, and new guests were immediately visited here. Is Fluta and the mermaid who is the first disciple. Fruta uses teleportation magic, so he moves very quickly, and because the momentum created by the magic tree recently is too obvious, you can see it outside the forest, so it can be easily found. If they hadn't encountered and fight with a large group of goblins and ogres who had moved out for some reason, the speed of arrival might have been faster. There are a lot of them, and the level of the large goblins is even more than 30, so the two have to work a little bit to successfully defeat them. However, when I arrived at the scene I thought, there were only odd-shaped wood products scattered everywhere in a large and surprisingly large tree pit. Hey? Teacher, it seems to be late, everyone has left. Fruta looked a little lost, took a few steps forward, pointed to a place where leftover handicrafts were piled up, and said, "What the are you? Come out of shape. Does my illusion magic not work?" A child with blue hair and a plain white dress appeared and sat on the top of the handicraft mountain. Her monster instinct feels that the other two are stronger than herself. It's no surprise to be found out. It doesn't seem to come from a battle. Before leaving, the owner told him not to let possible bruisers chase him, so it's not an illusion. It's okay too. Besides, she actually doesn't know where the others have gone. Florida did not answer the child's question. Although he was not very excited, he was still moved. It was precisely because it was a child who was revealed that although the other party concealed himself, he couldn't escape Florida's natural ability. "I saw a place out of thin air where I could see the rank of magic. How could I think there were people there?" The problem is that the child in front of him can use up to the 5th level of magic. Although Florida can also be used, and some of the 13 heroes can use the 6th rank, but the child in front of him, it seems to be only 10 years old. From the point of view of the pointed ears, is it a fairy type? It is only a few dozen years old at most, and it is still younger than yourself. However, the slower growing races will not appear faster in the growth of magical power. The overflowing magical aura in front of him is much higher. At least, Bifruta was stronger 20 years ago, and will grow in the future. How strong will it be when your appearance becomes the same age as you? How unfair God is to mankind. On the other side, the mermaid has a strange complexion and has temporarily paid attention to the pile of handmade handicrafts. From time to time, he picks up one to see, that guy is really keen on this, maybe it is really him. Is there mine? What about the figures? It's also very troublesome to find them, appraisal magic items. But the mermaid's behavior does not affect Florida, his current focus is still on the fairy. "How old are you?" the Florida wanted to know, disregarding his own rudeness. "It's about 10 years since Pace gave me birth." "Well, almost 10 years. That is, only 10 years old will be able to 5th level magic, thanks to Florida has been stimulated enough, this time there is no gaffe." "The one who gave birth to you in your mouth, isn't it?" "Master Clown Pith, yes. Don't even try to find her, she has already left." "Excuse me, Lord Clown Pith, can you know the 10th level magic?" Florida first asked the other side as if you could not achieve the goal. "Humph, isn't that of course." Oh, how on earth can the old man see him? I am willing to give everything, give everything." Florida directly knelt down, although he almost wished to climb to the raised hill and kowtow, but this action was probably disgusting in front of the child, so I barely controlled it. "You old man, calm me down. You can't be rude like this. Give it to me. Give it to me." The mermaid dragged Florida back a certain distance and confirmed that his eyes were not so crazy before holding it. The figure found stepped forward. "Sorry, the old man here will get a little excited when encountering magic. Really, humans are really troublesome creatures. By the way, the child looked back and forth between the figure and the mermaid with strange eyes, did you dress up? Who are you? Happy, what is the relationship with Silk? The costume and race seem to be the same www.readaloud.com, but there are still quite differences in face and figure. Of course they will not be of the same kind, the dryads imitate the same kind of hands that show their appearance. However, since there is a certain similarity with the self-made miniature statue that Kronpais has not escaped, it is unavoidable to doubt the connection. You look kinda kind, although I can't remember who it is," the mermaid said in secret, not wanting to be suppressed by this obviously lower-level person, so he spoke provocatively, "Ask someone else's name before you. Should I report my name first?" "Pix called me. Hi, it's time for you to answer my question." "I have no impression, but Hi, isn't that the name is just the same as Hey and Hey, but she looks familiar, but even if she is poisoned, she won't completely check the real fairy," the mermaid thought. Then, he replied, "Well, so is it. Hello, I am the mermaid, said the pronunciation that was always translated incorrectly. Are you O, Mu, G, right? It's Wakaji. But it's great, finally there is a correct translation. You really are there. Wakaji, who was always forced to translate as Princess Wakati, put her hand on her chest in the past. Exhaled. If Lug is naturally not her real name, born as an Aboriginal mermaid, it's just that it's not uncommon for travelers or adventurers who are far from home to hide their name. Besides, Ruoja's real name is too long, and it is annoying to write it herself. Then, can I go and meet your companion? See here that there are hands similar to mine, for the sake of statues. Actually, I don't know anything, really. The fairy smiled and spread his hands. Hey? Obviously there are still important matters to discuss. To be continued. Chapter 27, Camping to Cook. Krunpasi and his party rode the Forest King, along the huge traces made by the dark magic sword all the way north, and soon entered the Andalusian mountains. Did not rest for the first night, and went on until the magic that interfered with the tracking was completely invalidated. The speed of a pedestrian after entering the mountain is very different from that of traveling in the forest. The speed is very slow, sometimes even slower to circumvent terrain such as waterfalls. Although waterfalls have a lot of skills and magic for everyone to spend, such as the fly learned by Star, or climbing up with plants and vines, but if you don't know the road, you can go directly over it. Obstacles may miss the so-called road. Yes, I don't know the road. Peace, what are we doing in this unpleasant place? Star asked for a moment. It's not Star, you can't teach magic? Our traffic is very limited. Crown Pith said in a stick-reed tone. The ability to fly is very important, but only Star got the bound magic that belongs to the game monster when he got the tree monster. Yggdrasil has a high degree of freedom. Even if the monsters of the same kind have different abilities, different individuals have different abilities. Although they have a limited range and the possibility of obtaining different abilities is also different, Star did just get fly, and because it wasn't the magic that I learned by hand, I couldn't teach it at all. Therefore, Kronpais wanted to find the flying monsters that even the Great Forest knew existed here as vehicles. That's it, there are no more plans, and Kronpais is not a plan. However, I still let Star fly into the air to see the surrounding situation every 3 times. Unfortunately, there is nothing special to pay attention to. At the moment, although most people don't need to rest, they don't include the most important Forest King. For this reason, after several breaks on the way, the group started climbing silently. In the distance, there are sometimes figures that look like beasts, but they seem to notice that this line is not easy to mess with, and they didn't get close. Although they took the initiative to strike a few and threw them into the infinite backpack as a reserve food, they found that the beasts inhabited in this area were not there yet. If you are less, you lose your interest. Finally, since leaving the forest, I saw the blue sky being stained with ash for the second time, and it slowly entered the night and turned into a sea of stars. The few plants that could have been seen around have disappeared, and they are all bare rocks. Sage King of the Forest, stop. Then, let's sleep here for the night. You have worked hard, this is for you. Crown Pith reached into the infinite backpack and took out a huge monster. This is a monster named Nuke. It is 3.5 meters long and weighs 1,200 kilograms. It is a 4-legged herbivore covered in long hair. It can survive with only a little green moss. It is weak, but it is very easy to encounter, just like the wildebeest takin on the African savanna. It is also the predator of various carnivorous beasts. When I first encountered it, because it was not a forest monster, it looked so big and a bit powerful, but the Sage King of the Forest lightly slammed his tail to death. Thank you, Lord. The Sage King of the Forest immediately jumped up and gnawed up. It seems that he is completely used to being a boss, but if he forgets how to fight, then put the cart before the horse. Maybe it would be better to find a chance for her to train. But, back to the question of eating, this nuke is bigger than the current Forest King. Is it really finished? But this is not something that Krunpais should consider. Anyway, it won't rot to the point of eating after a few more days. It's better to say that hamsters are not so picky eaters, and plant monsters don't have a sense of rejection to decaying animals, a good fertilizer. Now what needs to be considered is the place to sleep, but it's not right to say that it's not right. Because of the existence of magic, Krunpith is looking for a suitable place. It is best to have an empty terrain without sloping, no huge rocks, but sure enough, it's not so easy to find, just tilt it, anyway, magic can automatically correct it, that is, the foundation is not so safe, but as long as there is no large-scale battle, it should be okay. Create fortress. The huge wooden fortress stands out abruptly from the bare stone surface. With a light knock, Krunpith pushed open the door that seemed to be able to bounce off the city hammer. The Forest King can find a corner on the first floor. Luna, Sunny, and Alphin are also on the first floor. The Big Goblin and Cerno are on the second floor. Don't miss the leveling exercises between you. Star, come up with me and have a private chat with you today. Krunpith decided to take advantage of this period of time to figure out his work figures one by one at close range, but they should not be confused with their corresponding anime characters in the previous life. This time, I have made all the necessary facilities in the room very carefully. Although I can't make mechanical objects, the ordinary furniture is all available. It is still in the arts and crafts style, and even has a fireplace. Sta, please come first. Get the road map for today, said Krunpith, taking out the local map used by the 13 heroes to fight the world from the Infinite Backpack, a complex drawn by himself with a vine pen. Printed edition, and commonly used vine pens. In fact, this mountain range also has a demon god, because it is also one of the adventure sites of the 13 heroes. UU reading www.uukonshu.com has a partial map of the mountain range, and it is also very thoughtfully marked in English. Well, leave it to me. Although I don't have much confidence. Because Star has surveyed from the air, it is probably okay to mark it out. I only want to know the approximate distance and direction, and I don't want to be very precise. So it takes a few minutes to finish the painting. Next, can I ask you to make some food? I am referring to the kind of groping exercises that you have done in order to achieve your professional level. Krunpith sat down on the tower and drew the route. On the stool, he looked at Star with his face and said, "Cooking food, to become a kind of cooking, for everyone to eat?" "Yes, yes, yes." Star put his hands together and smiled, then said, "But there is no kitchen in this city, right?" "Well, it doesn't matter if everyone is willing to eat. Anyway, my fortress wood will not be easily lit by flames below the 5th rank, so you can do it yourself." Krunpith threw another nuke out of the infinite backpack. "It's going to be such a big deal, okay, it's up to me." She actually reached out to nuke directly, as if she was going to set fire on the spot. "Wait. I'm referring to the feeling of cooking carefully with props that you have tried." "Well, I really hope there will be a smaller monster like this." "Well, forget it. Low-level item creation, create minor item, vine entanglement, bind off Liana. It was she who activated her magic to create an oversized pot, a knife, and dry vines. Then she took the knife, broke the vines with a few knives, and cut a large slice from nuke. It is just a purely violent cutting, and it has no connection with the division of butchers and chefs based on the structure of animals. To be continued. Chapter 28, The Status Quo of Cerno and the Big Goblin. Krunpith sat on the stool with her arms crossed and crossed her legs, staring straight at Star's back. Although Krunpith has perceived this person from the perspective of the magic tree, this is the most real way to see it from a full-length perspective. It's absolutely impossible for a monster to achieve this level by self-study. It must have been correct after seeing a large amount of memory. However, even though I have learned to cook simple dishes in my previous life, I would never be so rough. I am still a monster after all. However, the monsters who are born with a certain fighting nerve are not without advantages. Star just set the pot on fire with one hand, and with the other hand, he tossed and flipped vigorously in the cauldron into which large pieces of meat were thrown into it. Of course, I didn't put any condiments. After all, there is no condiment. There are herbs, but it doesn't make sense to throw them in. Hey, looking at the back of Star like this, Crown Pith sighed. She also used a frying pan in her memory, but it was super simple, that is, after pouring the oil, put the sliced steamed buns, zongzi slices, rice cakes and the like on top to make it look like some rice cakes. It's not okay to eat these alone. In her memory, she doesn't like to order takeaways. When she has to cook by herself, there is basically no problem as long as there is a microwave oven and a rice cooker. All dishes are good. Put the brine in the microwave or rice cooker. Then press a few buttons and wait for a while. Well, Star's experience here to do this is relying on the less commonly used memory method of the former. In fact, there are really not many reference points for that method compared to the current one. If it becomes so rough and rough. If you see a restaurant chef who dares to do this, he must never come again. Okay. When Star said so, he directly put the hot pot on the table next to Crow and Pies. Very risky, the map has been removed. The smell seems to be burnt, part of it is sticking to the pot, and then Star patted his hand, the pot turned into magic particles and dissipated, and the large pieces of meat were spread on the table, and there was still smoke. It's true that this would happen without oil. Knives are easy to use when they are messed up, but the pots and knives are ready to use and can disappear at any time, so no matter how rough they are used, it's okay. I have to say, although a small part of it burns, but it does not seem to be trapped. It is really amazing to be able to do this under such rough conditions. Krunpasi carefully tore a piece into his mouth and chewed. It's delicious. Based on the benchmark of eating a dead corpse before, obviously it's just this level of cooking. Should Star? Can you do other things too? Well, there are many kinds of fruit plates and regular soups, simply cutting the wild fruits to visit and boiling the edible plants in the water. As he said, Star picked up what he was carrying on his body. The small purse took out a large pile of fruits and other plants. A total of 4 small leather bags of this kind have been seized, one of each of the 13 heroes' shield guard and the Black Knight who died at that time was slung on each side of their bodies. Because the speed of taking out items is faster than infinite backpacks, in the game it is equivalent to the quick item bar, which is generally used to put potions or magic items, but now it is distributed by Kronpith as a travel bag. Lily and Larva, who were scattered and left, each took one, and the Star and the big goblin of the team also held each. Kronpith controls all the infinite backpacks that do not take up any weight and volume. Star has trained chefs, gardeners and hunters in his current professional level, and he has paid more attention to the available ingredients. As a result, he has made a lot of them all the way. Then, please do the others too. After speaking, Krunpais continued to gnaw the meat seemingly boldly. Don't look at Klonpiece deliberately dressing up like this cute, but after living in the forest for 10 years, don't expect to live in the forest like a civilized person. Until now, Klonpiece sits on a stool. Standing on it cross-legged, it feels like sitting on the floor, and I am used to it in the wild. Suddenly, the stairwell outside the door made a boom sound. What are you doing? Krunpasi slammed the door open, and saw that Cerno actually fell face down on the upper side of the stairs, seeming to fly upside down from below and hit the ceiling and then bounced back onto the stairs. Is not mounted on it, indicating that the force of smashing it is not enough. Klonpiz closed the door and said, speaking of which, Cerno's former race name is Ice Dragon Grass. But in my observation records, she seems to have been doing avant-garde practice as a fairy. Cerno Striker LV1, although it is only 1 level. Doma has Gorilla LV1 and Apothecary LV1. Said Star, who was cooking the second largest piece of meat there. Well, it's good to have an upgrade method. But, does the big goblin have a pharmacist level? I remember that the big goblin's former race name is Ankline Grass. www.readaloud.com. It will automatically release the range of illusion and poison when approaching. It's a magical low grass, but it can explode the material for making high-level medicines. It can also be used as medicines. So there is a way to make a pharmacist profession. Has she ever harmed herself? But how did the striker be gorillas? And the pharmacist flew to the ceiling upstairs. Crown Pith fell in love again and ate a third of the meat, while speaking in a vague voice. By the way, Crown Pice also tore a few pieces and stuffed it into the skirt and head of his clothes, and dropped a few small pieces on the ground and stepped on a few feet. What is this for? Don't forget that Krunpasi's clothes are all made of monsters. Although it is also a type that can survive with sunlight and water, it is not that she can't eat. She doesn't want to be too cold with her clothes. Is just sucking things in from the bottom of the skirt, and then the stepped things gradually decompose and disappear, which may be a bit scary. Didn't pay much attention to the behavior of Clown Pith, Star continued, because Cerno is an idiot, isn't it? You're talking nonsense again. Crown Pith knew that Cerno was definitely not an idiot, and her orientation when calling was not set to call 0 IQ plants. Ahaha, sorry, I accidentally got used to it when I was practicing a lyre. In short, Cerno has a shorter time to transform a fairy and has a lower combat experience. However, the upgrade mode of Cerno and the Big Goblin is actually an opposite slash, which is also desperate enough. Because the level falls a lot. Okay, look at Pisai, you have a lot of mouth, I'll give you a second share. Another large portion of meat was thrown from Star and fell on the table. The soup is boiled here. If the meat is cooked, it will be better. I will bring the ingredients and cook the meat first. To be continued. Chapter 29, Connotative Equipment. Before Star was about to leave, Star had already created a cauldron for the next item to cook soup. As for where the water came from, Star found ice and snow at a higher altitude during aerial reconnaissance, wrapped the ice and snow and put it in a small shoulder bag for storage. It was almost static in time and space and would not change at all. Fortunately, the preservation of wild fruits and herbs is no problem. Oh, let's go. Krunpai said hello to Star, who was about to leave. Then Crown Pace watched Star horribly put most of the remaining giant monster into a small satchel, opened the door and closed it from the outside. After Krunpasi and the mimicry clothes attached to his body separated the meat, before Star came back, Krunpasi walked to the soup, which was cooked on the dry vines and was actually just throwing away a pile of grass and leaves. In front of the pot boiled in water, I sniffed it with my nose. Dip the finger with boiling water. The temperature of boiling water does not hurt the crown leather of grade 80, put it in his mouth and tasted it. Well, it's not bad, the taste bud standard of the magic tree, in fact, is still difficult for human taste buds to swallow. So Krunpasi put her head in the pot regardless of the appearance, taking care not to make a variety of faces. The liquid gurgling made the water level drop a bit. After, he wiped his mouth and straightened up and stretched his waist. How long hasn't I eaten so decent? Star hasn't come back yet, then. Krunpasi remembered that he still had some things that had not been sorted out, that is, the equipment left by those corpses after the Sage King of the Forest ate the 2 corpses he brought back. Crown Piz rummaged in the infinite backpack for a good time, got all those things out, put them on the ground in different categories, and picked them up and checked them one by one. There are several bottles of blue HP potions. This is much lower than the pile of red HP potions seized by the 13 heroes, but they are also potions. Put them together. In terms of equipment, the uncle's equipment can't be worn by himself, and the big sword that looks more mighty than the black demon sword can't be equipped either. Like a shield, now Krunpith has probably figured out the equipment problem. the black demon. The reason why the sword can be equipped is probably that this magic sword could also be equipped for quasi-warriors with magic professions. Recalling carefully, when it comes to the Black Knight, it seems that it may also be a profession related to magic. The witch's short wand is good. Crown Pies can be equipped with it, and she likes the style very much. Crown Pies can use that short wand to release several kinds of magic that she doesn't know. It feels like a magic scroll that won't be consumed. It just needs its own MP charge, but those are so weak magics, and now it's a bit tasteless to the effect of Krunpith. In addition, the witch's body equipment, Krunpisi, can also be equipped, but the style is definitely too embarrassing. It is simply underwear. The whole set has a bra, panties, translucent nightgown, and stockings. I remember that the witch was still wearing a simple guy outside. She would be shy when she went out wearing that one. But this is not the point. Speaking of this underwear, compared to the underwear made of magic by Crown Pith, it is quite high-end. Considering the user, it should have some magical gain effects. Crown Pies used the magic of creating props to make a floor-to-ceiling mirror, take off his clothes, put on the witch's sexy underwear, and do various exercises in front of the mirror. I have absolutely no special thoughts. I just suffer from the lack of identification skills, so I can only wear them and move them to experience some kind of magical effects. The attribute is unknown, but it should be a median magic effect, not an evil attribute. My magic seems to have been enhanced a bit, and the physical and magical defenses of the body have also been enhanced. But how much is unclear, and it really needs to be identified. However, even though it will automatically fit when you wear it. But what about this strange feeling? I don't know why. While Crown Pith continued to do other actions trying to figure out the strange feeling, the door at the back actually opened. Star seemed to have squinted and smiled like a eldest lady again. No matter how hard pace works, it's impossible to look like this. Who wants to be sexy? The so-called sexy, is it to be like this? Ignoring Krunpith's loss, Star dissipated the props in his hand, and then posed a pose. It really feels like, why are you so proficient? Isn't it all thanks to piss? Speaking of which, I have the memory of the heroine of the painting novel and the heroine of the game Lion CG. You have watched it, definitely watched it. Well, I'm very touched. Pace has actually done this sacred job of creating soul. Crown Pith glanced to one side to conceal her shake. Isn't she sarcastic? But, speaking of which, Shisha in the original work of Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com heard the Supreme talk about it. When it comes to related matters, the voice actors are regarded as creating souls. In the eyes of game monsters, those who do this will be regarded as creating souls, although I am a painter. It's not that Star's nonsense is happening again, but he must be so hinted to himself, otherwise, Krunpise would want to roll on the ground holding his head. Star put away the pose, moved the big mouth out, before leaving, said, "Let's have a good chat with me tonight." "Well, wait a moment for me." Crown Pith ordered the mimics to return to her body and turned into a Star-Spangled Banner costume, completely covering her underwear to hide her shame. Asking why she is still wearing underwear is naturally because there is no reason to use good equipment. Only the equipment on the head can't fit into the clown hat. Thinking that there are still many companions, Crown Pith used this share to give the companions the equipment, but unfortunately took it away. Next there is a final set of equipment to be checked. Among the props returned by the Forest King, there are also 2 masks. The appearance is a simple white mask. Krunpith picked up a female mask and put it on her face in front of the mirror. The moment the mask overlapped, it disappeared like a phantom, but what appeared was not Krunpith's goblin face, but also the face of a 16 or 17-year-old girl has shortened her ears, and her hair has become short black. It is a bit similar to the witches I have seen before, but not exactly the same. A mask in disguise. Clown Piss touched her face. It was actually the texture of the face, but her fingers could still be inserted into the gap when she touched the edge. It seemed that she could take it off. Trying to stroke the hair behind her, she found that she only changed the color and placed it below the neck. His hair has disappeared. To be continued. Chapter 30, The Past of Star Saphia. It seems that the face is integrated and reproduced according to one's own face and the face of the mask, and then the hair is deliberately changed into black short hair according to the prototype. This change mode will have different effects after each person wears it. It is a great disguise mask. I remember what organization came from with this equipment. Is it my mistake to eat it without seeing the true appearance of the two? This information, Clown Pith does not even know the memory of his previous life, so he can only temporarily forget it and save it. Clown Pith took off the mask, sorted it and other things, and Star happened to come back empty-handed at this time. The two sat down opposite the table. Star, although I have seen you from the perspective of the magic tree for several years, can you tell yourself, Star, what have you done over the years? This chat is really important. Up to now, the impression that Star has given to Krunpith is a somewhat natural black housewife, and the combat effectiveness is also quite good. As a monster summoned by only level 60 at first, or a monster summoned by non-player skills, Star does not have special skills that reduce damage or nullify. In addition to the original special ability to perceive surrounding plants as a warning plant, there are fewer than 10. Magic. The first is the magic that overlaps or weakens to a lower level with Krunpisi as the summoner, Bind Off Liana, low-level item creation create minor item, charm species, vitality continue to reply regenerator. There are also a few magics that are not considered luck. Fireball, as the name suggests, it launches a large fireball that explodes very commonly, which is a range magic. Fly, as the name suggests, it is a single flying magic for yourself or a teammate. Dimensional movement move, short distance teleportation magic, pure magicians are generally used to move, magic warriors are used to go around and stabbing knives. Detect locate, if an outsider uses location magic on one's own side, it will be detected by this side. Middle magic seal, seal a magic below the 7th level in the magic circle, which can be set to trigger the release or release according to your own consciousness. The last time Star set up the explosion stakes was to use the middle magic seal to seal the fireball on the stakes, to avoid Sunny's magic, and the last sneak attack from the back was dimensional movement move masterpiece. Then in the process of upgrading, relying on the law of monsters to upgrade their levels to increase their ability, they comprehend the magic fire rain. Star has detect locate probably as a companion magic for alerting plants, and there are a few magics that can't hit the margins, and Krunpisi is not too surprised. After all, Yggdrasil is a high degree of freedom. Various occupations often combine abilities with garbage production. I'm just a little bit jealous of the flying star. The most important question at the moment, Crownpith asked why Star has detect locate, why there is no report, because the fact that it has been monitored can be completely confirmed. Star said that he did not find out that even if he has been monitored, the other party always knows where he is. After all, he cannot easily move the tree. After the 13 heroes come once, there is no need to relocate, although it is common sense to locate the target before monitoring, but the target that will not move around does not need to be positioned at all. During the time he left the forest, Star had not felt that he had been located. Unless the opponent used positioning magic above the 8th rank or used magic counter-detect and fake cover, Star would definitely being able to detect and anti-detect the other party means that everyone is safe now. Crownpith breathed a sigh of relief. People who can easily use the 8th level detection magic in this world should not include people who have offended him. Krunpis asked why Star's career was so chosen. Star said that the trap seemed to match the perceptual ability as a vigilant plant. Rather, it was because he had seen the most memories that he turned himself into Star's corresponding perceptual ability. It can only be said that Crown Pess was basically an Oriental fan in his previous life, and he even played the Oriental series of fan games and novels, and was very impressed. She also made figures during the Dryad period. In addition, Star, who seems to know part of the memory of Krunpith, is really interested in cooking, but the firepower of releasing a fireball like clicking a game button is too much, so you have to practice controlling the flame more. The profession of elemental magician has been practiced, and in order to better collect ingredients, there are several more corresponding professions. Sunny and Luna, who came out afterwards, spent some time learning the same way as Star, but their interests did not seem to overlap completely, and then they took a different path. Sunny tried to start in areas that had more overlap with the default profession. Looking for a single breakthrough, Luna, who turned into a fairy later, intends to dabble in as many aspects as possible, and seeks to quickly upgrade from many aspects. Afterwards, it was Lily and Larva who turned the fairies, but they didn't have much interaction with them. Lily basically had nothing to do with them. www.readaloud.com, she was violent and hard to get along with, but Larva had too much time to sleep. Ns. Crownpith remembers that Lily's corresponding plant just simply shoots seeds from the flower like Gatling, without cooling off. Special skills: attack, fierce battles, usually 3-0, is it because of this? Larva's corresponding plant has a special skill called Pollen Aura that increases its own and weakens the enemy, but it can only be released once per battle, and then it enters a dormant state. Is this the reason for the long sleep time? I'm a little worried about them as decoys, but as long as they don't use skills and practice, they usually look normal. There are also a few normal level 30 fairies following each other. It should be okay, right? In short, Star doesn't know much about Lily and Larva, but it seems that they have gone up to level 3 to 5 in the past few years. At the end of level 60, the Big Goblin and Cerno have appeared one after another. As for how to upgrade, they are still PK downstairs. I have some hope that Star can continue to improve his chef's level, said Krunpith. Ah, have you been conquered by my superb cooking skills? Stop talking nonsense. Although I think it is delicious now, it is because of race. If you read my memory, you will know how bad your cooking skills are. Obviously only LV1. Good airway. Sorry, I'm used to speaking. Let's stop the profession of trickster. Since Pace said so, Star agreed. Although it was like that, the actual master-slave contract was never broken. The last time Crown Pace was attacked, he did not intend to kill it. They are all to better implement the initial command that Krunpith said casually to try to upgrade as much as possible. To be continued. Chapter 31, Unidentified Leather Silk. Occupations that directly pollute the mind are very dangerous. What's the matter with Luna's apostle LV1? Krunpith raised his face and leaned forward in the direction of Star. Well, Star nodded his chin and raised his head. I don't know, too. One day she said that the feeling is just coming out. I heard that Star didn't quite understand it, and Crownpith didn't intend to entangle it. That's it, Crownpith thought for a while. It's not early today, so let's get here first, move on tomorrow, next time you change rooms with Luna. I understand, but, where is your goal, Pace? Star suddenly smiled, and put his hands together. Is it a dwarf with forging skills? Or is it the habitat of the frost dragon? Or a treasure hunt? The goal is to find riding flying monsters, it seems too few. Is it the information that I learned from my memory again? I didn't think about it so much, but if you are looking for flying monsters, let's go and see the dragon. Wait. Crownpith remembered that the frost dragon should still live on snow-covered peaks in this era, not in the dwarf country in the original plot. It would be better to go to such a high place to transit. Try to find the dwarf kingdom, but considering that the human species is hostile to the devil, I don't know if my appearance is exposed. I have to put on makeup, don't I just have a disguise mask? Star, you go to sleep first, I'll be busy for a while. The next day. The elves are busy preparing to go back on the road. saying that it is preparation, but there is nothing particularly good to prepare. After all, things can be stored in the space props. The problem is that some goblins seem to have a lot of irrelevant junk in their play last night, and it's okay to leave them in place, but it's common sense to leave no in the camping. Don't mention anything about protecting the environment. All people are well-intentioned, and leaving things here may also leave clues to people with bad intentions. Perhaps in most cases, the fairies can turn any incoming guys into experience points and ingredients, but that's not sure. In short, all of it is decomposed and burned, and then it is thrown into the atmosphere. After departure, the group used Sunny to launch invisibility. During this time, the travel distance has been close to 100 kilometers. Maybe they have entered the territory of the dwarf country. I don't know that other human races are facing the fairies and elves that come out of the big forest. What is the attitude of Warcraft? If you meet a dwarf on the road or someone who is in or out of the dwarf kingdom looks at things, even if you are aware of it in advance, you can say this area is full of Warcraft, so use the magic to protect yourself. Such an excuse. Star still follows yesterday's practice and flies into the air to investigate once every other time. Just when the sky was dyed red and it was about to turn into a star map in an hour or two, the star, who was supposed to be the penultimate reconnaissance today, flew down and pointed to the front and said, "I found it, more than 2,000. A human team of 26 people was found outside the meter. They are fighting against monsters. Humans, aren't they dwarves? If the dwarf in Pisai's memory is not taller than 1.7 meters. How about? Which side are you going to clean up?" Sunny asked, clenching her hand. "You can listen to Pisai when you are here." Crown Pith thought for a moment, where this kind of beast is popular, there are human teams near the night, and when he and the body are combined, he perceives only 500 meters, and now I feel that the surrounding beasts are only herbivorous, and there is no abnormality. Who has the advantage? Humanity. That's right, we have fully experienced how weak the monsters in this area are. There is a blind spot in the dialogue between Star and Clawnpith. The humans that Star sees are indeed in the advantage of fighting, but it is only an advantage of hurting the enemy by 1,500 degrees. Clawn Pisai does feel that this area of Warcraft she is weak, but her benchmark is the level 25 Sage King of the Forest. Level 25 is already an area that is not easy for humans to reach in this world. Crown Pith thought again, since it is so easy to be attacked by monsters, if you don't set up camp at this time, maybe it's almost the dwarf country over there. Star, go over there and watch it. Remember to show up and use the mask given to you last night to see if you can behave or use other means. In short, you need to get information. Understand? Then Star teleported away continuously for short distances. Then, in order to prevent the existence of human beings who might recognize me, I will. Crown Pith took off his boots and threw back to the infinite backpack, jumped off the Forest King's back, and took out another disguise mask. Crown Pith silently gave instructions to the mimicry clothes on her body. Immediately, the shape of the original organ-like neckline changed to become closer to ordinary clothes. The gorgeous patterns of the stars and stripes were gradually dyed black, and the mimicry that was in charge of socks changed. A pair of red leather shoes, a flesh-colored absolute realm appeared near the bottom of the skirt. This absolute realm is fake, it just turns the upper end of the pantyhose into flesh-colored, because if it is really absolute realm, the sexy underwear in it will be seen. This is a secondary reason. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com actually separates the socks. Wouldn't the mimicry be cut in half? At the same time, the front and back of the chest and buttocks were forcibly raised by the mimetic demon, which made Krunpisi's figure become a bit lordotic and warped. Crown Piss nodded in satisfaction with the current changes, put on the mask, and instantly, the facial features changed, the hair shortened to black, the ears became shorter, and the flowers on the head disappeared. Now that the flower on the head disappeared, Crowan Pith touched off the mimetic magic hat. When the hat fell behind, it was tightly attached to the clothes and turned red. It was wrapped around the neck and turned into a bow, and the other parts continue to extend behind, spread out into 3 branches at the back, and turn the end into a sickle shape. In response to this, the mimicry of the dress extends 3 blue lines on the other side of the back symmetrically, and the end turns into an arrow shape. Does anyone even recognize me? I can recognize it, everyone except the Forest King said in unison. You're nonsense, of course you can recognize it in front of you, and the fairies are not completely distinguished by their appearance. Ah, forget it, Sunny, your former race is a mimetic demon. Now if you have a corresponding class Transformer LV3, you should be able to change your appearance. Come with me to meet there. Other people. If it's the 3 of us, if you haven't come back in hours, find a sheltered place to spend the night. Here, is there a hidden place nearby? Luna asked. Crown Pith was taken aback, and looked around. There was not even a cave or a gap on this bare mountain. Thanks to the camouflage mask, Crown's leather, whose face is not flushed, shows part of its body. Boom! One side of the mountain was forcibly pierced by the emergent tree roots, and a big cave appeared. How about it? Now I have it. Humph. To be continued. Chapter 32, Unlucky Empire Merchant. Why did it become like this? Seek Rodkins, a businessman in the Baja's Empire now, although the traffic is not convenient, even the so-called roads are actually just a little better place for the mountains marked on the map. They are connected to each other. The road has just been ascertained that the business between the Empire and the Dwarf Nation within a few years is quite speculative, but if it succeeds, it will make a lot of money. Of course, there are many monsters in the mountains of Andalaya. For this reason, Seek Roger's caravan hired an 8-person team of platinum-level adventurers as a guard, plus the caravan's original guards and members. There is a team of more than 20 people. Adventurers are generally mercenary occupations among humans who deal with monsters. They are divided into copper, iron, silver, platinum, mithril, occult, and steel. The difficulty level that can deal with monsters is also gradually increased. Here is a specific reference for strength, so that people who like the level can know the definition of the strength of human adventurers, because there are actually many influencing factors. The following is for reference only. Bronze and Iron, level 1 to 8, difficulty 1 to 20. Silver level, level 9 to 13, difficulty 21 to 35. Platinum, level 14 to 16, difficulty 36 to 50. Mithril level, level 17 to 21, difficulty 51 to 60. Mountain Bronze, level 22 to 28, difficulty 61 to 70. Steel Grade, level 29 plus, difficulty 70 to 100. To deal with the monsters that inhabit this mountain range, 2 platinum rank teams should be safe enough, but why would you encounter a dragon? Yes, I met a dragon. Although it looks like a small dragon, its difficulty is even lower than that of some large lizards living in the forest. It should be said that this dragon is so small that it looks like a large lizard. It was because he looked too much like a big lizard, it caused Star to misreport to Crow and Pith. However, the dragon has the ability to breathe high power, and the ability to automatically understand magic and skills as it grows, so even if it is a dragon, it is difficult for an adventurer who does not hire a mithril level to deal with it calmly. The breath is coming again. Hold your shield. Use defensive magic. Armor reinforcement Arma. Magic shield. Facing the dragon flying in the air with its big mouth open, the 2 magic casters standing behind applied defensive magic to the 3 MTS in front. They can't hide. Although the dragon was not aimed at the caravan, when the attack came, 1 gorilla here and 3 caravan guards fell down. The dragon seemed to make up his sword. Now the priest in the adventurer team healing can only be performed in situ. If this battle can be expected, then this dragon is quite clever. But I really don't want to admire the enemy. A surviving gorilla tried to shoot a bow and arrow at the dragon to interfere, but his arrow could not penetrate the enemy's armor at all, referring to the dragon scale. It's so hard. After this battle is over, I will definitely use its skin to make some armors. Please do this. But let's live on. Breath is coming. The avant-garde may hold a shield or use defensive martial arts to block the breath, but the blue breath still gave a few people a lot of frostbite. After the priest confirmed that the few people he had treated were not in danger, he turned to the forward to throw a healing technique, but it was only better than nothing. Eat me fireball! The fireball exploded on the dragon, but the damage was not ideal. The dragon's scale magic resistance is not small, but it does hurt the dragon a bit. The gorillas took the opportunity to shoot arrows into the dragon's eyes. However, just before the hit, the dragon closed his eyes like a reflection, and the arrows made a metal rubbing sound on the dragon's eyelids. Damn it! The gorilla gritted his teeth. Look at me! The captain mercilessly threw his magic sword at the dragon. Thorn! Blood spattered on the dragon. Although it was a pity that he could not inflict a fatal injury, this blow increased the morale of everyone. However, the current adventurers with long-range attack methods are not very firepower. If you try to protect the magic caster and try to release the magic, you should be able to win a few more times, but the road here is a ridge on one side and a deep one on the other. If there is no place to move in the bottom of the canyon, it will have to be built on the cannon fodder to attract the dragon's firepower. Then throw the magic sword again. How could it be that you are such a bad street when you are a magic sword, and you only have one in the captain? The other team members, except magic casters and priests, use ordinary weapons. Only the Bronze Grade and King Kong Grade have the opportunity to popularize a full set of magic equipment in the team. The leader of the adventurer team retreated to the vicinity of Seek Rogers and shouted, "Mr. Rogers, don't hide it. Let us borrow the merchandise." "Open, what a joke, those are precious commodities. We will recycle it afterwards." "What if it's damaged? The opponent is a dragon. Can't you work harder? Isn't it the purpose of paying you to hire you? If we are killed, your result will be the same." Seek Rodkins brought a batch of commodities to be sold to the dwarf nation. Due to the geographical problems of the dwarf nation, agriculture is relatively bad, so no matter what kind of food, it can be sold in the dwarf nation. The price is good, and because the dwarves are addicted to wine, the food that can make wine is even more popular. However, because of traffic congestion, such transactions are impossible. Seek Rodkins thinks that he has discovered a great business opportunity for another type of transaction. Magic equipment. Dwarves have a completely different technology for producing magic equipment from ordinary humans. Their process of producing magic equipment is very cumbersome, and dwarves with equipment enchanting qualifications have a higher ratio of qualifications than magic casters among humans who can directly enchant equipment to make magic equipment. Even lower. Therefore, if the magic equipment produced with the excellent technology of the Empire is transported to the Dwarf Kingdom to be sold, it may be able to squeeze out their original magic equipment market. Is like the feeling that the market economy squeezes out the natural economy. This kind of business is sometimes ordered. If the dwarves are willing to accept the imperial enchantment technology, then this business will not make a profit. After all, the dwarves have better forging technology than ordinary humans. If enchanting is also equal, then ordinary humans will not have any advantage. Word. So, take advantage of these few years to make a good speculation. But now, looking at the captain, he wants to use the magic sword as a one-time consumable. The one that was thrown out just past the parabola and fell down the mountain. I don't know if it can be recycled. How can Seek bear it? At this moment, a fireball flew in the distance and exploded on the dragon's back. It is obviously a fireball, but the effect is completely different from the magic caster of this team just now. The dragon blew up on the spot. Smoked and fell down, and fell into the valley. Hey! That is my weakest attack magic. Standing on the ridge, Star, who had just released the magic, looked at his hand that shot the fireball with a dazed expression. To be continued. Chapter 33, Self-Directed Self-Performance. Now Star wears a disguise mask, which is the grey-haired version of the uncle, but he didn't really turn Star into the uncle, just changed the color of his face and part of his hair and shortened his ears. However, Star also consciously used his own magic to change the clothes style. At present, it is not modeled on the simplified style of the original Star Saphia's blue dress, but in a more adventurous style. Star slipped down the ridge and saw a group of people guarding himself. This is also a natural reaction. It suddenly appeared, and then killed a strong enemy in seconds, and the target was still a child. In this worldview, anyone would be wary. Perhaps it was a failure for Krunpith to make Star wear a disguise mask. Humans in this world are weak races, but there are no powerful races that look similar to humans. For example, older elves may maintain their youthful appearance and become powerful, as are immortal existences such as demons and vampires. Maybe there are other races, and there are several kinds. The level of human cognition is almost like this. As a result, Star, whose ears were shortened by the camouflage mask, would naturally not be considered an elf with a slightly better relationship with humans. Star doesn't know how to deal with this situation. Although I have seen the memory of Krunpith, the social aspect is just the missing part. If they have enough words, then they should be able to easily make them grateful, and even spit out the money and information obediently. However, Star's creator's command was see if you can sell favors or other means. In short, you need to obtain information, that is, no matter what method is used, as long as there is a way to obtain information, it is such an order. Then, just execute it like this. Star stretched out his hand and released the magic, Vine Entanglement Bindofliana. A wide range of vines broke out of the hard rock ground, tying up all the adventurers who are still moving. Because the caravan was a little farther away, it seemed to have escaped. This level of magic, oh, how can it be so hard? Although some fairly agile adventurers tried to turn their weapons to cut the vines, the caravan guards also hurriedly ran to cut the vines, but their swords were even jagged and sharpened by the vines. Fire rain. Then Star released a wide range of small fireballs, which fell into the crowd one after another. The members and guards of the caravan were directly burned into coke, and the adventurers were also ignited. The scattered fireballs were blocked by the entangled vines. On the contrary, the lethality is less, some adventurers just fainted, and there is still a breath, but it is just a breath. Seek Rodkins was let go by magic because he was dressed in the most luxurious clothes and seemed to be a bigger figure. Then, Star took a few steps and ran in front of Seek Rogers without being smart, as if he was teleporting in the eyes of the opponent and knocked Seek Rogers unconscious with a punch. Wait, what's the matter with the plot that turned into a dead mouth at this moment? Krunpith, dressed as a beast, and Sunny, who changed into a maid, arrived a step late, or they rushed when they discovered that the plot suddenly turned wrong. Is there something wrong? I sell favors but they don't appreciate it. My task is to obtain information, knock them all down, and leave a few victories to torture, isn't it right? Star explained with a fresh smile on the lady's face. Star's approach caused Krunpith to cover his face a little, and that's the extent. After all, Krunpith himself doesn't have a special sense of closeness to humans. Besides, after eating Nuke's meat, he also disliked the taste of human flesh. Oh, there is no way, but I saw you blasting down a dragon just now. These people are really unlucky. They were attacked by a dragon in the mountains and almost wiped out. Krunpith pretended to sob, and grabbed the head of the person Star had fainted just now. Memory operation modify memory. Okay, I have some information, but this mana consumes a lot, and other things are better to talk. Now just knowing the way to the dwarf country and what these people are going to do consumes considerable magic power, which is equivalent to the magic power of knowing how to integrate the main body and the tree demon. Hey? Doesn't it stop your mouth? Star, take all the general supplies, consumables, and money from these people, remove the pretense, and we cure them, as if we rescued them. The previous guys have taken away what they need and left. Am I wrong? Sunny, since things turn like this, we don't have to pretend to be another team, you also lift the pretense, I just treat it as another companion different from Crow and Pies. Anyway, the appearance of the stars and stripes has been witnessed and monitored by some humans. After half an hour. After finishing the caravan, the three followed the direction where the dragon had fallen and entered the valley. Is that enough to deal with those people? I think there should be more to do with pace. www.readaloud.com Star and Sunny said separately. But Crown Pace doesn't think so. Anyway, I already know everything I need to know, and I got the goods as a reward. It's okay. There is not much useful information that can be obtained from these people. Except for the location of the dwarf nation, that is, the trade situation between the Empire and the dwarf nation, the comparison of the advantages and disadvantages of enchanting technology, and the current status of the Imperial adventurers. Take a look. What can be used in the future? Our acting skills are not good, and we may have to stop talking if we continue, and we also need some people to be able to promote our positive deeds. Sunny, it turns out that the perpetrator and the savior are the same person. Very suitable for pranks. Star, Pix is good or bad, I feel that I can do very interesting things. Crown Pith, who is the cause of this? The one that looked a bit like a dragon before. The best clue to the dragon's nest is best. Find that guy. There are fairies with perceptual ability, so it doesn't take much time. Soon, the dying dragon was found. Light blue, I have used Breath of Ice in the previous battle, it should be the Frost Dragon. If I can use Frost Dragon to cook, I might be able to improve my chef level faster. Star said, when can I make Frost Dragon ribs? Don't be kidding, the Frost Dragon steak is not the Frost Dragon's steak, but the fattened dragon's steak made of evenly staggered fat and lean meat. How could a wild dragon have Frost's meat? But, it's not dead, just not need to be resurrected, great heal. Crown Pith cured the little Frost Dragon. To be continued. Chapter 34, Trail of the Frost Dragon. Frost Dragon woke up, but seeing the three in front of him, he immediately retreated several meters like a lizard. Judging from the comparison of the two sides, it was really funny. Ho ho ho, I seem to be aware of our strength. Sunny took up her hand and looked at the trembling Frost Dragon proudly. So I shouldn't wear this. Krunpasi silently raised his hand and looked at the anti-detection ring, the seized item, on his finger, and then pulled it out. Oh, I don't know if it was an illusion, the Frost Dragon made a sound similar to retching and pressed his head to the ground. Is the dragon's instinct strong, or the people who I have not fought with this ring in the past are too slow to perceive it? The group of humans saw the star close to level 70 and did not immediately see the strength gap, and they dared to confront each other. Forget it, let's investigate later. So, what does this action mean? Although he basically understood it, Crown Pith still asked the Frost Dragon who was lying down. Yes. Great existence, this is the greatest respectable posture that I can show for the Dragon Clan. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Really, you seem to have been defeated in the struggle for survival in this mountain range and you have fallen to this field, said Krunpith, without changing his face. Then, who are you? Obviously a powerful race you, why did you fall into this field? Actually, no, under. Crown Pith looked at the dragon with interest, and the expression of the dragon was so rich when he saw it for the first time. The Frost Dragon saw the change in Krunpith's expression and mistakenly thought that his humility had made the other person feel better, so he went on to say. My name is Herder Irisulim. Half a month ago, I was thrown out of the house by my mother. Hey? Did you make any mistakes? Or is there any reason for the family to abandon the child? No, it's not like that. Herder shook his head. My tribe, every time a child reaches 1 year old, he will come out to survive and practice for a period of time. If you go out so early to practice, just your strength is fine? Then how many brothers and sisters have you successfully practiced? Speaking of this, the frost dragon, who is suspected to be only over a year old, seemed to have a bit of a decadent tone. In my clan, I was in a nest, older than me, left 3 heads, and now he is back. One is heard to be tamed to be a watchdog. There are 2 younger than me. At the moment, I haven't returned and there will be no news. So, how many elders do you have? Herder heard this question. Although he was very young, the dragon clan's intelligence developed fast enough. He vaguely felt that the other party seemed to be planning to do something bad to his tribe. Well, forget it, it must be enough for us anyway, here. So what should I do next? Sunny continued to copy. Although I have such a plan, I can worry about the reproduction of dragons now, and I don't think the number can go up. Crown Piz said with his chin resting on it. Although the future plan in this world is still vague, dragons are really valuable things, living are of great use, and the price of death is also very high. Considering the quantity, if you can't tame it, you can't kill chickens and get eggs. It's just that, isn't it going to be extinct after a few fights? Isn't it enough for them to exercise lovingly? Like ours, Star suggested with folded hands. It feels inappropriate. Unlike us, dragons need a lot of food. Do we have to raise them? But, haven't the dragons considered enslaving some demi-humans and beasts to provide food? Hey, say you, herder. Crown Pith lifted his chin to Held and asked him to answer his own question. I don't think, no. Food like food only needs to be captured. What's the point of enslavement? You can ask them to give a confession. If you don't give it, you can beat it to the point where you're afraid and won't cause any problems. In fact, Krunpies didn't understand what he had to say. Sta, Sunny, I want to cut in on the reproduction and order of the dragons. By the way, I hope they can listen to me. Just like I said just now, let Herder lead the way, please. Crown Pies decisively threw these things to Sunny and Star. Is that okay? Just now I was not satisfied with the way I dealt with humans. Star said. Yeah, Crown Pith closed her eyes and shook her head. Because I didn't communicate well in the past few years, I didn't know you. This is also a good opportunity to get to know you. Anyway, I and the others are going to the dwarf country, you go to the frost dragon, don't affect me. Wait for my initiative to contact, if there is an emergency, don't hesitate to use the few magic scrolls. Goodbye. Goodbye, X2. Star and Sunny shook their arms towards the back of Crown Pith, who was rushing up the mountain, and then turned back. Next, how can I make her obey? If the wound is cured, it will consume extra MP. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com should use spirit magic. Held felt like he was about to be taken in a cold sweat. Maybe he would bring evil stars to his tribe, but he had to choose between his own soul and evil stars to the tribe. He would still choose his own soul. Judging from the thinking of his dragon brain, who was only over a year old, he judged that the other party seemed to hope that the dragon would try to find another race as a fodder factory, but how to turn other races into a fodder factory seemed to have to find a way by himself, so it seemed that he didn't need it. Feel like suffering outside again? If what the other person said is true, it seems not bad. But thinking of my mother's arrogance, and unceremoniously taking myself out of the cave, and then throwing it directly down from the mountain. I feel like I will fight directly. Can my mother beat them? I don't know, but even if you win the tribe, you will lose a lot and be taken advantage of by other tribes. Sunny and Star seem to have fallen apart at this moment. Spiritual magic is also very troublesome. I don't have anything powerful here, it's really troublesome, let's do it holy smite. Seeing the 7th rank magic light beam that can burn everything down by his side, Helder succumbed, and he assured his mother that he would not be able to use such terrible magic. However, he didn't want his tribe to be harmed either. Below, can I have a ruthless please? What? If everyone is disrespectful to the 2 adults, can you first show your strength like just now, let everyone know that you are great, right? Sani and Star looked at each other for a while. It would be great if one shot of 7th level magic hits them and makes a wave of dragons obedient. Well, you can lead the way. To be continued. Chapter 35, Soul Painter. After joining his team, Krunpasi proceeded with the surrounding scenery according to the information he had learned from the unlucky merchant before. When it was dark, I finally found the entrance of the dwarf kingdom, and what appeared in front of me was a crack in the mountain rather than a cave. I can sense that there is a dwarf standing guard inside, that's sure to be correct. Crown Pace patted the Forest King and let it walk past, but just as the Forest King was about to step into the crack. Dang! 2 long weapons staggered at the entrance of the crack. Stop! What did you bring? With such a cruel beast? The 2 dwarves dressed as soldiers said in horror and alertness. Well, brutal monster. Crown Pith silently looked down at the eyes and face of the huge hamster. I don't think it is related to brutality. Besides, the current Forest King is not as tall as a military horse, and it is impossible to force brutality by size. Besides, isn't the combination of fairy and hamster a perfect match? It's super cute. Forest Xian Dynasty blinked at the clan pies on her head, with a look of I'm very cruel and great. Ignoring this, Kron Pai said to the dwarf, "Excuse me, can't you take it in? Is there a registration certificate for raising these monsters?" said the dwarf. "Do I need a certificate to bring a monster? Something like a pet certificate." Crown Pith thought, shook his head and said, "I encountered Tame on the way here. Is there a place to apply for the certificate?" "Yes." The dwarf glanced at a few people and seemed to pause in front of his chest, but there should be no meaning in that respect, surely some of them are not adventurers, right? "No." "Then, you must go to register and get the card right away, and you must be guarded by guards before that." "Really, please?" Considering that it might also be used in the future, Kron Pai's plan to get the ID. Dwarf City, Phio Lanzo. This is the southern city closest to the entrance of the Dwarven Country mountain range. It is obviously inside the cave. In addition to the magical light source, there are quite natural light sources, the thick natural stone pillars supporting the ceiling, and other places like self-grown crystals, exudes bright. But in terms of architectural attainments, it should be a bit boring. It's probably a 2-story building arranged in a long line, divided in the eyes of the professional life of Krunpith, a functionalist building that has no cultural atmosphere. It may be that the height of the race living here is not that high. It is clear that the heights of the people such as Crownpith and others are at most a little more than 10 years old, but the buildings here are not too big at all. However, there are so many buildings that it makes people feel stupid to count. It is really amazing to be able to build such a dwarf in this place similar to a large underground cavity. The population doesn't seem to be a lot, but given that the buildings occupy a large area of land and the roads are relatively narrow, the holes have to make the best use of the space. The roads where people come and go seem a bit crowded. It's just that the ferries riding on the Forest Kings were unobstructed under the guards' opening. In fact, they didn't need the guards to yell at all. The dwarves and the visiting Gentiles just saw the huge hamster and avoided in horror. Everyone was talking with surprise, appreciation, and fear. Looking at the faces of these people and listening to the whispers of these people, Crownpith has a little admiration for the psychological quality of bringing his own guards. "Miss, your monster is amazing." At this moment, the guard who led the way turned his head and said, "What is it called, a monster? Isn't it famous? Is there a name? Let's call it the Forest King." "Well, I haven't heard of it, but looking at the eyes full of wisdom and power, it really deserves the name. The eyes full of wisdom and power? Although it is clear in my heart, it is really embarrassing to hear it in person. Crownpith said. And Krunpith doesn't expect the guards to understand what he said correctly. People probably think that he is humble. In fact, it is really embarrassing to see the cute hamster being evaluated like this. How did you get it? I encountered it while walking through the forest before entering the mountain. It probably has the strength of a mountain bronze. It takes a lot of effort to tame it. This is not a lie. Really, that's really amazing. The guard praised it heartily, and then pointed to a house on the side of the road and said, "Okay, the guild is here." After arriving at the trade union, Clawin Pisai found that the troublesome thing just started, because the beast of the forest king seems to have never witnessed and recorded, so all the materials are required, and the portrait is also required. You can also take pictures with magic. But the cost has to be paid by the owner, which is unbearable. Krunpith deliberately sent other fairies to take advantage of this time to do other things, but these fairies are relatively lack of social knowledge, even more lacking than Star. This is also the mistake of Krunpith, as the summoner did not give these fairies born in the wild some common sense. www.readaloud.com Crownpith asked the trade union's professional painters how long it would take, answered 1.5 hours, and then looked at some past paintings. Krunpith snatched the paper and pen angrily, and sat down in front of the Sage King of the forest and started drawing. Half an hour later, Crownpith threw his painting to the receptionist and said, "Is this all right?" However, the atmosphere at the scene was a bit weird. Why did the staff come to watch? Doesn't it delay GDP growth? "Hello, the old man is the trade union leader here, can you draw a portrait for me?" a dwarf said to Crownpith in a polite language. Crownpith was a little surprised, but just as this person wanted it, it is understandable that a backbone of the union wants to put up a portrait of himself, although he doesn't know why he is looking for himself, but it is not too much for him to help with something. "Although it's okay, can you help our business buy accommodation? It's easy to discuss the money." "That's okay." Then, the dwarf took a bench and sat down on his own, just not far from where the forest king was lying on his stomach. Krunpith squinted his eyes. "That's it? Well, it's no problem. But it's really difficult. These dwarves are almost the same at first sight, a big beard. The facial features must be well detailed. Sign gestures. In terms of highlighting identity, the focus also includes equipment. The sketch pen used to draw the forest king was still used. After drawing the lines, Crownpith asked if he needed coloring. The head of the trade union said that he needed, so Crownpith used his own vine pen to paint according to the gouache method. Colored, the dwarves are not used to using the colors, because the tools are not used to making the work messy. Crownpith said that he couldn't bear it in the memory of professional habits. To be continued. Chapter 36, Fairies Who Scattered the World. Okay. An hour and a half later, Crownpith showed the painting. In fact, from the middle, the union leader left by himself, but even if the model leaves, he can complete the painting according to the impression, but it is a basic skill. This must be a famous painter's handwriting. "How much money can I hire you?" "No, I want to introduce it to the regent." "No, I want to introduce it to our clan king." "No, these dwarves are crazy." Krunpith was terrified by the excited group of dwarves. After being frightened, Crownpith thought, the wood show will be destroyed by the forest wind. Does this mean this? But, is my painting level really that good? Or is it the taste of the world? Is that level? But rather than whether or not to continue painting for others, Krunpith is more concerned about food and lodging. Although tree fairies only need sunlight and water to survive, it would be strange if they are mixed in human races and their physiological needs look strange. "So, are you ready for what I want?" Krunpith said to the dwarf in a dissatisfied tone. "Dwarf hotel. Oh, how short of artists are these people," is there any reason? After being respectfully arranged, Fanfic stretched the door from the inside locked. Originally, the dwarf was going to give the 3 rooms to the Forest King to make a pony stable. It was free, but Fanfic did not intend to let any of his goblins be alone, so he only had 2 rooms, himself and Luna. 1. The other fairy. Luna collected the books that could be collected in the hotel, piled a dozen on the table, picked up a book and sat on the chair to read. The text of another world, before learning it, naturally cannot be read directly. Now the fairy has no time to learn the text, but there are props such as translation glasses in the seized goods, which seems to be something the player will carry with him. Luna is here, use that. Luna, what are you reading? It's not a special book, it's nothing more than wine and forging, but I plan to explore all aspects of knowledge. Luna replied. Fanfic, really, but the hotel provides this kind of book is also a bit special, it can be understood as part of the special treatment. The magic is activated, blush off Titania. While talking, he checked the room with magic, and suddenly received special treatment which made people suspicious. It would be best if it is not dangerous. Puff, it tastes terrible. Luna, who was reading, tried to pour a drink out of the drink on the table, but found that it was strong alcohol and stuck her tongue out. Fanfic glanced at Luna, who was reading, and it would be better to disturb later. Before that, since it is considered to be a city of human race, as a temporary settlement, first start with several other scattered groups of fairies. Regular contacts. Fanfic walked to the corner, message, start. Star, sunny side. Pix, we have a great harvest here. Star said happily in the message. Asking Sunny to smash a holy smite next to Herder's so-called mother, Muvinaya Irisulum, directly causing this tribe to surrender. There is no dragon above level 40, easy. Star asked Muvinaya to summon the scattered tribes. As a result, Muvinaya ran so fast that people thought it was a flea, but it was a pity that he didn't escape for Star. In addition, many treasures exuding brilliant brilliance were found in their lairs, but there are people who don't know how to identify them, and there is no way to classify them. But, your mother is really slow, Sunny said to Herder boredly. That can't be helped. After all, many of us choose to live alone away from the nest when we grow up. We rarely have contact. Although we haven't personally experienced it, sometimes everyone seems to fight for the sphere of influence. Even if my mother wants it. Call it back, and probably won't be able to do it in a few days. Hey, the population is so small, and I don't know how to live together. It's really a useless race. Those who dare to spray the dragon clan like this are probably the fairies under Fanfic. Suddenly, a frost dragon flew in from outside the dragon's nest and opened its mouth to the fairies. This is just the young dragon who happened to return from looking for food at this time. I missed it with my mother Muvinaya. I saw 2 humanoid creatures in the nest that could only be bullied by the dragons. Can you bear it? Star smiled, and he teleported directly to the dragon's back, Fire Rain. A fire-type range of magic sticks up from 0 distance, allowing this dragon to fully bear the full power of magic and kill it in seconds. The corpse fell to the ground with a cigarette. Star is very happy. She has always wanted to order the dragon body to make cooking, to see if she can improve her professional level as a chef. It's just that the summoner seems to want more live dragons, so if you want to kill the dragons, at least these dragons have to show more hostility. Helder sees it, Yu reads www.yuuganshu.com only sighed. Although it was heartache, it was not unacceptable, because the dragon's notion of family affection was not so high. Originally, the same adult dragon, who lived independently from the nest, often beats you to the death for the sphere of influence and treasures. It's not an exaggeration. Described, that's how it is. Lily sighed. Lily and a few other goblins marched westward. They are now in the newly established kingdom of Riestage. In recent years, but they have not found a suitable settlement for the fairies, and they are still wandering. But there is an intention to go to the elf kingdom with a large forest area. Larva area. Larva and a few other goblins marched eastward. They are now in the Baja's Empire, and there is also no suitable settlement. However, I have heard that the Dragon Kingdom and the Orc countries are adjacent to each other. The relationship is not good. If it weren't for the Devil's chaos, the two countries would have been fighting for years. Strength can be exercised there. So I intend to go to the Dragon Kingdom. Top forest area. It's a bit interesting here. The fairy there said that during the day, they met a human father named Fluda Paradine and a mermaid who claimed to be Ruoja. This can be considered to be seen. One is a human being kneeling down after seeing the 10th level magic. Maybe you can use it. As for the other, it should be a traverser similar to yourself. In fact, I have seen it once. The familiar fellow among the 13 heroes team who was in the crusade against the Devil Tree. To be continued. Chapter 37, Luna Charod's Determination. Ending message. After the contact, Crown Pith came back from the corner of the wall, sat cross-legged across Luna's table, and counted the money and goods that might be dealt with tomorrow. After doing this, continue to chat with Luna. In Pace's eyes, I'm a foolish fairy who tried everything to keep up with Star and Sunny, and turned out to do nothing, right? Luna, who has never left the book and glasses, rubbed one hand against the frame of the glasses and said, "You are too much of your own evaluation." "Well, I think so on the whole." Crown Pith took up his hand and muttered, "Because I have to store knowledge in all aspects, everyone has their own goals, so once you encounter something that deviates from the goal, will it be slightly disadvantageous?" Luna said. "I heard it from Crunpith, and translated it like this: a single upgrade direction will cause obvious weaknesses. If you have at least the knowledge to deal with it, the situation will get better." Clon Pace was not good at talking about it. Now that Luna said that, she herself couldn't be embarrassed to give other people's life any advice and guidance. "There is only one last question that I care about: why is there such a thing as Apostle LV1? I actually imitate leather to make crafts, but it's very difficult, so I try to disassemble, decompose, decompose, decompose. I feel like a job related to the destruction of man-made objects. But I don't know how to continue to improve. Please don't care. Resolve it. If I demolish a few cities, it might become a practical apostle of evil." Crunpissy lifted his chin and thought, "No, it will definitely be rumored to be a ruined civilization. The apostle of disaster, the figure I made, can be regarded as a reduced version of the civilization product for the time being, but the waste, in fact, there is still a certain level that has been decomposed by Luna over the years, has accumulated quite a lot, which is equivalent to a reduced version. The destruction of civilization? It doesn't seem to be a profession that requires vigilance." "Will Luna continue to read?" Crunpith asked. "Let's watch the middle of the night again." "Really? Then I will go to bed first." "Well, good night Paisai, but doesn't Paisai need to reserve knowledge? Summoning is mainly a bit stupid and we are also troubled." Paisai, who had just carried it on her back, was embarrassed, and said hurriedly, "Just ask Luna, I will use Modify Memory to rip it later, please. It's really cunning." Luna pursed her lips, but she wouldn't refuse if the summoning mainly depends on her memory. "This is the highest level spiritual magic, of course it is the highest level tree fairy. Didn't you say that the magic power is consumed too much? It's true if you search for past experiences or search for necessary information step by step, but if you know the time to acquire knowledge in advance, and if it's all written records, the magic consumption will be reduced a lot. The text you see through the glasses is the text you can understand." "Right." Clan Pies proudly said, "This is the result of her many times of groping, and a lot of magic power was wasted. I see. If I want to read my reading memory in the future, I will tell Pace my reading time." Luna said lightly. "Oh, thank you, Luna. Crown Pith was so moved that she was about to cry. The next day, Crown Pith planned to take the magic equipment and some seizures from past battles that he received from the caravan last time to the market in exchange for some money. Now Krunpith is actually relatively rich. The corpses obtained in the previous battles have some money, and Star has secretly looted a lot from the caravan. Now she carries 1,003 gold coins and 2,853 silver coins. Pieces, 1,540 copper coins. There are no gold coins of Yggdrasil that are heavier. They are all indigenous currencies. Although the currency stamps of different countries are different, they are of the same weight and should be universal. It's just that more information on market prices is needed, and the unilateral knowledge learned from the caravan last time is not enough. Information on item information is also needed. Under the guidance of the kind dwarf, Krunpisi found a shop where he could identify and purchase magic weapons. Because she didn't want the infinite backpack to be too conspicuous, she packed up all the weapons that she planned to appraise and could not be equipped before going out to be carried by the Sage King of the forest. This is. The clerk almost stuttered as he watched the pile of equipment that Crown Pace had smashed on the ground. Why, isn't this an appraisal of the acquisition? Crown Pith said in a dissatisfied tone. She knew that she looked rude, but it was strange that she could just walk in with such a large pile and still be able to salute. There are so many, it's not ordinary goods in terms of quality, this quantity, I count, but I need 1 gold coin and 10 silver coins. It's so expensive, it's worth the price of potions and magic scrolls? But it doesn't matter. Is you reading www.yuyugonshu.com currency okay? Krunpisi walked to the counter and threw out a handful of coins, not much. Quite just right. Yes, no problem. The clerk greeted the other clerk and carried the magic weapon inside. Can't people see the appraisal? No, that's not the case. In any case, magic items are precious things, and various operations will not be performed at the counter. Although the law and order here is not bad, it does not guarantee absolute safety, does it? Look, in the store. The display cabinets are all equipped with magic locks. Klonpiz looked around and found that the dazzling display of items did have locks. Although I don't know if they were so-called magic locks, they did have measures that were true. So she lowered her head. Is that so rude? Ask excessive questions. Can I just take a look here? No problem, please. The clerk is naturally happy with this situation. If the customer wants to buy something, they can make money. Yet Crown Pith walked slowly, and she couldn't understand the performance of these exhibits without identification skills, but it was confirmed that there was magic power on them, which was weaker than the seized items she had. Moreover, the appearance is relatively simple. Unlike game weapons, realistic weapons pursue practicality, right? All are magic weapons of rune. Krunpisi said, each weapon is engraved with more or less of that kind of rune, which is easy to identify. Of course, this is the pride of our dwarves. There are many people who want to buy our magic weapons. But, I heard that the Empire is now importing magical equipment made by their country's technology. Well, there are also some Empire goods in the batch I brought. Krunpise looked at the dwarf clerk to see how he reacted. To be continued. Chapter 38, Dwarf King Summoned. Use magic materials to enchant, that's just a side-by-side approach. For our rune magic weapon, we only need to engrave the rune on the weapon. The Imperial magic weapon is enchanted with magic materials, just collect magic materials. It's not efficient enough. When the clerk said this, he despised it. The corners of Crown Pith's mouth raised. Because he knew some plots, he could only laugh. What would he think if the dwarves knew that rune weapons would soon be squeezed by other magic weapons? Although he did not specialize in economics, Krunpith probably guessed that with the advancing of the times, the human kingdom market is more active than the dwarf kingdom. As long as there is a market, the number of suppliers will increase, and the efficiency of obtaining magic materials will not increase. Less. But Crown Pith doesn't intend to wear it at this point. Even if it is worn, the dwarf will only turn his eyes. At this time, the door of the shop suddenly opened again. It was the president I met yesterday, now hanging out of the door panting. Hey, I finally found you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty has summoned you to the royal capital. What? Crown Pith is a bit messy. It was the painting thing yesterday, how could it develop into a call to see the royal capital? But, I still have business here. Crown Pith pointed to the shop subconsciously. Hey, Your Majesty summoned me. The clerk also came to add confusion. Hey, is it almost time? Or is there anyone who will transmit? After a while, the clerk inside walked out and said with a smile, Sorry, there are a few that can't be identified. I suggest you go to the capital. Crown Pith has already looked at the plot with disgust. But the things that should be done have to bite the bullet, so, which ones have been identified and how much is the purchase? The 2 magic swords and the short sword have a single sharp effect, and the 2 bows and arrows have a single penetrating effect. The total is 3,000 gold coins. These are all bought from the caravan from scratch. Although it seems to be a lot of money, but at this price, Crown Pith knows that the price is not different from the price of the merchant to buy 500 gold coins. This is also a profit, but it is in a bad mood. Crown Pith is about to find the fault. These few, do you think that 3,000 gold coins can send me? Crown Pith put on a vicious expression on purpose. But we also want to make money. Before the clerk was interrupted by the president. Make a deal quickly, and add 500 more, no, 600. It's done. This excited dwarf made Crown Pith embarrassed to find faults. Soon, Crown Pith got a security board of 3,600 gold coins, something similar to a check. In the afternoon of the same day, at the gate of Fiolanzo, Crown Pith leaned against the wall, copying her hands, and gently stomping her feet, waiting for Mork to come. Mork refers to the trade union leader whom I met 2 days ago. Now Crown Pith has understood the reason why he was summoned, because it was not long before the end of the Demon God War. The corresponding historical biography is also being compiled, and a historical painter is needed. Past historical paintings of the dwarves, there are also reprints in the book that Luna obtained last time. After reading it, Crown Pith suddenly felt that his paintings are in this world, at least in this country. You can make a lot of money, maybe even those books were deliberately shown to them by dwarves. There is also a very lively blue goblin next to Crown Pith. The former race is Cerno of Ice Dragon Grass. It's going to fight. Cerno said the same thing for the 3rd time when he went out this afternoon. It's not that this possibility won't be ruled out. Crown Pith said in a helpless tone. I heard that the 13 heroes have all the elites. Originally, Crown Pith was planning to mess around in the outer cities of the dwarves. Yes, will the king be recognized and involved in the battle when he arrives? But now the appearance is well disguised, it should be okay. The current Crown Pith is black, with weird wings with a red sickle and blue arrow on his back. It seals the image of a beast and allows other people to call himself A in public. Our king of tree elves, king of dwarves, if we meet, can we have anything other than battle? Are you from Showa? Crown Pith pinched his temple. Did you bring the wrong person? I should bring a big goblin better. Luna still needs to read a book. Considering that at least 2 fairies will act in a group, Crown Pith decided to bring out Cerno and let the big fairies and Luna team up. As for Alphan, only level 15 fairies can't. Called combat power. But I always feel that I have forgotten something. Forget it, since I can't remember it for the time being, I can't help it. It's just that the distribution of Crown Pith is just the result of evenly distributing the levels of available combat power as far as possible. There is no better choice to average combat power. Moreover, Cerno's muscle strength is greater than that of the big fairy. www.readaloud.com. It seems natural that I don't plan to use the infinite backpack to carry the few unidentifiable pieces of equipment, probably natural. Ignoring Cerno's self-ignition, not like an ice fairy. After a while, Mock's face appeared after seeing it several times. Lead the way. Yes, of course the old man leads the way. It may be a little dangerous for outsiders to take the road of the dwarf's country for the first time. Really, thank you so much. Then a few people started walking. Yes, it was walking. The mount couldn't be deployed on this kind of underground tunnel road, so I didn't bring the Forest King. The gently downward tunnel is quite spacious, and the ground has been prepared for the convenience of walking. Occasionally, a line of guards pass by, but no passers-by are seen. Is there little communication between cities? Krunpith asked. A good question. The necessary transportation is available, but the road is not absolutely safe. But to get to the royal capital, the nearest road has to pass 3 obstacles. Difficulty? It's interesting, let's just say it briefly. Crownpith asked secretly that it might not be the 3 in the original. Well, the first difficulty is the big crack. Now it's about to come. Now that the bridge is passed, it is no longer a difficulty. The next place is an area where lava flows, but the heat may kill your life. The river must pass through the plank road made by cutting off the rock wall. And sometimes you can see the figure of the monster. Then there is the final death maze. In the cave with countless branch roads, it will release poison at a certain period of time. Gas, but there are actually safe roads. I'm sorry, it's about national defense. Do you as outsiders have to blindfold when you pass there? No problem, hey? What's the side road to the side? Crownpith pointed to the other side. To be continued. Chapter 39, Ignore the difficulties. That's a route that can walk through the mountains from the ground. Although I don't worry about the problem of falling, there will be attacks such as periwinter, harpy, Izushinton, giant vultures, various large monsters and large flying creatures. Except for adventurers who specialize in hunting monsters for money, no one will go over there. Mork reminded him, looking at the direction that Crownpith was pointing. Hey, let's go over there. Crownpith, with a playful smile, stepped toward that side. Oh, fight! Chiluno rushed to keep up. Hey, wait! The old man knows that you are very strong, but Mock doesn't think this pedestrian is weak. After all, he can tame the Sage King of the forest. You can also defeat the monsters that inhabit this area. Besides, dwarves are inherently short. Can't tell the age of the same short people. The problem is, we are not here to hunt Warcraft. Soon, the eyes suddenly opened up, and Cerno jumped for joy, and Crompus took a breath of air and smiled. As expected, the tree fairy is still comfortable in the sun. However, this pleasant atmosphere was soon broken by the neighing in the air, with the head and legs of a deer, the feathers and wings of a bird, and 2 paley-winters on the back. Come on! Mork drew out his warhammer, and he could see that he should be an experienced warrior. But there is no need to fight. Crownpith launched a magic, group control of all races mass terminate species. Then, the 2 paley-dongs fell down obediently and bowed their heads. Are you capable of being a trainer? Mork didn't know much about spirit magic, so he just asked blankly. It doesn't matter that kind of little things. You ride one end, we can ride one end. Crownpith turned over and rode a periwinter, and after 2 days of riding the Forest King's Crownpith, the ride is not too much. The appearance that can be done is more decent. Let Cerno sit behind her and grab her waist. Really, it's okay. Mock hesitated for a while before riding. At this point, there was another corpse of another attacking monster around him. Then, Clown Pace ordered Periwinter to take off. However, at the moment of takeoff... Wait! Alphen ran over from the hole in the back and grabbed Peladon's leg. Master Ku, you forget me, you must forget me. Crown Pith didn't reply immediately, thinking of it. Alfin couldn't seem to be too far away from him. No way, pull her up, the three goblins squeezed and barely sat down. Peliden began to take off, and Cerno shouted, "Wow, it's flying, so amazing." Alfin was expressionless, and Mok looked ugly, but Krunpais had no spare time at all. Although I looked down from a height of 100 meters when I was a magic tree, I just feel that everything on the ground is small. Looking down on the ground like this really flies, it feels scary. Flying in the air makes people feel so scared. Anything with an open mind is definitely a lie. Yes, as a tree fairy, Krunpith is a little afraid of heights. But why is Cerno okay? Klonpith thought that some inconspicuous remnants of previous life memories were at work. If it were ordinary humans, this situation can be forgiven if it is scared. Fortunately, I quickly adapted to it a lot. At least it is okay to look down. After all, I still need Mok to give directions. The next difficulty, the second difficulty, is the lava field. The plank road looks very difficult to walk, and the rising smoke looks very unfriendly to the respiratory tract and skin, but now that there are flying mounts, this difficulty is equivalent to non-existent. It's strange that the gas will be sprayed very high. Yet. Oh, it's so hot, Nat, can I cool it down? Chiluno asked breathlessly. Cerno's former race name was Ice Dragon Grass, and now it's okay to look at it as an ice fairy. It's better to say that it's precisely because the former race name is an ice plant that she deliberately turned into Cerno's appearance when transforming the tree demon according to the creator's preference. Although Chiluno also has a priest occupation, there are very few magics that echo the summoner. All race capture hold species, vitality continuous recovery regenerator, maybe the attribute difference is too big. But he has his own unique magic, and there are several skills: ice, piercing icicle, frost aura. From the name you can clearly understand what magic is. Kerno, stop, I'm fine, but our mount and Alfin will die. Let me, Krunpasi said, launching the magic field of force. Then there is no danger. However, after getting used to looking down, there are still interesting monsters in the magma, red, plump and round, with something similar to fake bait fishing on the head. Are you the red anglerfish that lives in magma? It's a little cute, said Krunpith. What? That's an extremely dangerous monster. It's dead if it's thrown up and down by the one on the head. Mok called. Well, I can understand that too. It looks a little cute, like an anglerfish. I don't know how it tastes. I think of the Krunpais from the broken fish tank in the previous life. I want to raise it, but it is the same as the normal anglerfish can't live out of the water. www.readaloud.com. This guy can't live without magma. Presumably there is no pool in the world that can hold magma. The third difficulty of the poisonous gas maze: continue to maintain field of force to isolate the poisonous gas from flying over the maze. Then, Mok seemed to be mumbling that the way of flying incursions must be recorded as a countermeasure in defense. It felt pitiful. Ignore this. After finally landed, the two monsters were bundled up and sent to the dwarf for punishment at will. Dwarf King Capital, Fio Bergana. This is a majestic and magnificent city built during the heyday of dwarf culture. Although it is questionable whether it has passed its heyday, this is also one of the cities that the demon god has harmed, so it's past. It is extremely rude to let Ms. Ye wait here. The meeting with your majesty can be arranged immediately. Is it really okay to be so direct? Crown Pith was very puzzled. Didn't I mean to discuss some historical paintings for you? It's not necessarily settled yet, and will this level of things be something that the Dwarf King will be waiting to learn from at any time? This is your majesty's reception. With this sentence, Clawin Pith has nothing to say. For a monarchy country, it is basically nothing to move the king out, although there are also such countries' hospitality systems or their own painting skills. Maybe it's so touching, it's better not to be so optimistic. After all, Crown Pith is not someone who has seen the world. So that's it. In that case, I have no objection. Please lead the way. To be continued. Chapter 40, Runesmith King. Who should the weapon be evaluated? After asking about other things, Krunpith asked again. Identified by your majesty himself. Mock said. What? It's hard to understand that your storefronts, unions, and kings also use message to contact you. Krunpith asked. Yes. That's how it is. That's how it is. Krunpith nodded. The previous dwarf city was basically a residential area, and there was only one of the two public stores that Krunpith went to. Forging weapons is a dwarf's strength, and registering unknown monsters is also a very important job, although it was actually not used. Translation glasses to see the text there, it should be an important organization, even if there is a means of communication is not surprising. It's a mistake to forget to read the text over there carefully. Since there are swords that once flew yourself among those weapons, it must be something very powerful, or something that can be regarded as a national treasure. It shouldn't be strange that the Dwarf King wants to see it, right? Maybe it would be a big mistake to take that kind of thing out for identification. What can only be done so far? Cerno, carry the burden of the weapon, Alphen will follow me. King City, Throne Hall. Although it is used as a dwarf building, it is very vast here. Yes, it is vast. To describe it as vast, it is so wide that it is not crowded for several dragons to live in. On the throne very close to the end of the hall, sat a dwarf who was grumbling drinking wine. Although he was a dwarf, his aura gave people a tall and burly feeling. Thinking of the report he received yesterday, he was a little surprised. In the past, the demon ravaged the royal capital. Although he returned alive by luck, he also took back the royal capital. The rebuilding of the royal capital was smooth with the skills of the dwarves, but the bloodline of the royal family of the dwarves was almost broken. It is the last king of the royal family who is honored as the Runesmith King on the throne. Although he still has a son, he has good skills, but his combat skills are not good. He took the powerful magic props that incorporated his strongest skills and embarked on the journey, and he could only go there. There were no other powerful fighters in the clan who could play a role in the war. I remembered the experience of taking risks with the human race, 13 heroes and heroes of various races, and fighting various monsters called devil gods. It was a period of passion. During this period of time, many of his companions left, and some of them even separated the yin and yang forever, and he once walked through the ghost gate. The war should be over. People who are still alive still have to live. Some people should have difficulty holding weapons. The war is really over. But why is it up to now? The man has brought it. The voice of the guard came from outside. The Dwarf King put down his hip flask and glanced back. That is a huge door. The material is similar to the door in front of Wangzheng, but it is even better. Behind that door is the treasure trove of Dwarf City. That one is protected by the protective magic of the rune, and there are two huge grims on both sides. Here, even the devil cannot break through, but it is impossible to break through. This gram function is very strong here, but it is also driven by the linkage of part of the magic function of the palace and the treasure house, and it is just a simple statue. Besides, the dwarves are not so selfless. They take out this national treasure level strategic weapon to help other races fight. Yes, a strategic weapon. The powerful gram is regarded as the country's decisive weapon. More famously, there were 4 8-meter-high centaur grams in the Beastmen Federation in the central part of the mainland. There were 8 at the time, and they were overwhelming in the war against the monster country of the Tauren. Strength. If there is no weapon left by the Tauren sage with only one mouth, it is generally believed that only a few grams can destroy a country. Is so powerful. Let them in. The Dwarf King said. Yes, is the voice of the guard. The door opened, and Crown Paisai walked in with Cerno and Alphen, and the door was closed from the outside. Crown Pith thought as he walked forward, what distance should be walked and what kind of ritual is appropriate. I don't know the court etiquette at all, just kneel down on one knee, right? The gift is exempted. But it was the dwarf king who spoke first, and Crow Enpies was taken aback, and several people stopped. The magic weapon is here, let Gu take a look. The dwarf king said directly in a rough tone. Crown Pith tilted her head strangely, turned her head and motioned to Cerno. Chi Luno lifted a pile of things wrapped in vines and placed them on the ground. The dwarf king disregarded the most handsome sword on the top, pulled out the shield from below, stroked it, and said, I really miss it. During the adventure, I wiped it off for him. Hey, lonely. This can only be wiped, isn't it ridiculous? No way, this is not a piece of equipment that can be maintained alone. What kind of runesmith king? Hey. Klon Pith chuckled in her heart, then she lowered her face and said, it's the enemy, Cerno, fight. This is the runesmith king who participated in the crusade against the devil? Didn't the original book never come back again? Why are you still alive? Which historical plot is indifferent? Andalusian Mountains. Sneeze. Wakaraji, who was climbing with Fluda, suddenly sneezed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Why are you climbing? Because Krunpasi had the same opinion to Fluda and Ruolug, although the message to the top forest was to let them return to the empire to wait, but the dwarf king Runesmith King was dying after the battle, and was rescued by Wakaraji using magic. Wakaraji and Fluda talked about it during a chat. Rune is also an unknown magic technique for Fluda, so naturally I have some interest. I have all gone out to a place so close to the dwarf kingdom, so let's stop by. It's obviously not so cold, why do you sneeze? Ruoja rubbed her nose and said. Aren't you, as a marine race, are not adapted to the mountain environment? Fluda said in an old-fashioned tone. The mermaid we go ashore will be equipped with magic items that are resistant to soil. As an old man's disciple, it's no good if you don't take care of your body. Master, are you qualified to say this? By the way, a large group of harpies rushed over there. Then give it to the disciple number 1. Because Ruoja's correct name still cannot be translated correctly, Ruoja was very dissatisfied, so Fluda changed its name to disciple number 1. It is said that this is called Fa-Ruo. Lug feels better. Hey? Isn't it more efficient to use the teacher's non-chanting fireball to deal with such things? My profession is a priest and I am not good at attacking. Wakasegi grinned. To be continued. Chapter 41, Cerno vs Dwarf King. The old man might as well think more about the abyss of magic when he has time to deal with it. Dealing with that is also considered your practice topic. Teacher, you should learn to change your mind and take care of your body. Forget it, I'm on it, drowned, it's messed up. Obviously, it has no effect on the same family and the devil. A harpy fell down in response. No, it was silent, because the water formed out of thin air in the body made it unable to call. Drowned is not a powerful magic in terms of magic scale, it just generates water directly in the lungs of the subject. In the game, it is just a poisoned HP state that is not difficult to deal with, and aquatic and amphibious races can easily resist, but, in fact, when the target is a terrestrial race that needs to breathe air, drowned will become the most vicious magic. By the way, many of the game settings of the monsters of the devil god are races that do not need to breathe or eat, or races that are highly immune to abnormal conditions. Drowned, 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 drowned. It's solved. There is no range magic, it is a fatal problem for the output party. However, the book says shouldn't the harpy inhabit a further place? Why is this place? Dwarf King Capital, Theo Bergana, Royal City, Throne Hall. Create Fortress. Krunpasi activated the 10th level magic. It is not the fortress to break the dwarf's royal city, but the feeling of buckling a layer of wood defense on the inner wall of this huge hall, which completely isolates the hall from the outside world from the physical level. There is also a small room for Alfin to hide. Almost at the same time, Cerno flew up because he was smashed by the Dwarf King with a large shield that suddenly became shiny. Smashing it with a shield makes people feel like a skill like strike with a shield. Chiluno didn't find her balance in the air, she fell to the ground and rolled in embarrassment. And the Dwarf King immediately drew out a handsome and simple warhammer, stepped on it, and rushed over, with almost no scruples about the changes in the surrounding environment. No, there is no such leeway. Chiluno's figure did not suffer any harm despite being embarrassed. She immediately got up and stretched out her hand to start magic, icicle ice. Several icicles pierced from both sides of the Dwarf King. Hey, Cerno sauce, although you are called Cerno, are you really? Let go of those who don't attack in the middle. But at this time, Cerno kicked her feet, holding an icicle as a sword in her hand, and thumped the Dwarf King with icicles on both sides. Is that the icicles arranged a moment ago are actually closing their positions? It's very smart, it doesn't seem to be. The Dwarf King immediately raised the warhammer stand to block. Boom! The ice sword burst into pieces. There are as many as 6 runes on the Dwarf King's warhammer. It may be a national treasure weapon. Even if it is not as good as some advanced game equipment, it is not a magical icicle. Confrontational. The Dwarf King turned from defense to offense, and raised his warhammer. Frost aura, frost aura. When the blue and white waves spread around Chiluno, the Dwarf King's movements slowed down for an instant and blue and white frost gradually appeared on his body. It was very cold, and Chiluno, who had lost his weapon, jumped back and retreated temporarily. Clawnpith has seen the level of the Dwarf King, which is 38, which is very high in this world. Cerno has a level of 61, but the melee career is only strike LV1. The current level is poor, and it would be a bit disadvantageous to be hit by sticks. If you forcibly fight each other by swapping HP, you might be able to exhaust the Dwarf King, but does Cerno want to improve his melee combat ability? Cerno, take the sword. Krunpasi opened the infinite backpack, drew a dark blue long sword, one of the seized items in the Black Knight infinite backpack, and threw it next to Cerno. This sword can be equipped by Crownpith, and it should also be a weapon that can be equipped by priests with melee combat capabilities. The Dwarf King wanted to stop it, but Cerno stretched out his hand and shot dozens of ice bullets at the Dwarf King. It was a magic-piercing icicle, which forced it back. Not only was it forced to retreat, there was a blood hole in the Dwarf King's stomach, and it was also inlaid with sharp ice bullets. Well, magical warfare will cause crushing. So does Cerno plan to continue melee combat? Does it count as every mage has a melee heart? Crownpace thought with a smile. Chiluno picked up the blue long sword and smiled, thank you. Oh, this good sword. Heard the sound of the empty bottle falling, and saw the Dwarf King wipe his mouth. The wound on his stomach was healing quickly, and the ice bullet had been pulled out. It seems to be taking drugs. The evil sword Chiumilis in the dark sword, really is the demon who has killed them. The Dwarf King tightened the warhammer in his hand and began to retreat. Hey! Cerno was stunned. She hadn't mentioned the relationship between Crownpith and the demon god. Ah, am I not the devil? Crownpith narrowed his eyes. Are you the companion of those who trespassed in my territory? I was just living in the forest and didn't offend your group. Any race, even so, it still deserves to attack www.readaloud.com and I killed it and took the weapon, right? Really, did you say that? You are right. If the position is reversed, the solitary will also kill the shameless invaders of this country, even the heroes of other tribes. The Dwarf King is still backing away. Is it so easy to shake? Crownpith couldn't believe it, but there is still information that needs to be set. But, the bodies of those 2 people disappeared. Did they use precious fixed-point resurrection props or skills? Anyway, they should be alive, resurrected, right? Yes, They are alive now. Is it self-aware that I didn't come after me and there are still 2 swords that can be used? Where are they now? I didn't tell you the reason. That's right, let me guess, are they named nobles in the kingdom? Krunpith thought so, after all, one of the black swords belonged to the kingdom in the original book. Keng Qiang Gui in the hands of the second captain. Haha, the expressions are all betrayed, but rest assured, I have no plans to chase to the end. The kind of ants is not worth my shot. Speaking of this, I originally planned to paint? Is it a guise? I am right. I'm not interested in being enemies with you. If I continue to talk about painting now, I will be very happy, said Krunpith. At this time, the Dwarf King has retreated to the throne, and he slowly said, I have promised, I must beat the existence that brings death pain to the lonely important friend. Dang! The Dwarf King hit the throne with a punch. What are you doing? This point quickly became apparent. The 2 huge golden grahams, which were used as statues by Krunpith, moved. Graham. To be continued. Chapter 42, The Strongest Fairy vs the Strongest Dwarf. The battle for the center of the dwarf nation has begun, and Krunpith is a bit embarrassed, so what should I do if it develops into a war of genocide? Who kills who? Of course it was the goblin that killed the dwarves. But because of this, a race disappeared, a technology disappeared, and it felt very uncomfortable to become a demon. However, the Dwarf King seems to be planning to find a place for his slain companion because the companion is alive now. It is not considered revenge, it can only be regarded as finding a place. Then what can Krunpith do to stop the dispute? The easiest way is to use mental magic on all dwarves who know these things, but Krunpith's modify memory consumes too much magic power, but Alphen will use lower level spiritual magic, charm and dominate, but they are all temporary effects, and their level is too low, they will basically be completely resisted. But no matter what, the battle has begun, and the sword and hammer are constantly colliding in the hall of the dwarf throne that is blocked by the wooden fortress. Qilunyo's movements always feel a little blunt. It seems that a layman who has not received formal training in swordsmanship is fighting on his reflex nerves alone. It's not it seems, it should be said that it is. Cerno does exercises well, but of course it is impossible to receive formal swordsmanship training. It is the result of a lot of hard work to make the movements appear smooth. Qilunyo is not just wielding a long sword to fight. Once there is a real trouble situation, release the magic so that the Dwarf King's offense cannot be properly deployed, and take the opportunity to adjust the posture. The Dwarf King masters many martial arts: physical enhancement, spiritual enhancement, magic resistance enhancement, and temporary magic weaponization. These have been activated for a long time to deal with the ice of Cerno. Sometimes the Dwarf King deliberately reveals his flaws and makes Cerno attack, and then uses martial arts not falling down the fortress to force defense, and counterattack when Cerno's new force, who just made a full attack, is not born. But only the first time I knocked Cerno into the air, it lost a little HP, and it was quickly resolved by Regenerator. Soon, Cerno also learned something: find the right opportunity to launch magic. Hold species to fix the Dwarf King, take the opportunity to raise the sword and attack forcefully. It turned out to be blocked by falling fortress again. It seems that the Dwarf King wants to use up Cerno's MP or physical strength. It is not incomprehensible to deal with the general melee magic caster. There is no chance of winning against Cerno with such a high level difference. Let's just say this battle. The result was decided from the beginning. If Cerno didn't have enough combat experience against people and wanted to accumulate melee combat experience, he would be more decisive. It's also thanks to the work of Krunpith that made Cerno and the Dwarf King so hot. Now Krunpith is playing with two giant grahams. Sensor enemy failed, it is invalid if it is not a living unit. Krunpith opened her mouth. Next, Krunpith was planning to use mass hold species and life frenzy to kill the two grahams. It is disappointing that life frenzy is not effective for non-life units. However, Krunpith did not intend to smash the 2 grams, it is rare to see such an interesting thing, plus the anglerfish I just saw, I already feel that I can make something more interesting, just destroy it like that. What a pity. Group all race capture mass hold species time is valid. When the time is up, Gram is free, picking up a super huge halberd, and sweeping toward the reptile-like Krunpisi. Krunpisi drew the black magic sword from the infinite backpack to block. Dang, the violent air tremor made the entire space tremble. According to the laws of physics, even if the level of crown pies is higher, the extreme weight difference should make crown pies fly out. However, Crown Pest stood steadily on the spot. High-level knockback resistance 3, attacks below level 60 cannot repel Krunpith. At this time, another Gram smashed his slash right after him. It's in the middle of Krunpith's head. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Crownpith was like a nail smashed by a hammer. She plunged into the floor, looking very funny. Intermediate Physics Neutralization 2, physical attacks below level 40 are ineffective against Krunpith. However, the blow just now was effective even though it had almost no damage. Beep beep. 2 thunderballs fell from somewhere in Gram's body, pursuing the Clownpith embedded in the ground. Boom! 2 violent flash explosions immediately followed, covering Krunpith for a while. It's just that the glittering Crownpith is safe and sound. Intermediate magic resistance, the magic effect below the 6th level will be reduced by 60%, negotiating intermediate magic, the magic attack below the level 40 will be invalid. Since the explosion occurred, it means that no neutralization was successful, but considering that Krunpith was safe and sound, it means that the magic level is very low. That is to say, Gram's level is between 40 and 60, and he can use lower level magic. Wouldn't it be possible for Gram of this level to put out a few more pieces to destroy the country? Although it is nothing to me. Crownpith saw that Gram couldn't stop it once and for all without injury www.readwound.com, so he took 2 blows, trying to find out Graham's combat effectiveness, and now he came up with a subtle answer that made people feel. Crownpith slid out of the pit squeaky, and again avoided Gram for a few rounds of sweeps and heavy blows. Both Gram have the agility of a human race that matches their level. The weight of the huge body really does not hinder their movements at all. Ah, there is no way, this can be restrained for a longer time. Double magic Hold of Flora. Hold of Flora is the 8th level of magic. The positioning in the game is to make the target look like a plant, giving the same value, weakness, and resistance as the plant unit of the same level, and setting the target in place for a period of time. In reality, instead of using plants to restrain the target, it is better to turn the target itself into a plant. Soon, the shapes of the 2 Grahams that Crownpith reached out to aim at began to twist, and the body began to change into the woody feeling of the tree. Soon, it completely looked like 2 Grahams, and then the shape began to change, and the lower part became, after removing the roots and trunks, the upper part spreads out to become a crown, and leaves are growing. After only 3 seconds, 2 big sky trees were born. Well, if there is no one to use the dispel magic, you can stay for a few more minutes. Cerno, come on. Krunpith shook her hand to Cerno, and didn't expect her to look over, because that way we'll be distracted. Clownpith regretted it after finishing it, because it might really distract Cerno, but fortunately, Cerno was not affected. To be continued. Chapter 43, Wang's Last Struggle. The 2 assassins were subdued, and the Dwarf King who was shot directly by Cerno was really admirable. Oh. Just hit. The Dwarf King suddenly raised his warhammer high, activated his martial arts, and smashed it at Chiluno's head with all his strength. Did you think wrong? It seems that the Dwarf King is still impatient, or he has no choice. Regardless of whether Crownpith takes the shot, the Dwarf King is continuously bathed by Cerno's air conditioning, even if it relies on martial skills and willpower to overcome the physical and mental consumption. It will increase too. This kind of blow is indeed very strong, but even Cyruno, who is only 21st level warrior, can escape with a back jump. In fact, Cerno retreats and avoids, and the distance is just right, will not be hit, and can immediately counterattack when the hammer hits the ground. Suddenly, the warhammer almost inlaid on the ground, a few runes on it lit up. Boom boom! It was not an explosion, the ground shook. To be precise, only the ground under Cerno's feet was shaking. Cerno, who had just jumped back, slipped backwards with an unstable body, but failed to fall because the small shaking ground split into two halves and lifted up, clamping Cerno's like a book closed. Lower limbs. Hurry up! He clearly seemed to be a warrior of spiritual strength, but vainly passed the double-teamed Cerno and came to Crow and Pies. It's another warhammer held high. I thought it was the same trick, but Crown Pith did not hide, and raised his sword to attack. When H. Boom boom! I felt that only a small piece of ground under my feet was shaken violently. Although Krunpasi remained motionless because of the resistance, the ground still faithfully completed the magic of the warhammer. Crown Pith was pinched by the rising stone. This is completely physical restraint and has nothing to do with resistance. The rising stone is made of slabs here. It is really hard. At least the pure strength of crown leather, equivalent to the strength of a level 35 fighter, is completely unable to break free. If you show the main body, you can get out and win in an instant, but Krunpith intends to read all the methods used by the dying dwarf in the last struggle. The Dwarf King's plan is actually very good. It temporarily stops Cerno's movements, and then uses this time to try to interrupt Krunpith's magic to hold Gram, so that the combat power can be restored to balance. Think about that. The magic that Gram turned into a tree cannot be cast continuously. Common sense judgment is correct, but the opponent is outside the specification. Several runes were lit on the Dwarf King's warhammer. The whole warhammer was shining with magic and martial skills, and it waved toward Krunpith's head like a stormy sea. Crane Piz held the magic sword, moved the position of the magic sword slightly, and took all the blows forcibly. Because of the knockback resistance, there was no need to consider the blocking angle and unloading force. Just let your own when the weapon touches the opponent's weapon, it is equivalent to counter-shock the opponent's weapon. Seeing the dwarf's desperate combo, Crowan Pith thought jokingly, if you say 80, 80, 80 again, it will be perfect. What is the meaning of 80? I feel there, but I can't remember it anymore. While blocking easily, Crown Pith is also a little bit worried. If he can bounce his opponent so easily, wouldn't he get no combat experience and skills at all? It seems that you have to find an opponent with at least a higher level to make the resistance invalid. For a moment, all the runes of the whole-wielding warhammer were lit up. Oh! The Dwarf King seemed to have exhausted his last strength, and the warhammer fell like a free fall. Krunpasi once again felt the numb sensation that forced the whole body to vibrate. Accompanied by the shaking in the field of vision, it should be true that the entire space was shaking. This is a weapon that can really shake the mountain. The surrounding floor cracked, and the under Crown Pith's feet also shattered. The continuous attack stopped, and the Dwarf Queen stepped back 2 steps, her chest rising and falling, looking tired. Krunpasi immediately jumped out, followed this movement and raised the sword, then kicked at the Dwarf King. But the Dwarf King just raised the warhammer that he was about to block the sword strike, but he also changed his trajectory and smashed it into Crown Pith's foot. Boom! After a dull collision, intermediate physics neutralization 2 took effect, unable to damage Krunpith's warhammer, and was counter-shocked. The Dwarf King let go of the warhammer, swinging backwards with one hand, trying to grab the leg kicked out by Crowan Pith. A futile approach. Krunpith doesn't know how to deal with this kind of martial arts, but the mimicry automatically fights back. Crown Paisai relaxed herself and turned over and planted. The sickle and arrow of the Cosfang beast's costume moved. Stabbed to the dwarf. Mimic clothes don't use soy sauce. The Dwarf King was forced to retreat again and again by the multiple attacks of the sickle and the arrow, and pulled away from Crown Pith. Even so, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was painted several red by sickles and arrows. The warhammer was blown away, and his hands were naturally hanging down, bleeding. Cunning. Your opponent is my Cerno. In fact, Cerno, who had broken free a long time ago, raised his sword and aimed at the Dwarf King. The Dwarf King looked at Claw Pith, who was back to standing unscathed, and Cerno, whose clothes were a bit torn but still radiant. He felt his physical condition and slowly said, "We are defeated by us. The demon who has ever been weak. Well, judging from the natural magic and physical abilities, it is indeed quite weak. The problem lies in the race." Krunpasi shrugged, seeing that the other party is so desperate, at least I can't bear to deny it. The part of the result achieved by the opponent's efforts. Perhaps, they originally used exploration and training as their purpose, and when they stepped into the top forest to crusade against monsters, the end was doomed. Really, if they didn't want to see me, maybe I would be in a better mood. At this time, Krunpith felt that the restraint imposed on Gram was about to dissipate, but it should not be a problem. It is a big deal to perform it again. She continued, "How many people know about this thing here?" The group all race confusion mass charm species. There is no one else, after all, the dwarves can no longer experience a nationwide war, said the Dwarf King, whose eyes became dull. If there is only one person, it doesn't require much magic to manipulate memory. Krunpith sighed, released the magic, opened a mischievous smile, and said, "How about making a deal? I will eliminate your conflicts between us. Memories, besides, I hope the dwarves can use the power of the dwarves to do something for me." To be continued. Chapter 44, Alphen's Death. Crown Pith believed that the Dwarf King noticed that he could not resist his magic at all, so he should understand the actual gap between the two sides better. It was just a joke. Even if it is a good experience process for elves, it makes no difference to dwarves. "What matter?" said the Dwarf King in a helpless tone. Clown Pace tilted her head and suddenly became soft. "It really doesn't match such a vigorous appearance. But if you think about it carefully, this is a normal person, or as a politician. He originally treated himself Graham's strength is confident to dare to fight, but if he is so easily subverted, if he continues to cause his country to encounter crisis for the sake of his past companions, he is quite unqualified as a politician. Don't scold the governments of countries that have signed treaties with foreign countries in the past. If you want to keep the country alive, is there any other choice besides cession of land, compensation, and concession? It's better than destroying the country. The existence of a country is for the people to survive well, not for dignity to sacrifice beautifully. Forget it, let's talk about painting. If the business is still valid, I will leave after I finish painting. Someone will come to talk about things." After operating the memory, Crown Pith went to the isolated Alphen, only to find that Alphen was dying. "Hey, what's the matter, you?" Crown Pith threw a great heal to Alphen, but it was useless. "I'm sorry, it doesn't work," Alphen said like a mosquito. "Yes, that. Nai-chan, is that? Cerno, who ran over, poked Croance on the head. "Crap." Clawnpith's eyes widened. She just remembered that Alphen's body was on top of her head. Originally there was a mimicry demon hat to cover it, but now it is used directly for concealing the beast. The disguise mask eliminates the body, but Alphen's body is still exposed in the air. Afterwards, Krunpith's head took Gram with one physical attack and 2 magic attacks. Only the level 15 Alphen, the body naturally cannot withstand the 3 attacks of Gram, who is over level 40. The reason is still dying. The state of the plant is probably that even if the plant is uprooted, it will not lose its vital signs quickly, just like the leaves and fruits that are picked. Now Krunpasi did feel some cold green plant residues from his head, and it was not electrocoped, probably because the flowers on his head removed most of the magical power. In this case, rebirth. Krunpith used the resurrection magic on Alphen. Is invalid. Unlike the tree demon that Crownpith and the summoned tree demon, Alphen is separated from the main body as the tree demon, and that body is not the main body. Rebirth. Krunpisi uses the resurrection magic on the plant residue that was squeezed from his head. Is invalid, and the plant body has become sloppy. How could it happen? It happened a little bit suddenly, until the moment before, the high-level and unhurried Krunpisi was completely unprepared. If there is a resurrection magic of the 9th or 10th level, or magic items used by coin, there should be a chance to resurrect. Klaun Pisai sharply swept towards the Dwarf King with his remaining light, a means to resurrect the Black Knight and the Shield Guard who had been chewed to rotten flesh. The Dwarf King stunned and straightened his body. He seemed to understand what Krunpith meant. He said in a regretful tone, "The resurrection treasures that don't need to be costly have been used up when cruising against the demon god, and so are we. Many of my companions will never see each other again." "I see, although your Gram basically did it, we are not interested in venting all our anger here when we are fighting this way." Krunpisi stuffed the broken leaves into Alphen's clothes, held Alphen in the form of a princess, and stood up. "It is great that my fairies have their own strengths, the magic of the big fairies there is save, take Alphen back and save it, Cerno, please later, I need to deal with other things, probably." "Understood, Kui Sauce." As soon as Cerno took over Alphen's corpse, Krompe stopped Cerno who had just turned around. "Cerno, what do you think about Alphen?" "It's very weak. Although the body has good attributes, but the level is too low to follow us, it might be better if she is willing to continue to live in the forest. After all, she parasitized the Pisai body without authorization. My fault." To put it simply, the goblins summoned by Krunpis have no special affection for the native plants that are parasitic on Krunpis's body. "Really?" Krunpith thought for a moment, then turned to the Dwarf King, "I am going to lift the fortress. I will leave it to you how to explain what happened here. For the time being, Alphen is regarded as your Gram. Killed, if it turns out I'm not satisfied, After finishing speaking, Crownpith snapped his fingers and eliminated the wooden inner wall that was cushioning the royal hall. The door was opened by the guards from the outside, and Krunpis just pushed aside the shocked guards and walked straight out, followed by Cerno with Alphen's anger dissipated on his back. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The guards were shocked by the current situation, but they couldn't allow Krunpith to be so rude in the royal city, and they were about to stop drinking. Group all race confusion mass charm species. Krunpisi didn't bother to pester the group of people, and directly smashed them with a magic spell to calm them down. Being good at this kind of magic is not bad, at least when dealing with miscellaneous fish. It is easy to be merciful and let the family succumb. What to do next is left to the Dwarf King whose memory has been slightly adjusted. On the way to leave Theo Bergana, Crown P.S. was also running his mind constantly thinking about some things. She has lived with Alphen for more than 10 years, but she doesn't have any special feelings, just like the neighbors who don't get along very much but can meet when they go out. So even if you die, you won't be very sad, right? Now, Krunpith was a little sad, but found that the chaos when Alphen could not be resurrected had been quickly forgotten. It's easy to forget the emotions caused by things that can't be solved for a while, things always happen unconsciously. However, it's not just that. The memory of the Dryad is really good. These things that have been stuffed into the corner of the memory can be recalled at any time as long as they want. The problem can always be solved. Even if it cannot be solved, time can dilute the negative feelings caused by it, right? Although it is indeed the way of survival of the long-lived race. However, Crownpith now understands that it is true that the feelings can be forgotten, but if there is a solution, it is better not to delay. To be continued. Chapter 45, Frost Dragon Rally. Crown Pith felt that he did not have deep feelings for Alphen, but although it was a little troublesome, it was not without help, so he didn't plan to leave it alone. Anyway, sooner or later I plan to get involved in the field that anyone has to understand after watching Overlord, a little bit in advance, it doesn't matter. Maybe there is another way. Rebirth is the 7th level resurrection magic. If you have a chance to advance to the 9th level True Sushin True with more relaxed resurrection conditions in the future, maybe it will be possible. Resurrect Alphen, don't hope that this kind of random and long-term future is better. Message Crown Pith connected. The child hasn't, is it? It's really too reluctant for you. I didn't expect to be unaccustomed. What? There are several children who are unaccustomed. It is my fault. Then, return it. Level 30 plant monsters are not as durable as level 60 plant monsters. They need to pay more attention to environmental issues. They have been bred there for so long, because they are low in level, and they don't pay attention to it. Mistakes. Your own summoning unit, generally speaking, there should be no need to speak, just give orders, but the game is different from reality. If the distance is too far, you can only use magic to contact an order. However, letting the summoned unit disappear voluntarily is something that can be solved by the next command. Indeed, the plants summoned by Krunpith's special skill creating monsters too will not disappear spontaneously, but in the reality where there is no such thing as friendly army injury prevention, isn't there a way for the summoned unit to disappear by itself? Clonpith asked a few plants that he had summoned but hadn't been transformed into the Dryad and returned them. You know the method suicide and return to the city. It is a plant monster that has a way to solve the problem of Alphen. The problem is that the growth environment is not suitable, but it is a big problem. It is gentle to give it a death and then summon it again. This lesson is remembered. Krunpith must try to make progress. Commander LV1 is upgraded to Commander LV2, with a total level of 81. Hey? Can this be upgraded too? Although it is not Voice of the Sky or System Sound, Krunpis understood this fact. Andalaya Mountains, Frost Dragon Nest. Several huge frost dragons are curling up, gathering in this lair that originally belonged to only one dragon. It was icy and snowy outside, and they shivered inside. The frost dragon was naturally not afraid of the cold. The problem was that the previous experience made the tower gate shiver. They can't resist the magic of those fairies at all. Even if their physical abilities seem to be superior to each other, they can only be obediently obeyed by spirit magic, or by an attack magic that can kill them in seconds. By your side, there is only fear afterwards. What's more, those elder-level frost dragons with excessive self-esteem have already proved the stupidity of resisting with the result of being sekiled by the 7th level magic. Olaze Dark Hellier, Myana Talon Fuvanese, Muvanaya Irisulim, Kylas Dolan Dengxiuya, the most powerful young dragon in this mountain range, because the elders were all killed in seconds, so they are now the strongest frost dragon in the mountain. It's just that this way of becoming the strongest frost dragon is really sad. The distance to the elder stage is only one step away, and it only takes more than 100 years. For the dragons, this time is really not long. They should be able to become such an existence, and it is easy to unite and sweep the surrounding races. However, dragon tribes generally do not unite. A tribe is generally composed of a dragon from mature to elder stage and a wave of juvenile dragons. If it is a pair of dragons, then the proportion of offspring in the wave of juvenile dragons will be different. Small. The big men of several tribes will gather together thanks to the rampage of 2 goblins in this area. The reason why I left it alone was because one of them went to find the remaining tribes, and the other was sitting outside because it didn't seem to be in charge. A few frost dragons were able to discuss countermeasures in this free time. Although I don't know if it counts as a countermeasure. Ola Sadark, you are the strongest here. If you need to receive adults later, I'll leave it to you. Myana Talon, who is the weakest among several dragons, faces the biggest one. said the dragon. What, don't you mean the youngest? You are the most favored. That's how you say it, aren't you a male? Don't forget the reason why the elder was killed. Elder was indeed killed because of his arrogance and resistance, but before that, the question Star asked with a smile was probably the key. Is the old dragon? Can I still give birth? Be born and born, be born a ghost, bastard. I won't say if I can still have children. This is just a mere insult, but in the world where the languages of different wise races can be translated, when it reaches Star's ears, it becomes the meaning of inability to have children. It's useless if you're too old. Let's practice making steaks. Don't be too old. Star has already dealt with a wave of rebellious guys and other beasts before, and the chef level has increased by 1 level. A total of 70, automatically comprehend the 7th rank fire magic burning ye www.readaloud.com, so I used it many times with great interest. Then, you, marry me. Ola Sardarki said in a teasing tone. If you are really the strongest, now the guy outside does not compare. Then, you guys have no opinion. Ola Sardark looked at the other dragons. The battle for your territory and mine is also your advantage, no problem. Muvanaya said so. Then, have you seen those, the adults for the longest time? If I am rude, remember to remind me. When necessary, you also cut in. It's okay, right? Muvanaya hesitated, but nodded. What about you? Yulong asked Kiri's Tolan, who hadn't commented yet. Slightly, there are some opinions. In the past, did our frost dragon not pay enough attention to the existence of magic? If Sylvia Melonsilk, who has the priestly ability in the country of review, should be able to win that level of existence. Right. Blue Sky Dragon King, that distance is too far, meaningless. I mean, since there is a way to survive, we have to pay attention to the learning of several of our offspring. Just relying on age to become stronger will become weaker in front of transcenders of other races. For example, there are many surroundings. The terrible human race is very weak, but there are also humans who have successfully slayed dragons. In the past few years, there were monsters stronger than we are called devil gods. Ola Sardark has no objection to the learning of magic. As at least the upper ranks of the race, they also have the ability to automatically understand magic during the upgrade process. Although it is not comparable to the game crossing races, it also allows them to understand the role of magic. To be continued. Chapter 46, Gears of Fate. Ola Sadak thought, do these female dragons' remarks mean that they can get 3 wives at once? It's a little bit so that the dragon is floating. However, there is still a dragon who is a little worried, and it is my Anatalan who is talking. Does it mean that you have to prepare power in secret? But, listening to them before, it seems that I was planning to let me wait to rule the surrounding races. Can you imagine yourself getting a bunch of useless guys who are shabby even for food? Oh, that's what I said. Maybe you can find a chance to make a comeback when you are happy with your boss, because these goblins are strong, but they are not overwhelming enough to have such an idea. At this time, there was the sound of footsteps outside. Here is coming. The dragons hurriedly took a respectful posture. However, in addition to the red dress goblin who had smashed the beam of light, the other one was not the blue dress before, but a clown-like goblin wearing a stars and stripes. Well, are you the oldest dragon in this area? Krunpais asked Ola Sardarki, who seems to be the largest. Ola Sadaka doesn't know who this is, but people seem to ask questions as a matter of course, just like they do to other young dragons, and the fairy who can't afford to provoke is behind her. Yes, I am the biggest. Do you know the surrounding geographical environment? Ola Sadak doesn't fully understand, but he knows a little bit, but if he doesn't say it well, he will probably make the other party displeased. I understand. It said so. Well, do you know where the rancidity is more serious? Well, swamps or wetlands that rot to form blue flames of marsh gas are the best, or are places where corpses are gathered all the year round, such as where monsters will be concentrated on a regular basis, battle or cemetery, right? Maybe the latter doesn't? Anyway, do you know what meets the conditions I said Crumpith. This is the most suitable growth environment for the plant monsters she is going to summon. Unfortunately, this mountain is not there, but in the case of a wetland, there is one in the large southern forest. Although there are many lizard people living there, it should be easy for you adults to solve it. Crumpissy lifted his chin and thought about it. The wetlands in the big forest, wouldn't it be the wetlands of the lizard people? But since it is suitable for the life of the lizard people, the wetlands are quite refreshing. No way. Rejected. Are there any more? A little further away. Crumpith took out the map of the world used by the dwarf, but only one corner of this continent, even the map used in the original book. How about the southern end of the great forest? A plain full of undead. Crumpissy secretly said that it was the cat's plain, where it was a human territory. If a level 30 monster was placed there, it would be easy to be crusaded by humans, and it would be impossible for him to take care of it at any time. Besides, the religious nation is also very worthy of guarding. Rejected. It's best if humans are not very close now. So, what about the Abelian Hills? It is a place of dispute between the demi-humans. Crown Pace continues to think based on the plot. Isn't that next to the future Zyadi's happy little ranch? Are there any more? For those who are closer. I don't know, the farther away I will go to the central continent. Crown Pith thought in her heart, it is still more than 100 years before Gu Aotian crossed into this world, that shouldn't matter, and it's still near where Lily and the others went, just to take care of it. If the combat power is not enough, you can call it. Moreover, the demi-humans inhabiting there in the original work also have considerable advantages. See if you can use it smoothly. Does not have any special purpose, it is just to do some primitive accumulation. The accumulation of primitive resources in this world of the weak and the strong is no harm, and the reason for visiting the Dwarf Kingdom and the Frost Dragon tribe is the same. You guys, who is the fastest flying? Lead the way. It's me. It's me. Ola Sadik and Muvanai lowered their heads almost at the same time, and then almost went wide-eyed. Well, although you can share the weight with two ends, forget it. Anyway, there are 2 nutrition rings, no need to eat and rest after wearing them. Just be prepared to go to different places separately. Some risky things can also be prepared for multiple hands. Yes. I remember that Fluda is coming to visit. The empire he is in the territory contains part of the Haas plain. Anyway, it is a useless site. If it is a kindness, can you borrow it and use it? Crown Pith nodded, and took out a pair of rings for the 2 dragons. Because there are 13 heroes who have been killed, many of the convenient items for going out in different worlds are paired, and they have nothing to do with the wedding ring. Cerno, call the big goblin together, and take the biggest one and bring my newly summoned necromancer tree sapling to Abelian Hills. The remaining one is on standby temporarily, please take care of the other things here. www.readaloud.com. In this way, Clawin Pith gave some things to Cerno, and he returned to the Dwarf Kingdom, and started some other preparations. The affairs of Fluda and the mysterious Traverser got together, and it was the first time that Crumpith felt that she would be so busy. The conflict provoked by the Dwarf King, the death of Alphen, the visit of other Traversers, and this Traverser has a master-disciple relationship with the 13 heroes and the strongest magic caster of mankind in the future. Several things were brought together, and Crown Pith felt that she had to do all kinds of things, and it would become more blurred in the future. Clawn Pith assumed in her heart, what would happen if she continued to live quietly in the forest? Can you live leisurely? It can't be done. Since there is an attack, it is not impossible to continue to organize crusades later. If you wipe them all out yourself, you will be regarded as a great threat. It is possible that CUN magic or world-class props will directly confuse your face. Great sex. Even if it doesn't, he will be killed by Gu Aotian in the end. Can he surrender? But that guy has received a task that can increase his reputation. If he has been living leisurely in the big forest, it is an ordinary monster with no special value. It can only be eliminated to allow the other party to achieve his goal. But, what is my direction? Klonpith is still very confused. Even if he is an Oriental fan, he has cosplayed a lot of Oriental characters, and it is impossible to establish Gensokyo in this world. In short, let's take the premise of not polluting the world first, and see if your knowledge and ability can make the world change. Thus, the gears of fate began to rotate. To be continued.